Hello and welcome everyone, thank you for stopping in. This video will be a long-form commentary about Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island, in which I will be playing through the entirety of said game and speaking on the gameplay as I make my way through, as well as going off on many tangents about a variety of other topics adjacent to whatever the current talking point may be. This video will make frequent references to my previous video about this game's predecessor, and while it would be greatly appreciated for those who have not seen it to put a bookmark on this video and go check that one out first, link in the description, this video does not explicitly require any prior viewing or knowledge about this game in order to be watched. To avoid confusion about the topic, I will be omitting the Super Mario World 2 prefix in this game's title in nearly every case going forward, and simply referring to it as Yoshi's Island, as so many others already do. Super Mario World is my favorite video game of all time, and Yoshi's Island is not far behind it, both being games that I played countless times as a kid and even well into my adulthood. Yada yada yada, let's get this show on the road. Yoshi's Island may be a sequel by name, but in plot and presentation it is a prequel through and through. In fact, in the original Japanese, it's not a sequel at all, simply being titled Super Mario Yoshi's Island. It was only in the Western releases did the Super Mario World 2 get tacked on, forcing the connection to the previous game and marketing it as such. This game functions not only as a prequel to the previous game, but a revamped origin story for Mario and Luigi as a whole, placing this game at the very beginning of the unofficial Mario timeline, with the brothers having only just been born and still being en route to their parents via the stork at the onset of this story. And that's another thing. This is the game where the Mario franchise first puts a serious effort into its storytelling and plot development. This is seen every time a player blows out their cartridge and hits that power switch through this lengthy cutscene that establishes the conflict, stakes, and goal that lays the groundwork for the rest of the game. If I'm being honest, it's not the strongest opener I've seen, but it does a good job to establish the reasons why the player is doing what they're doing, which is all you can really ask for, especially considering the track record up to this point that the Mario franchise had for its lack of plot. This expansion away from the then 10-year-long Save the Princess formula was a smart move on Nintendo's part. Ultimately, they would return to that tried and true plot device almost immediately, but I'm getting ahead of myself. At the time this game released, players did not think of this as the first entry of the Yoshi spin-off series of games that it did inevitably spawn, but simply the next entry into the Mario series. Neither did Nintendo, and with all that being said, plus the facts that this game was one of the fortunate few that did not suffer from a development cycle that was crunched for time, the Super Famicom's life cycle nearing an end when this game was released, and the next generation looming on the horizon, the team at Nintendo EAD was given a lot more room to test the limits of what a Super Mario game could be. Once again, too fast, too soon, but all of these puzzle pieces help to understand how the game came to be created this way, and I intend to dive deeper into these subjects in due time. Upon finishing the introductory cutscene, or otherwise skipping it, the player reaches the title screen and a rotating bird's eye view of the titular island of Yoshi's. This island, from this view, is the only overworld that this game has to offer, in contrast to the previous game's open and branching overworld, much to the dismay of many players. To list something that it has in common with its predecessor, the team has once again included the ability to store 3 save files on a single cartridge. The improvements this time around are the ability to copy one save file into another slot, and the ever so welcome confirmation prompt when the player attempts to erase a save. Upon creating a new game, the player initiates another cutscene, and this time the graphics are noticeably different. This is the style that the large majority of this game's graphics utilize, thankfully, as the pre-rendered pseudo-3D graphics that we saw in the previous cutscene did not stand up to the scrutiny of time nearly as well as the hand-drawn storybook-esque aesthetic that this game opted to utilize. This cutscene sets the plot in motion and gives an honestly pretty wild reason for the Yoshis carrying around a baby. Instead of something like seeing which direction 𝐤𝐞𝐫𝐞𝐞 flew off with the other baby or something to that extent, it just says that baby Mario seems to know where to go due to the implication that he and his twin have some sort of innate telekinetic bond that informs them of each other's location. Okay. Well, anyway, the Yoshis oblige this random psychic baby and opt to personally assist him on his pilgrimage. The tutorial, simply titled "Welcome to Yoshi's Island," is triggered at the end of the cutscene, and the player is denied control for a moment longer as a message box appears on screen automatically upon the player attempting to move. Now, anyone who watched my previous video knows very well that I am not a fan of the tutorial boxes in Super Mario World due to the fractured and ambiguous nature of the information that's given, but Yoshi's Island swings that pendulum hard in the opposite direction. In this game, the message boxes are numerous and incredibly specific at points, even going so far as to include diagrams to help aid the player by offering a visual to help process the information. I like this approach, and generally I am a fair bit more kind to the message boxes in this game than I am to the ones that came before. I do still have my complaints, to be sure, so fret not, I will certainly make time to whine about them as I see fit. Anyway, this tutorial section is playable only once at the beginning of a new save file, does not count as a level, and can be skipped entirely in the pause menu, so nothing too important here in the grand scheme. Exiting the tutorial gives the player their first look at the real overworld of Yoshi's Island. Actually, I should say the level select screen, since this game opts to use a much more traditional approach to progression. There are only 6 worlds this time around, which is a bit of a downgrade from the previous entries. All things considered, at face value, it looks like the game took a significant cut to the overall experience. But looking at the amount of levels is only the surface though, and going a bit deeper shows quite clearly that this game did not take any such cut to the amount of game in the game. What? Let's go. The first proper level, Make Eggs Throw Eggs, demonstrates the increased depth quite well straight out of the gate. It also demonstrates how to make and throw eggs with the visual diagram provided by this message box. These chalkboard drawings don't show up too often, not often enough in my opinion, but when they do, I feel the game is all the better for it. They succinctly show the player what they're meant to do, usually accompanied by the button prompt that performs that action. This is a fabulously simple and elegant way to cut down on the amount of pages that these message boxes take to convey their information. As we've already seen, some of them can be quite wordy, so to keep it concise with a cute picture attached is a really smart way to keep the younger audience from becoming overwhelmed or bored trying to figure out what they're meant to do. It's also quite nice for people like me who can't be bothered to read. It's very apparent to me that the developers took great care in crafting these messages so as to cover every possibility and never leave any mechanic unexplained. Very, very apparent. I am implicitly saying I don't think it's always a good thing. Now it's not so implicit. This message box introduces the Chomp Rock. This is a recurring environmental hazard that Yoshi can use to mow over enemies, reach higher locations, break through certain terrain, and more. It's a bit of a pain to maneuver sometimes, but it's also one of the main staples design-wise that allows the player to interact with the levels the way that the developers intended, so trying to skip past this thing whenever it shows up will usually cause trouble, if not flat out break the level. It's a true Newtonian baddie that picks up speed in a believable way based off the amount of effort that the player puts in to push it forward, rolls down hills on its own, and even takes an equal and opposite amount of effort to stop from the other side if the player gets in front of it. This thing rocks. There is no way I'm keeping that. Apparently I did. Moving forward, the player is presented with the first of many Shy Guy generators. If it wasn't quite obvious yet, Shy Guys are the main generic enemy of this game, appearing in the majority of levels in great numbers with great variation in both color and theme. The way the generator works is that when Yoshi is holding less than the maximum of 6 eggs, the pipe will spawn basic Shy Guys until there's enough of them on screen to allow for Yoshi to swallow them and reach the maximum. Some of these can also be entered to give the impression that these guys are coming from somewhere, but it's just a small empty room with nothing inside. A curiosity to players that didn't play the Western release of Super Mario Bros. 2, but to me this is clearly a reference to the jars that were sometimes found in that game, likely included because this is Shy Guy's first reappearance since then as well. In Super Mario Bros. 2, the player occasionally needed to enter jars in order to find a key to progress the level, but in Yoshi's Island, the Shy Guy pipes are far less important. A neat little Easter egg at least for those who caught it, and also adds some believability to the world. If the player happened to be very thorough in their exploration of the level so far, they'll hear this cute little sound upon picking up the final red coin, and then immediately be offered a message box that gives the greater explanation as well as solidifies the mental connection regarding the mechanic and the action they just performed. That's a damn good tutorial, I can't even lie. Now what's this? I'm pushing the Chomp Rock the wrong way on purpose here to show a fancy little trick that the developers pulled for the silly guys like me who decided to see what they can get away with in games. In this case, only if the player makes their way all the way back to the Shy Guy generator with the Chomp Rock that's located on top of the hill, which I want to be clear is not intuitive in the slightest, then and only then will then otherwise invisible cloud appear. This cloud contains a 1-up, which by no means is an uncommon reward, and honestly it's not really worth the effort to take to push the rock all the way back here, but it's still a nice little thing that I wanted to share with you. We'll keep it just between the two of us. I belabor this point because I want it to be vocalized early on that there are literally hundreds of hidden goodies in this game, and I will not be going into detail about every single one of them, nor do I think they're all worth getting. Nor do I know where they all are, so please do not at me. I will, however, be getting everything required to get a perfect 100 score for each level, so anything beyond that is likely happenstance or just a really cool one that I wanted to comment on. That brings us to the end of the first level and the addition that's new to this game, the Goal Ring. This replaces the Goal Gate from Super Mario World and serves as the relay location where each Yoshi will baton pass the baby they found to the next one, providing yet another bit of believability in the progression through this world. Jumping through this ring serves a threefold purpose. The first, as mentioned, is to pass Mario to the next Yoshi and of course the next level. It also spins the flower wheel, which is how the game rewards bonus challenges, as well as triggers the calculation of point totals for the level. In Super Mario World, there was only the one bonus game, accessed by accumulating 100 points from breaking the goal tape. Simple as that. I suppose you could also count the 1-up chambers, but I don't want to split hairs too much. Point being, in Yoshi's Island, it works quite differently. We've got 6 minigames here that have a chance at being accessed at the end of each level, excluding forts and castles. The roulette spins upon jumping through the goal ring, and if it lands on a flower, a bonus challenge is triggered. Of the 10 possible outcomes, all are duds by default, and 1 space can be activated for each flower that is collected. Therefore, collecting every flower in every level gives the player a steady 50% chance at initiating a bonus challenge. More than that, the world that the player is currently in dictates which challenges can be played. Each world has 2 possibilities, meaning that there is a further 50% chance of rolling the one that you may be hoping for. Putting a pin in that topic for now, Watch Out Below is a level that really might be better represented as Watch Out Above, since the player will spend a fair amount of time avoiding the falling chain chomps here. In this game, they've got no chain though, so their name has been somewhat clumsily changed to the Incoming Chomp. At this point, the player comes face to face with the Middle Ring, this game's version of the Middle Gate, i.e. a checkpoint. The message box here is the first time the improved tutorial shows its first blemish. This one reminds the player of how to make and throw eggs for the second time, and there's not even a cute drawing of Yoshi this time. A very slight diminishment in quality to be sure, and there's still plenty of good ones to come, don't get me wrong, but noteworthy as it sows a bit of uncertainty about the extent of information the game has on offer. At this point, the player comes face to face with the Middle Ring, this game's version of... Whoa, déjà vu. No, wait, this is actually just another Middle Ring. Why? Nothing's happened in the last 15 seconds since the last one. Oh, here's another message box. Da-da-da-da-da, check my score, got it, okay, thanks. Oop, another message box. Da-da-da-da, touch the helicopter, but okay, I was gonna do that anyway. So, coming into contact with a morph bubble turns Yoshi into the displayed object, in this case, a helicopter. In this state, the player is meant to utilize their new movement controls, in this case flying, to access new parts of the level, reach collectibles, and find the box with Yoshi's face on it at the end of the path to continue onward. This new form can be slowed down by enemies but not directly killed, and they've got approximately 20 seconds to find the Yoshi box, otherwise they will be shot directly back to the starting point. Would have been nice to learn literally any of that in a message box. Luckily, there's no cap to the amount of retries, and nothing resets if the player doesn't finish in time, so it's really only a matter of perseverance if you're the type that can't move on until everything is collected in an area, as the timing is already quite tight in most of these situations. Usually, tapping the Yoshi box is the point of no return, so make sure that there's nothing you need to go back for before finishing. There's quite a few forms that Yoshi can take from the bubbles, and while they vary in enjoyability, especially later in the game, overall I like these little doodads, and it's a very welcome addition to the gameplay in my opinion. The final section of this level is a relatively short area that doesn't require much of the player other than dodging past a few enemies and mopping up the last of this level's collectibles to ensure that perfect score. I managed to snag another favorable roll on the bonus challenge here, so here's a bit more on that now. As I said before, each world has 2 possible challenges that can be played at random, and the 2 in World 1 are Flip Cards and Scratch and Match. With 6 worlds total and 6 minigames, that means that each of the challenges show up in 2 worlds respectively. Furthermore, getting a perfect 800 points in a world unlocks a permanent place on the level select screen where the player can choose to play one of the minigames for fun at any time. I've made mention of points and scores enough now to warrant a brief breakdown. In each level, Yoshi is scored based on 3 factors, and that score can range from 10 to 100 depending on how thorough the player is in the level. Collecting flowers are 10 points each, red coins are 1 point each, and stars take on 2 roles as part of the point total, but also the amount of time that Yoshi is allotted to retrieve Baby Mario if he's dropped, and they are 1 point each as well. Getting a 100 means not only thoroughly exploring the level, but also not being hit by enemies too much. It gets a bit more complex, but that pretty much covers the extent of what has been revealed up to this point. On entering the first underground level, the Cave of Chomp Rock, the player is chased down by a Chomp Rock, and then met with the message box that introduces another of Yoshi's signature moves, Pound the Ground. Later they realize that Ground Pound sounds better. Anyway, it says to press down while in the air and Yoshi will pound the ground. This has many uses and it rocks. Damn it, I made the same joke as a message box. Swallowing my pride and continuing onward, the following message box reveals that there are 2 configurations for throwing eggs and asks the player whether they would like to switch in that very moment. It's a neat idea to introduce, but with no explanation about it at all, I can't imagine that somebody would blindly just be like, yeah, alright, let's do it. 2 levels in a row you've taught me how to throw eggs, but after having committed that to memory, I'd like to switch it for some undetermined other method, please. Ultimately, they're pretty much the same, and anyone who messed around on the level select screen would have likely found this already because there's a controller icon there that allows the player to switch anytime. There's 2 options. Patient, the default, which requires 1 button be pressed to ready up the egg, and then a second time to confirm the direction of the throw, and Hasty, which throws the egg upon releasing the button after the first press. I've played with both methods, and honestly I don't really prefer one over the other myself, so I typically keep it to the default. In certain levels, if the player is able to find a key and locate the locked shack that it corresponds to, they will be allowed to face off one-on-one in one of 4 additional mini-battles against a bandit CPU character. These minigames are functionally different from the bonus challenges, but offer very similar rewards, bringing the total number of bonus game types in Yoshi's Island up to 10 in my eyes. In the mini-battles, the player is asked to compete with a bandit at some feat of skill, in this case, timed button inputs. The player has both the timer under the buttons to consider as well as the steadily inflating balloon being passed back and forth, and the bandit rarely inputs incorrectly, so focus is key in this one. I find that it's easier to purposely hold on to the balloon for a while in the beginning, so there's no worry of it popping in order to diminish the amount of random chance involved, as well as leave the player with fewer prompts that need to be successfully inputted. Yeah, I'm a poor sport, what about it? Yoshi's the good guy, it's justified. Completion of the mini-battle locks the player out of the shack with a nice big X over the door as a way of preventing someone from dunking on the bandit too hard, so we've got no choice but to push on. By now, a new player will have certainly realized and be well on their way to coming to terms with one of the fundamental truths of Yoshi's Island's formula. These levels are long. As I speak this, it's crossing the 20-minute mark of this video, and I've completed just 2 levels. At this point in my Super Mario World video, I had already destroyed Iggy's castle and moved on to the second world. Instead of gushing about how good the cape feather is, I'm now balls deep in a cave full of these stupid little plants that look like Homer Simpson's mouth. By no means do I intend to tell you that this is a bad thing, dear viewer. In fact, this is one of Yoshi's Island's core strengths. On the surface, it looks to be a kiddie game, complete with crayon doodles in the sky, but do not be fooled, this is not an easy game. The length and complexity of these levels is one of the main reasons that this game won over players who were skeptical about the perceived cut to the content this time around. There's no overworld, and therefore no secret exits in this game, but that's not due to laziness on the part of the developers, no. This game never intended to follow in its predecessor's footsteps to begin with. There are 54 levels total in Yoshi's Island, 6 worlds with 9 levels each, compared to Super Mario World's 73 plus 24 secret exits to make 97 total. Side note, the reason that a 100% complete file in Super Mario World shows 96 instead of 97 is that Bowser's Castle doesn't count towards the total, but obviously it's a level that gets played, so I'm counting it in this context. When put that way, it gives the impression that Yoshi's Island contains only about half as much content, but truthfully it seems to me that each of these levels has way more to offer in terms of memorability to the average player. For starters, every level's name is based around one of the main aspects that a player will contend with, accompanied with a picture on the level select screen, and following the central theme of the world as well to truly sell the believability of the journey that Yoshi is undertaking. There's that word again, believability. From where I stand, it seems that this is a very carefully crafted system on the part of the developers in order to forge a lasting impact onto the players. Take this as an example. Think to yourself, what is notable about the original Super Mario Bros. Level 3-1? Seriously, what is it? How about Super Mario World's Vanilla Secret 3? If you're not a super fan of the series, then you're likely not going to be able to recall off the top of your head that 3-1 is the level where the Hammer Brothers make their debut, and Vanilla Secret 3 is the one with the dolphins. Now instead, tell me, in this game, what do you need to do in the level Watch Out for Lakitu? You get my point. Alongside most of the levels in World 1, Bert the Bashful's fort is incredibly memorable due to the concept I was discussing a moment ago, as well as the fact that it is the first castle-like level of the game, and of course that means the first boss as well. Hiding in the lava in this level are the Blargs, making their reappearance from Super Mario World. You'd be forgiven for not realizing that these are the same enemy though, as they've gone through a bit of a glow-up since their last outing. They've also added a larger variant into the mix, the Gargantua Blarg. I believe the revisions to this enemy saved it from fading into obscurity, as the original Ugly Blarg never returned to another mainline Mario game, but these guys came back for nearly all of the Yoshi games going forward. Another prominently featured enemy in this level is the Burt, which are these big round bird fellas that are typically seen hopping around in tandem pairs. They are the namesake of the level, and the player will understand why upon entering the boss door. A small nitpick I have here is that this is 𝐤𝐞𝐫𝐞's very first contact with Yoshi. Like, they have never met before, but this jackass kicks off the interaction with,
"So you're still on the baby side, Yoshi baby?"
and Yoshi just stands there like, who's this? What's happening? It has to be some kind of oversight, like a little bit of dialogue that established their rivalry was cut, and nobody thought to amend their first encounter, or something like that, because it really makes 𝐤𝐞𝐫𝐞 look like a weirdo. Like, okay, even if he has a crystal ball or psychic abilities or whatever, Yoshi doesn't. He just thinks he's helping a baby. Like, this is not even the same Yoshi that found the baby. This is a yellow Yoshi, man. Like, I don't know. This game's story is just funny to me. Anyway, back on topic, now the player has been given an implicit explanation of how all forts and castles will operate going forward. There will be a commonly found enemy occupying the space. 𝐤𝐞𝐫𝐞 shows up, talks some shit, and then uses his magic to turn said enemy into a larger, more formidable version of itself. After sexually harassing this giant bird, Yoshi has a brief celebration with his infant friend and then moves on. Maybe each time the Yoshis pass the baby off, they also, go out to lunch and fill each other in on the details of the journey or something. Might be kinda nice to let the next one know in advance that there's gonna be a deranged wizard guy stalking them. Hop Hop Donut Lifts is the first of this game's relatively few auto-scrolling levels, as well as the first sky-based platforming heavy level. As the name suggests, donut lifts are heavily utilized here to keep the player on their toes. This object has not been seen since the likes of Super Mario Bros. 3, so it's nice to see them return because I personally like them quite a bit more than the flimsy lifts that are used in Super Mario World. Still more than that, this is also the debut appearance of a heavy hitter of the Mario series level design going forward in the paddle wheel. This green variant of the otherwise automatic flatbed ferry, the moving platforms, requires the player to apply weight to be moved. This is the natural successor to the brown single swing lifts in Super Mario World that would operate quite similarly, but instead of moving on a track or providing the player some control over the rotational direction, those would simply just fall from the top to the bottom and stay there. This new dynamic functionality helped cement this one as a useful object and a great additional challenge from here onward. As demonstrated in this level, the player could easily and relatively safely take the stationary platforms on the top side, but in order to gather the collectibles, they would need to take some risk and push the paddle wheel along its underside path. The autoscroll shifts from the horizontal to a vertical climb and then reverses direction, unfortunately making the cohesion of the level design take a pretty sharp decline because of that. The bottom section sees Yoshi hopping around the open sky with a few floating objects to connect what remains of the land in the form of the sparse mountaintops. But after jumping straight upward through a mishmash of random platforms, there's another mountain? Like a lot of solid land to stand on. I've provided a map of the whole level on screen to show that I'm not exaggerating. There is more standable ground inexplicably floating above the bottom section than there is anywhere else. It's also a surprisingly short level, especially by Yoshi's Island standards, but that's the case with many auto-scrolling levels, to be fair. The auto-scroll feature in platforming games, hell, any games honestly, is often used for the sole purpose of stretching out the player's time spent in a specific area. Whether it be for a reason like this, to artificially extend what would otherwise be a level that's too short, or for something technical such as intentionally stalling a player's progress while the game loads the next area in, I believe this to be a big reason why many people inherently do not like this feature, me included. Not to say there's no good way to implement an autoscroll, but I'm hard-pressed to give an example right now, honestly. I don't have any practical solution for this admittedly slight issue. For example, the obvious alternative is to make the level longer with no autoscroll, but that would not make a better level. It would, however, make it a much more proportionally difficult level compared to the rest of World 1 and throw out the balance. I also understand quite well that it's an easy stance to take and not very productive to be the end user of a product barking about its shortcomings, so consider this a filler segment. Not all that unlike an autoscroll section, if you will. Shy Guys on Stilts puts Shy Guys on some stilts, but we're gonna take the Shy Guys that have been put on stilts and put them on the back burner in favor of demystifying the egg throwing mechanics. This prelude area has an optional door that attempts to introduce the player to the different types of eggs. It does okay, but I think I can do a bit better. So first of all, the limit to the amount of eggs that can be carried at a time is 6 normally, 5 if carrying a key. Any additional eggs gathered while at capacity will add the new egg to the back of the line and discard the one in the front. This is relevant because there's several colors of eggs that each serve their purpose. Yoshi always produces green eggs through eating enemies, and they can also be gathered from eggplants as well as green egg blocks indefinitely. They are the standard egg that contains nothing and is capable of ricocheting off a surface 3 times before being destroyed. Next in line are yellow eggs, which contain a coin and are capable of ricocheting twice, followed by red, which contain 2 stars and can ricochet once. After a green egg bounces once, it will turn yellow, then red, then be destroyed, but it's possible for a quick player to catch it mid-air in order to gather a different colored egg for later use. The latter two may also be gathered from their respective colored egg blocks, but only once. Flashing eggs are the odd one out, appearing only in 3 levels, and in those 3 levels they are required to be found and used in order to get a perfect score, as they produce 1 red coin upon impacting an enemy. If the player mishandles their flashing egg, the red coin will not appear and leave the player unable to get the perfect score on that attempt. This really rubs me wrong, and the worst part is there's actually a few other ways that the player can miss out on red coins throughout the game, so I will group those all together and take my shots at that topic later. Entering the hidden area brings the player to the second morph bubble of the game and the message box pretending to describe it. As has become the norm and will remain so going forward, I will plug the gaps in the information and provide the nuance that's required to properly grasp the new mechanic. So, this is the mole tank. You use it to dig around, and it's fucking sick. That's it. Returning to the main area where we left off at before, the following message box teaches the player about... Oh, come on. This one in particular grinds my gears because it reminds me of my bad joke again. The greater issue I have here, though, is that this is teaching the player about a mechanic that they've already been taught, and unlike the first time, where it was the same concept reworded as a reminder, this one is the exact same message teaching ground pounds. An attentive viewer may be saying, "But wait, Kyoto, the first time ground pounds were introduced, it was in front of objects to demonstrate the ability to drive down stakes and destroy crates and stuff. This time it's being used to hint towards the offensive capabilities against tough enemies. It even says it has many uses." Okay, fine. Yeah, many uses, alright, okay, whatever. I don't want to fight with you in front of the kids. I do want you to remember that, though. Keep it in mind, really. These message boxes will gradually begin to diminish in frequency from here onward, but I want it to be understood that they never fully go away in this game. Although many of the later ones in later worlds are resigned to offering some kind of generalized hint about an area or flavor text rather than an explicit mechanical explanation. The best of them are the ones that the developers themselves put in the game to speak directly to you, the cheeky bastards. If it's not obvious enough by now, I'm of 2 minds about these messages, since there clearly still much that could have been improved on, and the overbearing ones really hamper the experience. But damn it all if you can't say that they tried to make it good, which is more than I can honestly say about the Super Mario World ones. Those ones plain suck. Yes, I'm still talking about that. Touch Fuzzy Get Dizzy has got to be the most iconic level in the game. Oh wait, eyelash on screen. Sorry about that. Touch Fuzzy Get Dizzy has got to be the level that I most often see cited by people that I know personally, as well as players online, as the most iconic level in the game. It was a big eyelash. I don't mean to be contrarian, this is a damn good level and extremely memorable in its own right. The melon bugs that are unique to this game, as well as the seldom seen Milds and Fuzzies, plus Yoshi series heavy hitters, Tap Taps, all make their first introduction in this level. Anecdotally, I am right up there with the majority in how fondly I remember this level. However, after heavy consideration, I have decided that of the best that this game has to offer, I put this one at a very respectable 2nd place. This level was featured in the Yoshi's Island advertising, and the inclusion of the quote-unquote dizzy mechanic brought on by touching the fuzzies is one of the most well-remembered sections of any level in any video game. For that reason, I fully understand why so many people gravitate toward this being the most iconic level, and depending on the day I may even switch my stance, but that just goes to show how hard of a decision it actually is. As long as the dizzy mechanic is remembered and discussed by people, so too will the hardware that made such an effect possible at the time. Now, before I go on to this tangent, I want it to be stated that I am not exactly the right guy to be talking about this topic in depth, but I signed up to talk about Yoshi's Island for several hours, so it was my obligation to make sure that I covered the biggest factors in this game, including presentation and performance. All of that is to say, no in-depth discussion of this game can go without mention of the Super FX2 chip. This coprocessor that shipped alongside every copy of the game in the form of a small add-on chip inside the cartridge is the reason that Yoshi's Island is able to accomplish so much more graphically than nearly any other Super Nintendo game. These days, it's hard to conceptualize, but the strides that were being made towards improvements in video games around the time that this game was developed and released were absolutely bonkers. In the span of less than 5 years, we went from Super Mario World, which ran the entirety of the game on the stock SNES hardware, and honestly had trouble keeping up with the limited amount of things that it did manage to show you on the screen, to Yoshi's Island absolutely smashing its predecessor's limitations to pieces. 3D pre-rendered cutscenes, complex sprites that could rotate and stretch independently, on-screen visual effects, not to mention the vastly increased amount of objects that could be on-screen at a time, as well as many more objects and enemies persisting while off-screen, and much more. Never does this game struggle to maintain 60 frames per second, and this amount of improvement all made while operating on the same console hardware. Then, less than a year later, it was almost entirely obsoleted again with the launch of the next generation. Bonkers, I tell you. In the case of Yoshi's Island, these strides were largely thanks to the inclusion of the Super FX2 chip, which I almost certainly have undersold with my explanation. I may have accidentally oversold some aspects as well. I told you I don't really know too much about it, but from what I've read, it tells me to tell you that this thing is packing some serious heat. I intend to take a full detour into Super FX, but I've got a lot of work to do, so after I tuck you in, I'll have to tell you that story another time. Okay, champ? As much as Touch Fuzzy Get Dizzy has working in its favor, another of the things that I know is most remembered about it is the obtusely hidden area at the end here. There's been no indication that something can be hidden outside of the player's view above the screen up to this point, and that feels a bit unfair. Granted, if the player holds the up button while stationary, the screen scans upward just enough to see what's hidden up there, but again, there's been no indication that that can be done. So few times does this feel useful that I actually forgot that it was possible on my most recent playthrough before this video. Among all the message blocks, it's never taught, so if you intended on getting a perfect score here back in the day, you either had to get lucky or painstakingly scour every possibility until you figured it out. Passing Baby Mario off to the dark blue Yoshi means one thing and one thing only. The next level is the castle. Every world has a fort to occupy the halfway point and a castle to gatekeep progress to the next world. Before we move on though, I just want to take a brief moment to really appreciate the level select music for its masterful simplicity. What a catchy tune. Just one layer of synth could pull it all off. Koji Kondo did it again, ladies and gentlemen. The castles and forts of this game are more or less interchangeable, meaning I don't really know if I can think of any single thing that differentiates them from one another in any meaningful way. Of course, the castle feels a bit more climactic by virtue of being at the end of the world, but in terms of difficulty relative to the fort of the same world, it's pretty much the same thing. One thing about these levels that differs from the standard Yoshi's Island level, however, is the stronger emphasis on puzzle solving. I wouldn't call Yoshi's Island a puzzle game by any stretch of the imagination, but in the castles and forts I can't help but get the impression that someone on the dev team was quite fond of puzzle elements in levels. Many people that worked on the Mario games, Yoshi's Island being included in that category at the time, also happened to be the same folks that worked on a little indie series called The Legend of Zelda. I wonder whatever happened to Zelda. Of course, this isn't the first time that we've seen special levels that focused on solving some such puzzle rather than brute forcing a path through to the end. I spoke fondly of such elements in my Super Mario World video about the ghost houses that were dotted throughout that game. Since the formula has been refined in this game, it seems that the ghost houses have been folded into the castles and forts this time around. I notice a typical pattern in the level design that goes to show the level of polish that this game was able to accomplish when you give professionals enough time to work. Imagine that. That pattern being there's a sliding scale of complexity in most levels. On one end, a small child playing simply for the sake of having fun can make it through most of the foundational challenges this game has to offer with a little effort, but on the other end, a hardline completionist seeking out every bit of the collectibles will have to apply much more effort in the same level. I said these levels are long a little while ago, and a good portion of them are physically lengthy, but to amend that statement, I would like to say that they are dense. Doesn't quite work as well that way. I could smash through each one of these levels in no time flat if my goal was only to get to the end, and then this game would be incredibly short. With the addition of a scoring system that gives the player a visible representation of how thorough they were, as well as the removal of the level timer, it encourages a more relaxed and methodical playstyle. In the event of no longer having any kind of secret exits built into levels, secret areas with hidden collectibles that bolster the overall completion of the game are an adequate substitute that helps pad the game's replayability. Kicking off the battle with 𝐸𝐸𝐸 the Slime, a first-time player will likely notice something right away. The battle itself is strikingly similar to that of the first boss, Bert the Bashful. The main difference here being that 𝐸𝐸𝐸 cannot cause harm to the player directly, and therefore this battle seems a bit easier on the surface. Sure, he pushes Yoshi around, but there's only one very small section opposite of the side that the player starts on where they can be pushed into the lava. As they chip away at 𝐸𝐸𝐸 with eggs, he progressively becomes smaller, faster, and frankly, less of a threat. The other slimes, also called lemon drops, that break off the main body are a bigger threat in that they can cause harm to Yoshi and cause him to drop Mario, but they also provide the player with the eggs that they'll need for the battle. They don't jump like 𝐸𝐸𝐸 himself, so mopping them up and managing the remaining ones isn't too much to deal with by any means. 𝐸𝐸𝐸 also has a brief period between jumps every so often where he shudders, and during this animation, eggs will break on impact rather than taking out any health. If Bert was meant to introduce the potential power increase that a boss gains from 𝐿𝐴𝐸𝐸𝐿 magic, then 𝐸𝐸𝐸 is the introduction of managing environmental factors while under pressure. These concepts are iterated on in boss battles later in the game, and these first two serve their purpose of getting a player ready for that difficulty spike. Upon returning to the level select screen, the game gives a congratulatory message to the player if they manage to get a perfect score on every level of the world. For accomplishing this, in addition to adding the permanent bonus challenge, a 9th extra level is unlocked for that world. Before the player has a chance to check it out though, the cutscene of Yoshi navigating the overworld and destroying the castle is initiated, and the player is subsequently booted directly into the next world. This is a very strong indication that the extra levels are not meant to be played at this time if the player happened to unlock it on a first pass, but there's nothing stopping them from going back and doing so. They're all quite a bit more difficult than the regular levels, including much more advanced gameplay, so I'll be saving them until much later in the playthrough. The first outing into World 2 brings back our old friends the Koopas, who comprise a comparatively small fraction of appearances this time around. There's still a respectable amount of them, to be sure, but compared to Super Mario World, it's night and day. Entering the first of this level's hidden areas gives the player a taste of what they have not yet realized what Yoshi's Island was missing up to now, the Superstar. Naturally, there's a message block placed here to offer a quick explanation of the mechanic, and that's appreciated since it doesn't quite work the way a first-timer may be expecting. As a quick introduction to the concept, mechanically, the Superstar works like the morphs of this game rather than the power-ups of the previous titles. In a stroke of genius on the developer's part, they decided to have it both ways and make their game be entirely Yoshi-centric as a radical departure from the established formula, but still include sections where their mascot takes center stage, and I think they struck the balance quite well without compromising the feel of the game. Coming into contact with one of these free-roaming superstars allows Baby Mario to dismount Yoshi and scale obstacles himself, but only so long as the player is able to make it to the next star before the effect wears off. No matter whether they make it to the end of the area or not, when the effect wears off, Yoshi regains control and the level continues normally. I think this is a great addition overall. Speaking of great additions, the next area shows off another Yoshi icon, 𝐭𝐡𝐸 the dog. A wise man once said, 𝐭𝐡𝐸 is kind of like Yoshi's Yoshi, and I couldn't agree with that sentiment more. After the absolute smash hit that was Super Mario World introduced the actual world to their favorite dinosaur mount, and he was subsequently promoted to the star of his very own game afterward, there would have been a sidekick-shaped hole in our hearts if nothing replaced him. Enter 𝐿, and while this big doggy is fundamentally different in a lot of ways, he also covers a lot of Yoshi's weak points in the same way that Yoshi covered a lot of Mario's. He appears sparingly in this game, but makes appearances in nearly every Yoshi game going forward. 𝐿 is more or less a wild animal, not actively aggressive, but also not completely obedient, as many players know quite well. There's a big division in the fanbase on the topic of 𝐿, his control scheme or lack thereof, and whether changing the way that this character behaves could have benefited the game or not. I'll save the rest of that talk for the level where 𝐿 is the main gimmick, as it's pretty clear that I like him just the way he is, but the 𝐿 level illustrates the opposing viewpoint's reasoning a lot better. Hold on to that thought because it doesn't come until much after this. Or perhaps a bit before. It's the extra level. World 1's extra level is the 𝐿 level, that's what that means. Anywho, the takeaway from this should be that 𝐿 is a good boy, and anyone who thinks otherwise is a bastard. But there is a whole lot of bastards out there, so I'll at least offer up both sides of the argument when I get around to it. Back on the topic of this level, the falling stone blocks, or cascading stones, are another aspect that is introduced here and then not so much going forward. They appear in a couple more levels, but ultimately I like these obstacles quite a bit, and I always end up feeling like they weren't really used to their fullest potential. Such is the case with surprisingly a lot of the totality of Yoshi's Island. This game has a lot of new additions, and a lot of room to use them, but sometimes it feels like less would have been more in some ways. I find myself on the fence about this actually, mainly because each piece of the proverbial puzzle that is Yoshi's Island serves its purpose, and it does so well. Everything for the most part fits well with the design of the area that it's included in, and since each world has its own loose theming and progression, it would feel out of place to reuse any one piece too often. The resulting grab bag of level obstacles, enemy designs, terrains, items, and so on ends up being a much more diverse and varied assortment from previous games, but I can't help but feel like some things were placed a bit too sparsely for my liking. To anyone that watched my previous video, yes, you heard me correctly, I said enemies in that tangent as well. You know what that means. For better or for worse, I made another spreadsheet on enemy distribution! Why aren't you cheering? I'll be holding on to that until near the end of the video again, but once we've seen most of what the game has to offer enemy-wise, I'll dig into what I found. Here we get to see an indication that all bonus challenges are not created equal. Drawing lots is one of the World 2 bonus challenges, but with a keen eye a player can see that it bears a striking resemblance to flip cards from World 1. If I'm honest, this is a bit of a downgrade, since the player only has 6 spots to choose from here as opposed to the 8 of flip cards, and they only get one choice for one random item. Even still, the game randomly chooses how many 𝐿𝐴 spaces to place, either 1 or 3, so that means there's potentially a 50% chance of getting nothing every single time this challenge comes up. The Baseball Boys starts the player off with a message block explaining arrow clouds, and an opportunity to test them out, followed immediately by an implicit explanation of how the new enemies this level is named after operate. After getting acclimated with those fellas, there's a very questionable bit of level design that I don't exactly know what to think about. The player meets with a seemingly dead end and a question mark cloud. Hitting said cloud does something unexpected. It lowers the hill that's blocking the path, like the actual ground sinks in order to allow passage into the rest of the level. I say this is strange because it only occurs this one singular time, and I don't know if I understand why it's even here to begin with. The question mark cloud doesn't start off as hidden or anything of that sort, and it feels like it's teaching the player about this concept in order to expand on it later, but the game never does that. The best I can think of is that they had more of these, or intended on putting more in, but they decided against it for some reason. Weird. By the time the player comes up to the next 2 message blocks, they will have reached the next impassable area, but this one is done with at least better reasoning than the previous one, the Superstar. My complaint here is that the first message block offers a tutorial about Superstar Mario, again, for the second level in a row, and it treats it as if the player is seeing this information for the first time, which is getting pretty old by now. The second message block, placed right in that area as well, says, seems like you might need someone small to get through this spot. And I feel like one or the other would have sufficed, honestly. I see there's a question in the back. Could somebody hand that guy a mic, please? Hi. Yes, hello, is this thing on? Oh, okay, great. So I just wanted to say that it seems to me the first superstar area in the previous level was, it was a hidden area where the goal was to gather a collectible in a controlled, safe environment. Plus, the player may not have even come across it, and the explanatory nature of the message box placed here is due to the fact that it's required to continue through the main section of the level. And therefore, those two things in conjunction would then make it justifiable. Would you not agree? Thanks for your question, viewer. Now, somebody fire the guy who gave him that mic, and both of you get out of my house. No, I don't accept that as a reason to double up on a tutorial. Personally, my beliefs regarding tutorials fall into the camp of sink or swim, in the sense that most things can generally be figured out with a little playing around, and even more complex things in games can be taught with level design or some other contextual manner. I understand that in the case of a children's game, such a hardline approach is overboard, but just because you get a pass for having a magic box that tells you what to do, does not at all give it a pass to have it tell you the same things multiple times. Especially in the case of older games such as this one, where the totality of the tutorial came in the box with the game cartridge in the form of a manual. To wind down this rant and give my 2 cents on what should have been done instead, I think the hidden area could have been moved to be after the area that we just passed, and then it wouldn't have required a message box at all. Problem solved. I know that I'm suggesting reordering the game in order to appease a relatively small complaint about an optional message block, but trust me, they still get worse. I think the arbitrary nature of when it decides to be overbearing is what gets me. Like, some information that would be really nice to learn about gets omitted, or introduced at a time where a player has almost already certainly figured out how to do what the damn thing is trying to teach. Remember like 45 minutes ago when I said I was going to be more kind to the message blocks in this game? Yeah, that was a lie, I'm just getting started. In all seriousness though, I understand that I'm nitpicking on an optional feature that's not for me, but that's not going to stop me from being petty. In a game as good as this, you gotta humble them somehow. In order to have some good faith and even the scales a bit, there's one thing that I can unambiguously praise the message blocks for. Their design. Or actually I should say redesign. The message block's first appearance in Super Mario World was that of a blue speaker box, and that was the only time that one appeared because it sucked. I remember seeing concept art back in the day that depicted the block sitting atop a pole similar to an announcer's box that you might see at a train station or something, but it didn't come up on page 1 of my image search, so I can't be bothered to confirm whether I made that up or not. They redesigned this boring block to have a cute face jabbering away on it, so the player doesn't have to wonder what kind of omnipresent being is giving them bad advice. Now they can see it's a silly little guy giving bad advice. These ended up fitting the Yoshi's Island mold so well that they were entirely dropped from Mario games, but reappeared in this form in nearly every Yoshi game instead. Ooh boy, finally gonna move on from that topic. Just kidding. The message box placed in this area gives a proper explanation to the large red tulips that the player has been seeing since literally the very first level. This is what I was talking about. They've had so many chances to teach about this thing, but decided to wait until now to finally do it. I don't get it. I've purposely not interacted with them at all until this one because I wanted to make my point here. When the player successfully throws an egg into the tulip, either by direct downward throw or ricochet while it's open, it will then spit out 8 stars, or however many the player will need to get up to the 30-point mark, and then substitute them with coins afterward. A player that discovers this on their own in any of the previous levels will have no use for this, and it seems really odd to me that they would include so many of these before teaching about it, meanwhile taking several opportunities to teach about other mechanics the first few times they come up. In the culmination of this rant, that has gone on for multiple minutes consecutively by now, I'll just say that I got this mostly out of my system, and this is the longest time that I'll be talking about this topic in the entire video, but it is not the last. I'll be taking a pretty long break and letting a lot of them pass without so much as a mention, but there are definitely a few more that I'll be sliding in. What's Gusty tastes like is not the first level to showcase my next topic, but it does so in a relatively conspicuous way in the first section here. Throughout a playthrough of Yoshi's Island, the player will encounter a mix of several enemy types that spawn off the edge of the screen, carve a path through, and then presumably go on about their day, almost as if they were only passing by, rather than actually inhabiting the level, just the same as Yoshi himself in a way. In order to give the impression that there's a horde of Gusties blowing through this level continuously, the game plays a bit of a trick on the player's brain. In a section such as this, after the enemy has made their way across the screen and out of sight, it will despawn, and then the game checks to see where the player is in the level. If they had not yet progressed beyond a certain point, then the same enemy will spawn from the same spot. This is repeated indefinitely until the player crosses a certain threshold, at which point the game begins the next sequence of spawns. Essentially, if you're within the spawn range of a specific Gusty, it will continue to appear until you leave. This kind of spawning was presumably designed to be seen as the player was pushing their way forward, therefore depending on how fast they're moving, there may still be Gusties on screen from the previous spawn point while the new set has already begun to spawn in. This creates a lot of tension and gives the player a higher bar of difficulty of having to deal with such a seemingly unmanageable amount of enemies at a time. The Gusty section of this level is the first time in my eyes where this technique becomes really easy to identify, breaking the illusion to a degree. As we've established quite well by now, Yoshi's Island is not a game that's meant to be rushed through, despite what you might be seeing in this video, and depending on how slow a player takes it, collecting coins or waiting for good opportunities to continue in that section, they will see the same 2 or 3 Gusties are spawning in at the same time from the same place repeatedly. It's not a big deal, in fact it's a way that the game ensures that sections such as that will never end up completely devoid of a challenge, but interesting to take note on the kind of clever techniques that developers come up with. A ways down in the cave here, the player comes across the 3rd superstar, and this one's not mandatory to continue in the level, nor is it used to access any otherwise unreachable collectibles. It is, however, pretty much not possible to miss it, as the area it bounces around in is quite narrow. This one is a bit of an anomaly to a lot of players, as they have been pretty much conditioned to understand that after collecting the first star there should be more that follow in order to extend the timer. And the lattermost section of this level contains lots of dotted line blocks that indicate it was possible to run through as Superstar Mario all the way to the end. The problem is that there doesn't seem to be a follow-up star placed anywhere within range of the first one, so what ends up happening is that Mario has his quick jaunt down the hill and that's the end of it. Seems kind of pointless on a glance. Now, this is where I have to chastise the level design, and I have 3 possible standpoints to represent here. You can pick your favorite, and that will be the true one. The first is the most simple. They forgot to place a star at or near the bottom of the hill. Kind of careless of them, if you ask me. The second is that there was some other mechanic that was intended to be used with Baby Mario that got cut somewhere along the way, and this section didn't mend the seam in the gameplay. For example, there's a small area of platforms that Yoshi can use to jump back up to that section, and maybe Mario was originally able to drop down through those or something. Also kind of careless. The third is the most tedious and least likely in my opinion, but it actually has a tangible proof to it, so by default it becomes the one that I lean on. I think this level was designed in such a way that the player was not supposed to grab the star immediately. It was supposed to be followed down to the bottom of the hill, and at that point the player could grab it and continue further down the path. This has some holes, such as the obvious first bit that this star is at the bottom of a vertical drop, meaning that the player would have to already know that it's there in order to not immediately fall into it and miss their chance at doing this. Another is that it is boring as hell. The star bounces around in place for several seconds before meandering its way down, and even then, following a power-up slowly down the hill is simply not fun game design. The biggest problem with this, though, is that despite being able to continue the run as Superstar Mario all the way to the end of the level, it forfeits all of the remaining collectibles. And for what? Well, I'll tell you for what. As a matter of fact, I will show you for what, since I know there's gotta be somebody out there hearing about this for the first time. I've placed a clip in the upper section of the screen here. Assuming that the player is able to successfully follow the star to the furthest point that it can bounce without ever letting it get too far off screen while dodging the enemies, then they must run, and I mean sprint, like hold the Y button to move faster, which is a mechanic Yoshi himself does not have, so it wouldn't be immediately obvious to do so. Then, with some skill, they can reach the follow-up star. After that, upon reaching the end as Superstar Mario, they are rewarded with a single egg block that gives unlimited coins and occasionally spits out stars for the remainder of the duration of the timer. Those are regular point total stars, not superstars, mind you. I don't think I need to explain why this is not an adequate reward for the trouble. All in all, even though this is possible and somehow even seems to be the intended way to an extent, it also seems incredibly careless. The juxtaposition of following the star for so long while frantically dodging enemies, only to then completely blaze through the rest of the level without so much as a second to stop and look around, leaves this area feeling wildly out of place. One may argue that this is an extension of the kind of secret that I displayed in the first level, by rolling the Chomp Rock down the wrong way, purposely going against the level design in an unintuitive way to find a secret. And to that I say, I guess so. I don't know, I really don't like this level if I'm honest, and the whole thing kind of just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Then of course there's the possibility that there is in fact an easier and more thoughtful way of doing this, and I'm a moron, so if that is the case, please tip me off to it. At the very least I can praise the idea of having multiple options. After all, not everybody is going into the Yoshi's Island experience with the intention of getting a perfect score on every level. The final stretch has a whole lot of enemies placed in the way in order to give Superstar Mario a lot of stuff to mow down, but they've also placed a Chomp Rock for the players who didn't figure out this obtuse method, which more or less serves the same purpose, and for that I think they redeemed themselves a bit. The next fort's level select icon should greatly excite a player returning from Super Mario World, and the title confirms the hype. It's Bigger Boo's Fort. Not only is this the first time in the game that the Boos will show up, but they've also got their own fort complete with a boss fight. The boss of this fort, Bigger Boo, is a callback to Super Mario World's one and only secret boss fight, Big Boo. Now, the Boos of Yoshi's Island work very similarly to their counterparts in the previous games, with one key difference, and that's that they can be defeated now. Yoshi was never able to enter a ghost house in Super Mario World. I have a sneaking suspicion that that has to do with the rushed development of that game, but nevertheless his moveset here is much different anyway, and it turns out the key to taking down Boos was in being able to toss something at them while they're on the attack. This was only possible in the original Big Boo boss fight, but it required Mario to use the grabbable blocks in the boss arena, while here Yoshi has access to eggs and a much greater range to throw them. Super Mario World was widely considered to be the most lighthearted and child-oriented game in the franchise aesthetically, even up to this day in some people's eyes, due to the designs of just about everything from enemies and blocks feeling much more goofy and cartoony compared to their predecessors in Super Mario Bros. 3. I think it goes without saying that the game was incredibly successful, so Yoshi's Island took this concept and ran with it, making everything even more colorful and silly. This is no secret, of course, but the reason I draw such attention to it over an hour into the video is because Boos are a perfect example of this progression. The Boos in SMB3 were legitimately scary and dangerous looking, while the SMW iteration toned these frightening aspects down considerably. Meanwhile, in Yoshi's Island, they looked straight up happy. I'm not going to put forth any assertion about whether or not this was a good choice for the franchise as a whole, but I will say that I believe this was a vital change in preserving the mood that this game has gone to such lengths to establish. To illustrate my point further, I'll give an example from my childhood involving another game that released around this time period. Sonic & Knuckles. Yes, I'm using a Sonic game as a reference point to Mario, and no, this will not be the last time in the video. Anyway, I played Sonic & Knuckles as a little baby child, and I liked it generally, never as much as Mario because I was a smart kid, but I was not opposed to dabbling in the hog. However, I never finished Sonic & Knuckles for two reasons. One, I wasn't very good at it. That game's hard as shit. Second, there's a zone called Sandopolis in it, and in the second act of that particular zone, there's ghost-like enemies that stalk the player throughout the level. The gimmick there is that the lights in the area are slowly fading, and if the player is unable to periodically find switches that turn them back on, then the ghosts get more aggressive and morph into these scary-ass versions of themselves. This level gave me fucking nightmares, dude. The pressure and anxiety of looking for a light switch while these things grow and turn into monsters was too much for my fragile little developing psyche, and I remember that to this day. Traumatic experience aside, my point is that I was scared shitless of these things, and the booze never had that effect on me despite these games coming out nearly at the same time, and because of that I remember Yoshi's Island much more fondly than I do Sonic and Knuckles. All of this is to say that the presentation of any finished work matters significantly in how the intended audience will receive and interpret it. I'm currently in a pitch-black room with some ghosts in Yoshi's Island, but take note of the music, the sound effects, the color scheme, the facial expressions. It all comes together to build the mood of the level, and in this level, the player is not supposed to be scared. That doesn't inherently make this a superior product to Sonic, but it was no mistake that Nintendo shifted their demographical focus to families and kids especially. I can only speculate, but if Sonic and Knuckles had not scared me during my most impressionable years, who's to say that this wouldn't be a video about that game instead? Nearly 30 years after its initial release, people look back on Yoshi's Island and bring it up casually all the time. And sure, there's still plenty of Sonic fans out there, but if you ask me, it's quite clear who won that particular war with the gift of hindsight. Beginning the boss fight with Bigger Boo, the player has their expectations subverted slightly relative to this game's previous boss fights. Assuming that they figured out how to defeat Boos by ricocheting an egg off the wall while the Boo approaches from behind, then there will be no learning curve to this battle. However, in contrast to what might be expected of the bosses at this point, Bigger Boo grows from every hit, taking up more and more space on the screen as the battle progresses. Despite this, and perhaps even because of it, he moves much slower and more predictably to the bosses that have been encountered up to now. This makes him generally easier than the previous bosses, but he does still have his role, and he teaches the player a very important lesson. Expanding on the previous observation, if Bert was meant to demonstrate power, Salvo meant to demonstrate environmental awareness, and the both of them showing off the kinds of visual cues that the bosses will be giving, then Boo's role is to teach the player not to go into a new boss fight with any expectation of what they may be up against and work out a strategy on the spot. Nearly every boss from here onward utilizes and expands on these three principles. Watch Out for 𝐿 is the level that I used as my example to illustrate how the reworked system of things like the naming scheme and level select icons help Yoshi's Island to be able to form such a lasting impact on its players. Of course, if that point holds up, then we should already know what to expect here, but despite that, these things never fully take away from the surprise in any given level. Knowing that 𝐿 will be making a reappearance here is only a portion of what the player should expect, and one of the things that wasn't given away is that the large majority of this first area is made of a single layer of destructible dirt, so 𝐿 is far more dangerous here, as well as throwing eggs and ground pounds becoming more risky to execute. The added pressure of having the unstable ground in this section steadily being chipped away at means that getting rid of 𝐿 as soon as possible here is a must. That leads me to one of the biggest ways that this enemy differs from previous games, and that is how the spiny egg projectiles behave. First of all, spinies as an enemy type do not appear in this game, so to keep 𝐿 relevant, the eggs themselves explode on impact with any solid object. This stands out to me as slightly odd, since this is the first time in the series that the spinies do not appear from being thrown by 𝐿. One can only assume that this is due to Yoshi's expanded moveset, causing them to feel much less threatening in these contexts, since 𝐿 with their original mechanics return from Mario 64 onward, but in every subsequent Yoshi game they retain the mechanics that are first seen here. Yoshi doesn't get off scot-free though, since they've still got plenty up their sleeve to keep things interesting. More on these guys in a bit. Meanwhile, another of the characters that makes their first reappearance in this level is the Pokey, and these guys have gone through a redesign before, but nothing like the way that they were changed in Yoshi's Island. In this game, they're stationary enemies that happily bounce another enemy called the Needle Nose on their head until it is removed, and then they just kinda slump down and get all bummed out. If the player managed to work out how to get the key from the crate in that section, then they can enter the first hidden area with the train morph bubble. I'm gonna get it out of the way immediately. I liked the idea of the train on paper, but it's gotta be my least favorite of the bunch to actually play as. Frankly, all of the morphs control kind of wonky in their own way, but this can be felt especially while playing as the train. The gimmick here is that the train is able to move freely on the physical ground, but this is never helpful, and the intended use is to morph further into a shrunken chalk drawing of the train and traverse the chalk railroad scrawled on the wall. While in this state, the player is of course confined to the tracks, which can abruptly come to dead ends, and if they accidentally drive off one of these, then they will revert to the full-size train and fall off, causing them to have to do it all again. I would consider this to be tedious at best if it weren't also for the questionable feel of turning while on the track, which is due to the sometimes awkward angles of the junctions and the speed at which the player is moving. Oftentimes, this leads to unintended movements. Couple this with the chalk shy guys that are constantly chasing the player down, plus the ever-present strictness of the timer, and the result is no longer tedium, but a chore that is actively frustrating. Although every morph is frustrating in its own way, for me personally, the train does not make up for it enough to keep it out of last place in my eyes. In the next area, there are 2 more hidden rooms, but I'll only be showing one off, as they are more or less the same thing. Both of them are accessed via red switch and are challenge rooms that only contain regular coins, but I think the one that I'm making my way to now is the more compelling of the two. In a suspiciously placed dirt block hovering overhead is a hidden cloud, which drops a sunflower that allows the player to reach a spike that needs to be driven down, but not completely, and in this crevice there is another hidden cloud that reveals the switch. If the player were to drive the stake all the way down to the ground, then it would no longer be possible to reach the entrance of the hidden room with a regular jump. I like this kind of secret because it requires the player to think a few steps ahead, and while not anticipating a mistake like driving the stake too far would block them out of this area, nothing critical is lost. It gives the player a reason to return back to this level and replay it by beckoning out their curiosity, rather than making them feel as if they were punished and made to do the levels again. In the final stretch of this level, the player faces more 𝐿𝐵𝐼𝐸 shenanigans, but this time there's lots of solid ground to work with, so we can breathe easier and discuss some more of the changes in their mechanics here. Being the case that spinies have been removed, 𝐿𝐵𝐼𝐸s are now much more accurate with their throws to compensate. Instead of loftily tossing out the spiny eggs, there's now a distinct wind-up to the throws in which they begin to lock on and track the player's location before they send it flying. It's a small change, but I really appreciate that since the devs removed a feature, they also took the time to work in a worthy replacement that feels appropriately challenging given the new context. It is also still possible to hijack the cloud in Yoshi's Island as well, but that too has undergone a change. This mechanic is now functionally opposite to its previous iteration. In Super Mario World, where Mario's main gimmick is, well, jumping, remember that his name was originally Jumpman after all, if the player took the obvious route and jumped on 𝐿𝐵𝐼𝐸's head, the cloud would disappear, but if they managed to hit him with a projectile, then it would remain and the player could use it briefly. Throwing projectiles in Super Mario World was a much more crude mechanic, and Mario actually had to actively search them out in the level. In contrast, one of Yoshi's main gimmicks is throwing eggs, so they switched this around to keep the quick and easy method quick and easy, but the lesser used, comparatively more difficult way still rewards the player. What I mean to say is that in this game, if you jump on 𝐿𝐵𝐼𝐸, then you get to use his cloud briefly. In either game, it feels mostly like an Easter egg, nothing too useful in the grand scheme, but a nice treat for those players who can accomplish it. The next level is another of the more memorable out of the whole game's roster, for better or for worse. The Cave of Mystery Maze is a very exploration-focused level that can pose issues even for a player that isn't attempting to get all of the collectibles due to its somewhat convoluted layout. I remember this one giving me trouble as a kid and even on subsequent playthroughs into my adulthood, and despite the confusing nature of it, I still find it to be one of the more compelling levels design-wise. I really respect the lengths that Yoshi's Island goes to show the player how the various Yoshis ended up in the areas that they are stuck traversing. Nintendo has been doing stuff like this even as early as the original Super Mario Bros. Level 1-2, where a very brief cutscene at the beginning shows Mario entering a pipe to the underground, but Yoshi's Island really takes this the extra mile, including entire areas such as this one that lead into the cave, where the main section of the level is. Out of all of the cave levels in Yoshi's Island, I believe this one to be the one that stands out above all others as an example of what a cave level should be like design-wise. This particular opening area is one of my favorite in the entire game, point blank period, for its creative way of accessing offshoot sections to collect items and such without ever feeling tedious while still being a believable and logical way of entering a cave. There's a lot of strong level openers in this game, still much more to come in fact, but this is probably the strongest of them all in my opinion. The cave itself is a vast interconnected room with offshoots of its own that wraps around on itself and never feels like there's too much backtracking once the player has gotten the hang of the layout. However, with all that said, even that amount of praise can't raise this into my top 5 favorite levels. Unfortunately, as well as the cave was designed, it is still a cave, and although I may not be in the majority with this belief, I do still believe that caves are inherently lesser to the more open-ended styles of level. Credit where it's due, I want it to be clear that I do acknowledge the hard work that Yoshi's Island did in elevating cave levels on the whole from being nothing more than a confined version of a regular level to the kind of sprawling, branched-out areas that we see in this game. Even though wrapping around on itself keeps the flow of the level smooth in the best of cases, once you've seen where a path goes, then in the event that you find yourself on the same track not knowing where to go, then it loses a lot of the charm. This cave in particular has a kind of hazy overlay that slowly drifts fog across the screen, and while that is graphically impressive and thematically relevant, I can't help but be a little annoyed that my view is being slightly obstructed. It's never thick enough to actually block anything to a degree of feeling unfair, and it does remain in place relative to the cave background rather than Yoshi's position on screen, so if the player has found themselves in an unusually unlucky spot, they can move out of its way until it passes. The solution to exiting this so-called mystery cave is to locate and drop down the spring ball that is placed above the default view of the player's camera in the very first part of the cave, similar to the hidden area of Touch Fuzzy Get Dizzy. So if you didn't find that secret, then you will most likely struggle here as well. The level design does a fairly good job at indicating this and hinting that there's something hidden in that area by making the ground directly below a flat section of 3 stone blocks with a lantern ghost sticking close by. There's also an area with a few red coins placed directly to the right of it that allows the player to see the vertical column of spring balls directly, but even still, all this was a bit too obscure for my liking as a kid. With our tour of the cave complete, taking the final remaining path on the upper right leads to the exit. This is unfortunately where the level design falls apart and makes the whole thing kind of go out on a whimper. The last room, located inside of the cave, is a platforming challenge that requires the player to hop between these moving stone platforms that float up and down completely disconnected from anything else, as well as placing a few enemies between them as obstacles. I can forgive floating platforms, but the enemies are surrounded by the faintly dashed lines that indicate the path of something like a paddle wheel, and this is not a solid object, but for some reason it's being used here to contain them. Regarding the flying cloud drops, these guys have been seen to move only within a set path plenty of times before, so what's the point here? The inexcusable one to me, though, is the other enemy, Cactus Jack. We've only seen one of these so far in the previous level, and it's very much a ground-based enemy. I don't understand how or why it's floating there, being suspended by a non-solid object, in a cave nonetheless. After a level that was so well designed up to that point, I can't help but feel like that room feels like more of an afterthought, and maybe we'd be better off without it altogether. 2 levels apart from one another, we've got another Lakitu level here, ladies and gentlemen. Lakitu's wall, however, immediately overshadows the namesake enemy with the obviously much more interesting fat shy guy placed directly at the starting point. I know I said I would lay off the message blocks, but this isn't going to be a criticism, so just hear me out for a second. I swear, hand to my heart, I thought there was a message block at the beginning of this level that explained how fat shy guys work. I vividly remember one of the chalk drawings showing Yoshi with a giant egg or something, and as far as I can tell, I'm right, and this universe actually collided with another universe in which everything is identical, and the one exception is just that, and I'm the only one who remembers the original way. In all seriousness, though, there are multiple versions of Yoshi's Island, including ports and remakes, with all of their own individual quirks, and this simply wasn't a big enough deal for me to comb through and find whether such a message block exists or not. If anyone knows what I'm talking about or knows what I might be misremembering, something similar or whatever, drop a comment for my peace of mind, please. Point being, the Fat Shy Guys are a cool idea and are equipped with a rule set all their own, so it's actually a bit surprising that there's no introduction to them, considering how incessant the message blocks are about— okay, my bad. I know, I'll stop. I'm sorry. Taking up the responsibility of disambiguating these myself, the Fat Shy Guys cannot be defeated with a regular jump due to their impressive rotundity, and yes, that is a word. They can be defeated with a ground pound, though, because even the thickest of boys are no match for the force of a Yoshi's dump truck slamming down full strength. Why am I like this? Of course, they can also be eaten and turned to giant eggs, but these too operate under different rules. The giant eggs have a soft limit of 3, and by that I mean after collecting a third giant egg, the level will no longer spawn Fat Shy Guys until at least one of the eggs is thrown. This can be circumvented in a few ways, but it doesn't exactly serve any benefit to do that, so we will be playing by the rules this time. If you're wondering, the best I could manage to get while messing around without cheats was 5, by the way. Subsequently, they can also only be used in this level, and will immediately be turned into a few coins upon jumping through this level's goal ring. Throwing too is a bit different, as when Yoshi is winding back to throw one of these behemoths, he cannot maneuver properly and enters a state very similar to the movement while under the influence of a fuzzy. I suspect that this is in fact the very same mechanic, minus the screen effect, because Yoshi's eyes also dilate in the same way as when he's quote-unquote dizzy. This basically means that the eggs should be fired immediately, and this is confirmed by the fact that they don't fly very far anyway. Kind of just making a lofty arch, which is a nice touch. Upon impact with anything at all of the enemies on screen are defeated and turned into stars. This is most likely the mechanic that ensured that these eggs could not be carried into other levels, as it is basically a free portable POW block, and you can imagine how that could create some issues. Although the enemy of Fat Shy Guys only appear in this singular level, we will indeed be seeing some variations of giant eggs a couple more times later into the game, so look forward to that. Now that we've got a solid understanding of that mechanic, we can finally move on to the 𝐿𝐼𝐸𝐻, which have almost certainly been forgotten by now. This is the first time in the series that this enemy is seen to not be riding in their trademark cloud. We've seen some variation of 𝐿𝐼𝐸𝐻 before, for example the fish in 𝐿𝐼𝐸𝐻, but this level is most likely named 𝐿𝐼𝐸𝐻's Wall not as an indication that they will be the main enemy of the level, but that they will be transcending their role and surmounting the walls that they've been placed within for so long. Or it could be referring to how they pop up from inside the level's background wall now. Probably that, actually. We'll be seeing them mostly in this form going forward, but they do indeed still have a couple more variations to be revealed. Speaking of variations still to be revealed, and also tying back to mechanics that only occur in one singular level, the final stretch here allows the player to utilize the car morph. This one is fine, I suppose. As I said, the only usage in the entire game is here, so I don't really have much to go off of. I would have liked to see what else this form could have offered, because it honestly seems like it could have been one of the best of the bunch. But apparently the devs didn't think so, and all we got was a simple straightforward push to the goal ring, which has a couple of coins to collect along the way, and that's about it. There's also a little section during that sequence where the player could backtrack slightly and find themselves able to forego the car completely and switch to the helicopter instead, really adding insult to injury. The car deserved better than that. To round off the trek through World 2, we'll be concluding within the lengthy Potted Ghosts castle. In fairness, all of the castle levels are longer than the typical level, and are usually equipped with more rooms and a greater challenge within them, but Potted Ghosts Castle feels much longer than the rest to me in a bad way. This is no doubt due to the amount of waiting around and menial time wasting that goes on in this level. That's right, folks, we've arrived at my least favorite level. The boss itself isn't the problem, I actually quite like that concept, and we'll get to that, but rather the entire lead up to it is the real slog. In this first room, I have a lot of time to simply stand on this platform, and while doing that, I can make a quick observation. This room highlights how well Yoshi's Island's level designs are curated to Yoshi's moveset by showing how boring it can be when they're not. What I mean by that is that this room does nothing to utilize anything about what makes Yoshi's Island fun or unique. To me, this is a stock standard castle room that could have been found in any Mario game that came prior to this one and fit in perfectly with zero adjustments, but in Yoshi's Island it sticks out as more of a waste of time than anything. The second room isn't much better, but here the player has the option to essentially skip straight to the exit since it's placed directly overhead if they don't feel like exploring every area within the level. The spinning wheels the player depends on to cross the gap here are at least one of the items that were designed for this game, but ultimately the challenge is the same as the previous room. Don't fall. Fair enough. Okay, so what's the reward that the player receives for their bravery of taking on this optional challenge? Well, it's another of the train morph sequences, and this one is incredibly short. Like, so short to the point that I have to wonder why it's even here. And even if it were longer, it still feels wildly out of place in a castle level to begin with, if you ask me. I know I'm giving this level a really hard time, but I can't wrap my head around how or why it turned out this way when the rest of the game does so much to stand above mediocrity like this. I'll spare you my nitpicks about every aspect of every room going forward and get to the point. My main issue with this level is how disconnected every section feels from each other. The cohesion of the level design, or lack thereof, throws me off and makes me feel far less interested in each individual challenge that's presented, and to top it off, those aren't even all that fun either. Every room has at least one aspect that's included for the sole purpose of slowing the player down. I know, that's what obstacle means. However, the distinction that I'm making is that a well-placed obstacle does its job and gets out of the way. And in the best of cases, the player barely even has to acknowledge it because it feels like it belongs there and is part of the world, rather than the kind of things that we see here. Slow-moving platform over lava. Spinning wheel over thorns. Train sequence. Relay Shy Guys. Pushing pots to get keys. Non-destructible spiky logs that need to be risen with an egg toss. What do all these things have in common besides grinding the player's momentum to a halt? Beats me. Alright, that's enough negative banter, let's move on to the good stuff. Truth be told, despite the amount of mediocrity that this level gives off, it's just that, mediocre. In a game stuffed full of memorable and unique levels, if the worst you end up being is a little less memorable and less unique, you still turned out alright. It's not an objectively bad level, I don't hate it, and I call it my least favorite only because something has to be, so sorry to you there, Roger. That's his name, by the way, the Potted Ghost, and he alone does a lot to raise the uniqueness of this level back to a respectable degree. Both of World 2's bosses are ghosts, in fact, which was obviously intentional, and I only wish that the rest of this world played off that theming a little bit more than it ultimately did. World 1's theme is clear. This is Yoshi's home. This is a relatively safe, if not a bit wild, portion of the map where the Yoshis originate from, and their habitat is well suited to them. World 2's theme is... forest, I think? It's more or less very similar to the first world, and I imagine that was also done intentionally to not be jarring to the player, you know, like a gradually ease them in kind of thing, tying back to the believability of the world as a whole aspect. Since I've pretty much transitioned into summarizing World 2, if I had to give it some proper characterization, I would say that it captures the feeling that you get when you're going on a road trip, and you slowly start to notice and become aware of new things while the surroundings become less familiar, but you're not completely in unknown territory just yet. A fringe world on the outskirts of what's comfortable and familiar. And you know what? I can respect that. However, to its detriment, the worlds that are still to come all have very individualized biomes and themes that distinguish them from one another with nothing more than a quick glance in most cases, and I believe that to be more powerful in the grand scheme. The relative weakness of World 2 that becomes increasingly apparent as the player makes their way deeper into the game is that it doesn't quite stand out enough. I think the ghost bosses do a lot of heavy lifting in that regard, and sprinkling some more of this throughout the world could have gone a long way in my opinion without jeopardizing that flowery road trip metaphor that I gave. Anyone unfamiliar with the latter half of this game may be thinking that I'm full of it with this assessment, and maybe I am to an extent, but there's no denying that this game oozes personality, and we're only about a third of the way through it here, so with that much left to see, let's just kick back and enjoy our road trip for now. As I said before, there's an absolute mishmash of several disconnected feeling rooms that the player must navigate through in order to reach the boss, but the final room before the fight does its best to tie everything back together. Castle levels typically do well to hint at what mechanic will be used during the boss fight, with a few exceptions, and it should be quite apparent what we'll be up against at this point, particularly since the last room is nothing but flower pots. Roger's boss fight is a simple task, but he's no pushover. Until you push him over. Since he's got no corporeal form, the natural solution is to remove the object that he's tethered to. The player has pushed plenty of pots so far, but they've never pushed back. Most of the danger in this fight comes from having to balance the effort of pushing Roger towards the end while avoiding his strong pushback and the flames he occasionally spits out. Finding opportune times to work this poltergeist towards the edge can be a challenge, and this coupled with the Shy Guys constantly attempting to undermine your progress with their own efforts to stay on the platform, come together to make a really entertaining battle that holds the player's attention from start to finish. Although it's not exactly the most difficult battle in the game, it does a fantastic job at unifying and presenting those previously discussed three principles in a way that feels intuitive to just about anyone who takes this boss on. All in all, this is a really strong finish to a world, and indeed a castle that really needed it. On return to the level select screen, the game's congratulatory message is triggered because I got perfect scores in every level, and then the extra and bonus stage are revealed, plus Yoshi advances on the overworld to lay waste to the region that's been conquered. The reason I'm hurrying this description through before it even takes place on screen is that we've already seen this exact thing once before, and we will see it 3 more times because each world transition is the same in this game. Although we won't have much to look forward to in that regard, I want to take a special note of the background music upon being taken into the World 3 level select screen. I must admit that my previous mention of this tune was a bit deceitful, but those who already know what's up already saw this talk coming. To the uninitiated, accessing a new world for the first time always adds another layer to the level select music, and while it was certainly noticeably different in World 2, I believe World 3 to be the first time that it really grabs the player's attention and it doesn't let go from here onward. Shoot, they got violins in there now? Damn! Welcome to Monkey. The standout enemy of World 3 makes itself known immediately and gives the player a little bit of a grace period to get used to these rascals while gradually ramping up across the course of this first level. There's still going to be a few levels where they don't bother showing up at all, but there's no mistaking that the World 3 archetypal enemy is going to be these little bastards. These enemies, if you can even call them that, don't harm the player directly, and the ones that actively avoid the player will not be anything more than a light distraction or a quick way to gather an egg. However, there are a few variations that are not so benign. The first of them seen are the ones that hang out in the vines and drop either needle noses or bombs from trees. Second, there's also the ones that are seen munching on watermelons, and periodically they will spit the seeds in the player's direction. Ground-based ones that approach the player rather than evading should be watched carefully, as their aim is to snatch Baby Mario right off Yoshi's back and run away. Finally, there's the ones that chain together and swing back and forth from the top of a tree, and they too will grab up our baby if we let them. Okay, so what's their name anyway? Glad you asked, and I hope you're ready for your language lesson. Their first appearance in Yoshi's Island introduced the Japanese audience to these cheeky little guys as monkeys, of course. However, when they reappeared in Super Mario 64, their name was changed to be more clever and indicative of their personality, and from that game onward, they have since been called 𝐸𝐸𝐞𝐫𝐞𝐬s. Anyone with even a passing interest in Japanese knows that they love them some puns, and this is very, very often shown in the way that they name characters. In the context of Mario, pretty much all of the enemy names are plays on words or a reference to something in one way or another, and in Japanese this just fits. The folks that do the localization work, bless their hearts, they try their best to keep the same spirit in the naming scheme, but since this concept is less prevalent in English, overall it ends up feeling a little awkward at times. That's how you end up with names like 𝐇𝐞𝐫𝐞𝐬 or Rip Van Fish, which just no. Anyway, 𝐬𝐞𝐫𝐞𝐬s are the example that I've chosen to help illustrate this topic on the whole so I don't have to keep bringing it up. In Japanese, this name is clever because the onomatopoeia that is used to describe a monkey's sound is uki. So basically the equivalent to the English ah, you've got uki. So, and then a sound that can be used to describe a screeching or squeaking is ki, right? Okay, great. So instead of monkeys, they're called the sound that squeaky monkeys make. How clever. Well, beyond that, the descriptive word that's used to emphatically mean cheerful in a high-spirited way is uki. Very similar to how English natives would describe the same thing as bubbly. And with all that in mind, I think 𝐬𝐞𝐫𝐞𝐬 is the perfect name for these guys. Tells you everything you need to know. And I also know what you're thinking. Who is this weeb anyway? Just tell me what their name is in English. Fine, they're called grinders. Why? Couldn't tell you. Happy now? As I was saying, in Super Mario 64, their name was changed worldwide, and despite the clever wordplay losing its meaning in the English translation, I think Grinder is an all-around worse name for these cheerful little goofballs, so as a compromise I'm going to opt to simply call them monkeys from here onward. The final set of bonus challenges are upon us, and the first to be shown off is Roulette. This is the most unhinged out of all of the bonus challenges because it is the only one that asks the player to wager the lives they've accumulated throughout the game as a buy-in to play. Although the player can have more than 99 lives in this game, 99 is the max wager. This time I play it safe with a bet of 1 life that is multiplied by 1, which nets me, hold on, 1 life. Thinking that World 3's only meaningful contributions would be the monkeys would be naive, and you should be ashamed. Jungle Rhythm is the first level where the player comes across the variant of Shy Guys that have taken up arms. That is, they come equipped with spears and shields, and yet they are still no match for Yoshi's wrath. Maybe if they had organized into a phalanx formation, that'd be a different story, but I digress. This whole video is me digressing. What am I saying? Even still, these guys need a bit of finesse to properly deal with, as they are securely protected from 2 directions at all times. Above by the spear, and in front by the shield. There's also a few that chose the boogie life instead, and traded their shields in for a sweet choreography routine. The dancers are a bit more dangerous to navigate past, and the shield boys are more of a pain to deal with, but neither of them should cause too much trouble, really. Now, a player that discovers the following hidden area will be treated to the best message box in the game, and in the effort of fairness towards these message box that I promised, I will take special notice of it. This is a note directly to the player from the team that made this game, and it says as follows. We, the Mario team, poured our hearts and souls into creating this game for your entertainment. It is full of secrets. Enjoy. I love this. I love this so much that it makes me almost forgive every other message block in this game. Almost. The Mario team breaking the 4th wall to address the player about the game that they worked so hard on to create just speaks to me. I don't know, maybe I'm overstating it, but to me, the little details like this tell me all that I need to know about how much these people care about this game. It's not just a product, it is a massive commitment that a group of people with a vision set out to make a reality, and yes, as much as Nintendo is a corporation and corporations bad, blah blah blah, this game was made by human beings from the ground up. Everyone involved, no doubt, sacrificed aspects of their own personal lives in order to provide this experience for us, the players, and you know what, no, I'm not overstating it actually, because they were proud of what they produced, and they earned that. A few moments of uninterrupted praise from some guy in a YouTube video is the least that I can provide for the countless hours that I've spent enjoying this game. People can tell when something is made solely for monetary gain or some other nefarious reason, and this game is not that by a long shot. Yoshi's Island is a fantastic game, and the amount of people that hold this title dear to their heart is thanks in no small part to the fact that it is authentic above all else. Okay, with that bit of hyperbole out of the way, let's now discuss another pretty weird and obscurely hidden area that causes some headaches for the less savvy completionists. Behind this foreground tree is an entrance point whose location I'm frankly not certain of, and inside this area we've got 4 red coins and a mini battle shack. To be clear, it's accessed by Yoshi's sprite moving to a specified location on the screen, and then the area automatically changes, and that specific point is covered by the huge tree and can be easily missed even if the player jumps into the obstructed area. This is one of those hiding in plain sight kind of things, but my problem with it is that something like this hides a little bit too well in my opinion. The pipes and whatnot have come to be kind of formulaic and predictable over time, and a mix-up was necessary, but an ambiguously placed area that triggers a zone transition was not the right replacement, if you ask me. This is a thing that Yoshi's Island utilizes a few times, and it varies in its effectiveness. For a good example, look no further than the previous level. It had one of those up in the tree that was meant to be reached by jumping off of a spring ball, but even then it can also be accidentally touched by someone who's making a well-timed flutter jump off the nearby hill, which may cause a player some confusion if they didn't know about it. It just feels a little weird at times, and that's fine to a degree, but there being 4 red coins in this particular one rubs me the wrong way just a little too hard. Moving on, what you just saw me do right there before the goal ring was to use an item from the start menu. Since Jungle Rhythm is quite strict with its stars, I topped off the last 5 that I needed for a perfect score by using one of the items that I gained from a bonus challenge. This concept and its practical utilizations will be dissected in detail a bit later. Moving right along, we've got another World 3 banger here in 𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸 Nepnuts, which I can only assume is the correct pronunciation of that name, are the massive, blue, water-dwelling counterparts to the Gargantua blargs, and the only difference between them is the habitat that the player finds them in. Other than that, they behave identically, briefly appearing before they strike and then slowly closing in on the player if they linger in one area for too long. Nepnut is meant to be an anagram for the word Neptune, which, sure, but why? I think Neptune as is would have been fine, but if that wasn't an option, then, like, Neppy or something. You know, blue blarg. Big one. Gargantua bloog. Now I'm having stroke. Point being, Nepnut is a bit clunky and it doesn't hit the ears very smoothly, and personally I don't think this name serves such an iconic enemy at all. Actually, that reminds me, and leads nicely into my next hot take, and that's after heavy consideration, I have landed on the conclusion that Nepnut's domain is the most iconic level in the game. Some are nodding along in agreement right about now, but it's certainly not everyone, so allow me to provide my reasoning. For starters, the Western versions of the game used a depiction of this level as the box art. That alone is massive points, and I do admit that's at least half of the argument in its favor, but there are plenty of other reasons that I believe it to take the crown of most iconic level. Without any limiting factors at all, I think it's safe to say that nearly every game's most iconic level would be its final boss, as that's typically the culmination of everything that came before it. For me, I personally exclude boss levels, final or otherwise, from consideration of most iconic level, and opt to have a separate category of most iconic boss, which is a different question entirely, but let's stay on track here. If we're setting parameters on what counts and what doesn't, the follow-up question should be obvious. What does iconic mean, anyway? Well, again, I can only speak for myself here, but as I interpret it, an iconic video game level is one that the players of the game remember both vividly and fondly. Big focus on the latter qualifying word there, because if a player remembers a level vividly for how bad it is, I'd call that infamous. So now we've got it narrowed down to the particularly memorable, especially well-received, non-boss levels. To narrow that list down further, I'd say the next question to draw attention to would be, does the level do or contain some special quality that makes it stand out amongst the group? To that, in the case of 𝐸𝐵𝐻𝐻's domain, I say the answer is a resounding yes. This level introduces a whopping 7 new enemies, a new helper mechanic, and a new transformation. These are the rarely seen Shy Guy variant known as the Stretch, the previously mentioned 𝐇𝐞𝐫𝐞𝐬, as well as the Praying Mantis, Loch Nester, Frog Pirate, Flopsy Fish, and Claw Daddy for enemies, the Huffin' Puffins for helpers, and the Submarine for transformations, respectively. Interestingly enough, the titular enemy of 𝐸𝐵𝐻𝐻's are not actually introduced here. This is because a singular nut can be found in a hidden area in the cave section of the level What's Gusty Taste Like, but I had better stuff to talk about during that level. Most of them are here, and they are obviously the main focus, and this is the only other level that they appear in, so of course I'm inclined to include them in that list as well. Naturally, with all of these additions stuffed into a level, it should be safe to assume that this is going to be a long one, and that it is. I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think this is also the longest level in the game in terms of physical length, but please correct me if I'm wrong there. All of those factors considered, I'd say we've narrowed down the possibilities to a small handful of the cream of the crop levels, but there's one more thing that I personally think solidifies a level as iconic. I think about whether or not someone who isn't familiar with the game would recognize the level. This one is contentious for sure, because there's way too many variables to say with any kind of consistency, but for the sake of brevity, this question alone narrows down the contenders for most iconic level in Yoshi's Island down to 2, 𝐸𝐵𝐻𝐻's domain and Touch Fuzzy Get Dizzy. There's points to be made on both ends, and I want to be extra clear that I don't think one definitively beats the other out. In fact, I personally think it's a toss-up, with 𝐸𝐵𝐻𝐻 narrowly beating out Fuzzy in my own headcanon. I'll leave it at that, and if there's any other iconic quality that I missed, or if there's a level that deserves the crown more than either one of those, let's continue this discussion in the comments, but for now I think that's about a wrap on that topic. Despite all that time I spent rattling off about that, and the fact that I've been absolutely mashing through this level as fast as I can while still gathering and showing everything off, there's still more time to go in this one, really driving home how long it is. I think a novice player could easily spend 30 to 45 minutes in this one, particularly due to the high possibility of getting stuck in the submarine section since, as usual, the timing is quite tight on the transformation, and the submarine in particular is the most unforgiving in my eyes due to being this game's dreaded underwater mechanic. The final stretch of the level contains a healthy mix of enemies to keep the player on their toes, as well as an example of yet another thing that lightly grinds my gears. Yoshi's Island asks the player to go out of their way to explore, and that's one of its strongest attributes, but when it comes to the inclusion of ground-pounding spikes, I find myself quickly losing the motivation to defend this. The last red coin in this level can only be gathered by ground-pounding this tall-ass spike a minimum of 7 times. Even the ones that aren't as tall are still a pain because the red coins are often hidden behind these spikes, so there's no way to know whether you need to ground-pound a spike to find something or not. I don't have a photographic memory, nor would I want to use such a skill to remember something as mundane as which spikes to ground pound, so for this recorded playthrough I've been using a visual guide to save me some time and effort on the ones that I'm not too sure about. The unfortunate truth is that anyone not doing this will really have no choice but to ground pound every single spike all the way to the floor to confirm that there is no coin hidden behind it, and that is simply tedious. Nothing more. Okay, time for another riveting round of roulette, and this time I will be taking a bigger risk and wagering up 40 lives in hopes for it to pay out big. You can't win them all though, and I find that out the hard way when my wager is multiplied by 0, resulting in me losing 2/3 of my total life count with one bad pull on the old RNG machine. You gotta risk it to win the biscuit, but if you choose it, be prepared to lose it. Prince Froggy's fort is one that begins in a swampy area outside the fort itself, no doubt as an effort to smooth out the progression between levels. I mentioned this previously, but I'd like to draw attention once more to the lengths that Yoshi's Island goes in order to offer the player the reasons and means by which the Yoshis end up in the areas that they must traverse. To justify this repeat topic, I will use forts and castles as a special exception, since after all they are inherently special occurrences. It doesn't happen every time, and the ones that don't utilize this are not necessarily worse off for it, but the forts and castles that give the player a bit of a warm-up section before they properly enter the structure are the ones that feel so much more believable for it. Prince Froggy, as the example provided, sees the player moving from the lively jungle of the previous levels into a darker, danker, more eerie section, and after navigating into the depths of this sinister swamp, they encroach upon a dilapidated fort and a door that leads into the main area of this level. From here, the fort is pretty much a few straight hallways that the player can beeline through in order to get to the boss door in no time, but there are a few other doors and small distractions placed periodically along the first stretch that beckon the player to check out what kind of optional challenges wait within, or what rewards they can gather for going a little out of their way. Ultimately, I think this level is pretty straightforward in regards to its difficulty, both in the amount of skill required to reach the boss, as well as the amount of time and effort required to gather up all of the collectibles. That doesn't mean that I think it's unremarkable, per se, as there's still that opening section that I praised, and of course the boss fight still yet to come that's plenty remarkable in its own right, and remark upon it I will. I'll continue making my way forward toward that point, but in the meantime there's another verbal detour I'd like to make. The topic of Yoshi's eggs has come up many times up to now, and it will continue to be spoken about several more times for the remainder of the runtime of this video, because it's really just that integral to the gameplay. It should be very clear by now, being nearly halfway through the game, how important this mechanic is and how much thought the developers put into it. Out of all the new additions to Yoshi's arsenal that this game introduced, throwing eggs is debatably the most important of them all. I won't spend time digging into the specifics of that statement, but from the fact that the first level of the game was dedicated to teaching the basics of this mechanic, as well as several other moves being closely linked to it, not to mention that it seems that the entirety of this game is spent revealing the full depth and versatility of it, I think it's safe to say that throwing eggs is rather useful. The reason I bring this up now is to stress the idea that anytime there is a green egg block, eggplant, Shy Guy generator, or anything else of the like, and the player chooses to not fill up on eggs, they are simply leaving potential resources on the table for no good reason. Yoshi's Island is incredibly generous with this valuable asset, and in the most technical sense, opting to pass up free eggs is essentially bringing up the percentage chance that you will run out, which severely kneecaps the gameplay. I'm guilty of it as well, wanting to get moving and not stand there smacking my head against a block 6 times in a row because there's surely going to be more along the way, but point being, Yoshi with full eggs is vastly more equipped to deal with situations than Yoshi with no eggs, so in the event that you begin your own playthrough of this game and it's not planned to be some kind of masochistic challenge run, again I say there is no good reason to pass up free eggs. Although, now I'm a bit intrigued on whether a no-egg run would be possible. No. No, it would, for so many reasons. Another thing that I find interesting about this level is that this is the first time that we can straightforwardly encounter the standard version of an enemy that was previously a boss, the Lemon Drop. If that name doesn't quite ring a bell, let me remind you that the lemon drop that was transformed by 𝐸𝐞𝐫𝐞𝐻 magic in the castle of World 1 was named 𝐨𝐫𝐝 the Slime. Typically, a level with a boss will showcase the standard version of the enemy in that very same level, as well as a few notable exceptions showing the enemy off before that even, with the singular exception of the lemon drop. Standard lemon drops do not appear in 𝐨𝐵𝐝's castle as a standalone enemy, only when the player breaks pieces off of 𝐨𝐵𝐝 himself. They are not seen before that, and the only time that they are seen afterwards is in this one section of this fort, looking like lemons and dropping from the ceiling, finally living up to their namesake. This being the only exception in an otherwise airtight boss introduction system makes me wonder if that was a mistake of some kind. Perhaps the lemon drop section seen in this level was meant to be part of 𝐨𝐵𝐝's castle, but moved later into the game because it was deemed too hard for World 1. Maybe 𝐨𝐵𝐝 was meant to be the boss of World 3, and he was deemed too easy so they moved him earlier. Frankly, there's no way of knowing to be sure, and it's not really a big deal, but to me it stands out as a light blemish on an otherwise expertly executed bit of game design. Entering the boss room initiates a series of strange events and subversions of expectations, and long story short, shit gets weird. Long story long, 𝐞𝐞𝐫𝐞 realizes that magic is not exclusively useful on enemies and decides that shrinking Yoshi and Mario is more effective than growing a frog, which is straight up the only competent thing that he does in the whole game. When the frog eats Yoshi and Mario, we've got another few leaps in logic to deal with before the fight makes sense. The frog's innards contain nothing but an empty, spacious, well-lit stomach and the uvula. Now, I'm already being super pedantic about a kid's game's depiction of a digestive system, so I'm going to quickly address and move on from the fact that that's not where a uvula goes, and also that frogs don't have uvulas. Stomach acid drips from various points overhead, damaging Yoshi upon contact, and the frequency ramps up as the battle progresses, indicating that the frog is becoming nauseous. Shy Guys that are swallowed whole by the frog are the source of eggs in this fight, and swallowing the poor bastards a second time produces a giant egg. The limit to the giant egg count this time around is strictly 2, as having 2 eggs on screen will cease new Shy Guys from spawning. Missing the target with one of these eggs will not result in a POW effect, I assume because the stomach lining is too soft to break it, leaving the egg free to pick up a second time if need be. Although there's some differences between the previous appearance of the giant eggs and this time, I think it's safe to say that these are actually technically regular-sized eggs anyway. Enough preamble. To win this fight, shoot the uvula 10 times and gain the honor of getting pooped out by the prince. Doing so does a few things, including returning Yoshi and Mario to their original sizes, absolutely ruining the rest of the Frog's Day, and giving everyone involved a new traumatic experience that they will carry with them from here onward. I give that boss a lot of credit for feeling original and creative amongst the entire cast of already original and creative bosses that this game supplies. It takes some real inspired minds to come up with something like that and successfully make it into a fun experience, no matter how goofy and unrealistic it might sound on paper. Jamming through the trees is another level that demands patience and deliberate, careful movements in order to progress. The first section here brings to mind the first 𝐤𝐴𝐞𝐫𝐞 level, with the vast majority of the ground being composed of the destructible dirt, only this time the pressure is considerably increased because instead of a single 𝐤𝐴𝐞𝐫𝐞 there are several monkeys throughout, threatening to delete the standable area of the level from under the player's feet. Even after this though, the player seldom has opportunities to use anything other than floating platforms or treetops for the remainder of the level. This is a fine example of how Yoshi's Island's approach to navigation was deliberately modified to be much more slowly paced than all of the previous Mario games. Really, any level could have been used as the jumping off point for this, but I see a good opportunity here, so I'll take it. Due to the ways that levels were constructed, slower pacing, focus on collectibles and hidden goodies, and overall game design changes in the Mario formula during this game's development, Yoshi's Island feels incredibly different from any of its predecessors, with one possible exception that I will get to. One of the most notable changes that allows this more relaxed approach to really take root is the lack of an in-level time limit. This single change was instrumental to forging the mood that Yoshi's Island intended to cast upon its players. Put bluntly, if this game had a timer in each level, even if that timer was as generous as it could feasibly be before becoming redundant, the game would be worse off from every angle. In the original Super Mario Bros., it made sense to have a timer, mostly because that was the norm at the time. The early days of video games took place in arcades, and level timers were one of many ways that those games added pressure onto a player in an effort to get more money out of them. I'd like to chastise that kind of predatory behavior and say that it's nice to see how far we've come, but these days it's come pretty much full circle with microtransactions, so maybe a moot point there. Point being, Mario 1 emulated arcades because that's all that people knew, so that's what was expected. This kind of arbitrary limiting of the player's time and how much they were allowed to spend before they automatically lost a level did not go down without a fight, and it persists to this day to some degree, but the Yoshi's Island devs saw that this had no place for such a mechanic, so they simply didn't put it in. Removing a feature without replacing it with something else is generally considered a no-no in game design, so they opted to keep some semblance of consequence constrained around when the player takes damage instead, which I think was a brilliant choice. The countdown timer never runs down of its own accord, only when a player goofs up, and there are frequent and plentiful ways to replenish it, so even in the event that they are hit, as long as they can regain control of the situation before it touches 0, then they can essentially spend as long as they like combing through any one level. As a quick aside, I mentioned that there was one possible exception in the statement that Yoshi's Island feels incredibly different to all of its predecessors. Take this with a grain of salt because I've only recently started to consider this crackpot hypothesis of mine as legitimate in any way. The only other game in the Mario catalog up to this point that did not have time limits in its levels was the non-Japanese version of Super Mario 2, adding to the list of intriguing similarities that Yoshi's Island shares with that game. Shy Guys, throwing mechanics, keys to open doors, regular and varied boss fights, and even the flutter jump were also first seen in that title, the latter of which being Luigi's signature move. I am certainly aware that Super Mario Bros. 2 was mostly a reskin of a game that's entirely unrelated to the Mario universe, so the praise should be directed there, but I don't want to. I may be grasping at something that doesn't have much substance, but I noticed a few too many similarities for me to think that it's just a coincidence. I'm not saying that Super Mario Bros. 2 was the blueprint for Yoshi's Island, but hey, if that's what you take away from that tangent, I'm not gonna stop you. Coming up next, we've got the Cave of Hairy Hedgehog, which starts the player off outside said cave with what seems to be a choice to take the obvious straightforward path or to hop across the treetops in order to find an optional hidden area. In truth, the high road is not optional at all this time, as it's the only way to obtain a key that's mandatory to exit the level. I have mixed feelings on this because even if the player misses this upper entrance, they will still be able to see the small area with the key from the regular path, which gives away that they need to go back, but not necessarily because not every key in the game is required to finish the level, as we have already seen plenty of times before. It's not a wise move to skip past a key even if it is only optional, and yet there will still always be players that skip it anyway. Those who do not gather this key for whatever reason will end up making their way nearly all the way to the end of the level and, much to their dismay, discover that the locked door is indeed locked and they have no choice but to backtrack to the very beginning. This alone makes this level one of the most frustrating in the game. It's one thing to reward players for going out of their way, but punishing a player for not finding a hidden area is a recipe to gain resentment from them, so thankfully Yoshi's Island doesn't do this too often. Alrighty, we've seen these silly little hedgehogs rolling around at the speed of sound throughout this cave, and I think it's high time we quit dancing around the subject and address the hedgehog in the room. Of course, I'm talking about Super Mario Bros. 2. These hedgehogs were first introduced in Super Mario Bros. 2, and in that game, their English name was Porcupo, which of course brings to mind porcupines rather than hedgehogs, and I won't bother to make the distinction between those two animals here. The Porcupos of that game are not the exact same as the ones located here in this cave, because the Hairy Hedgehog variant has the unique ability to swell up to several times its normal size when threatened, just like your mom. Why they're called hairy in this game is a play on the Japanese word for hedgehog, harinezumi, which itself literally translates to needle mouse. That's all I've got to say about that. Okay, fine. As many people are well aware, Nintendo and Sega had a pretty heated rivalry during the strange, far-off, nearly forgotten period of time that we endearingly refer to as the 90s. And Sega's direct retaliation to Mario becoming a household name was to create their own mascot and wage war with Nintendo. With the gift of hindsight, we see how that turned out, but at the time it seemed like it could be anyone's victory, so each company took turns taking shots at the other in their marketing and such, even going so far as to throw shade directly in their video games. Some people say that this hairy hedgehog is meant to be a nod to Sonic. And yeah, surely it could be, and probably is, but the character design existed long before Sonic did, so I don't really feel comfortable committing to saying that these guys are only here for that reason. If you'll allow me to spin a yarn and speculate about something for a moment, and you have no choice but to do that, I'd like to put forth a separate but tangentially related topic. First, I'd like to give a quick overview of the origin of Sonic the Hedgehog. Not the in-universe lore, but the real-life events that caused him to become Sega's mascot. And they were not set in stone. There was a point in time where the design that ultimately became this iconic hedgehog was only one of many that was pitched. The contenders included the likes of a hedgehog, an armadillo, a dog, a rabbit, and an overweight man with a mustache. I think you might see where this is going. The lattermost of those options was obviously not the one that was chosen, and instead ended up as the basis for the design that eventually became Dr. Eggman, or Dr. Robotnik, if you prefer. This is not a Sonic video, and I've already said I don't really care much for the guy, so please no Sonic nerds correcting me about the minutia of this small summary. I say all this because I can't seem to find anything that confirms or denies what I'm about to say, but I think that the original mustachioed man was dismissed for being too similar to Mario, and the salty fellas at Sega had the bright idea to turn him into the main villain instead. Again, I've got no real proof of this, but knowing how petty that they could be during these times, I would not be surprised if Sega had always intended their mascot to routinely beat the crap out of a guy that looks just like Mario as another not-so-subtle jab in a long line of back and forths with their rival. The opening section of Monkey's Favorite Lake drops the player straight into some shallow water that slows Yoshi down considerably, as well as a few small sections of muddy land that we've seen a few times up to now. This kind of muddy ground manages to be slippery in a way that feels distinctly like mud rather than ice, which we will be seeing quite a bit later in the game. They manage to make it feel convincingly thick and sticky while still having a nice amount of slide if the player were to try to stop on it while carrying some momentum. Anyone that's ever tried to run through a dirt path after a decent rain knows the feeling. A nice touch that I feel is worth quickly mentioning is that the Shy Guys on stilts in that first area are able to navigate the shallow water and mud unaffected on account of their stilts. If they're knocked off and into the water, they just kind of bob helplessly and make very negligible progress towards whichever direction they're trying to move. As always, it's the small details such as these that make this game shine. They didn't have to add a special behavior for the Shy Guys in water, and they also could have made the mud feel the same as ice and called it a day, and it wouldn't have even been that big of a deal if they did. But the Yoshi's Island devs cared more than that. Something I've only briefly mentioned that's a huge contributing factor to the way this game turned out is the fact that it was blessed with what looks like to me as an outsider like the best possible development cycle that a game developer could ask for. Let's back up a moment and talk about Super Mario World, as if I haven't done that enough already. Super Mario World was reportedly in development for approximately 3 years, which, all things considered, is a fair amount of time, but the thing is that while Super Mario World was being developed, so too was the console that it was being released alongside. This means that for much of the time that SMW was being worked on, they didn't even have the hardware ready yet, and subsequently a lot of the early testing and such was done on the NES hardware and changed later to better serve the SNES. Keeping in mind the rapid technological strides that were being made around this time, a lot of the ins and outs of working with this brand new, as of then yet to be released Super Nintendo in 1990 and prior proved to cause some setbacks and ultimately lead to a crunch for time, and a lot of the issues that we saw in Super Mario World were simply left in with no other option than to ship as is. Flash forward to see a similar circumstance with Super Mario 64, which I'm much less familiar with overall, but a quick surface level search and a little common sense tells me that the same amount of time to make a game, 3 years, with a similar issue of working with newly designed hardware, Nintendo 64, would cause similar hurdles in making a game to launch with the new thingamabob. Yoshi's Island had the unique advantage that neither its predecessor nor its successor had the privilege of utilizing: familiarity with the hardware that the game was being developed for. Even beyond that, Yoshi's Island was also granted 4 years for its development, and the team at Nintendo EAD took these advantages all the way to the bank. In addition to all these things, there is of course still one other pivotal aspect that is baked into the cake that we call Yoshi's Island, and that is the powerhouse add-on chip that we only ever saw use in 3 games ever, Super FX2. We'll continue to keep that one on the back burner until a more opportune time comes up to dig into it properly. In the meantime, this level hosts a very rare, very strange enemy. The only 2 Barney bubbles in the game are right here in this area, and they only appear in this one single game, making them one of the rarest enemies in the totality of the Mario franchise. No cameos, no redesigns, nothing. They can't be eaten by Yoshi, and jumping on them only makes them spit out a stream of bubbles. They can be defeated by contact with any object, be it a spit-out enemy, thrown egg, or regular watermelon seed, but interestingly, they are unaffected by both red and blue watermelon effects. Who are we talking about? Forget it, I want to talk about these ugly fish now. The lunge fish also only appear in this level, but they're a tad bit more memorable, so they come back around for several more Yoshi games, although I personally wish they hadn't. You see, if the player is hit by one of these as they lunge out of the water, Yoshi is briefly stunned and Mario goes up in his bubble, the same as any other enemy. The difference lies in the fact that these fish are not lunging out to hit Yoshi, but to attempt to swallow him whole, and unlike Prince Froggy, there is no chance of coming out on the other side in one piece. An unlucky player that manages to get caught in the mouth of one of these fish proceeds to become a victim of the food chain, dragged to the bottom of the lake and predated by a superior creature, and what that means in the game is that they instantly lose the level. The worst part of this fate is not the untimely death of our beloved hero, but the fact that it's all the way at the very end of the level, forcing the player to redo the entire thing for one small mistake against an enemy that they have not encountered before this point. Pretty harsh. The Castle of World 3, belonging to the Naval Piranha, briefly treats us to the classic creepy castle music contrasted with the other classic cutesy crayon background, and I think that's a funny little dichotomy, if only for this one opening moment. The main bulk of this level takes place inside the much more musically appropriate sewer system, but in order to enter this sewer, the player must first deal with the ghost blocking the path. This is the same type of ghost that Roger was, only it's not tethered to a pot, and the few of this variety that are seen from here onward can be pushed back by eggs in order to pass by, so it's lucky that they also serve as an infinite Shy Guy generator. For the 3rd level in a row, there is an enemy that only appears within this one level, and this time it's a variety of piranha plant that circles around a piece of level geometry on a set path. These guys are only vulnerable to certain item power-ups and are otherwise undefeatable, so it's best to just leave them alone, as they are content with doing laps and minding their own business. The name of these enemies is another real eye-roller. In English, they're called hooties, which may bring to mind some mental imagery of owls, but don't go searching for any connections there just yet, as their full name is Hootie the Bluefish. Alright, this is a name that is referencing the American rock band called Hootie and the Blowfish, which I will refrain from giving my personal opinion about one way or another, but let's just say this name feels incredibly dated these days. Putting aside the potential missed reference among the younger audience, the whole thing is a mess because these are not even fish, and they're fucking purple. The room I'm in now is one of the last rooms in the game that exists explicitly to be a tutorial for a new mechanic, and wouldn't you know that it pertains to egg throwing. Here we've got a few challenges that teach the player about the concept of skipping eggs along the surface of water, which is a surprisingly well thought out mechanic. Basically, it is possible to throw an egg toward the water at an angle and it will skip along the surface like a rock. Side note, it can also be performed on lava, although it's never required to do so. This can be useful to gather some things that are out of reach, or save some time by not having to jump into the water to gather them, but its mostly relevant usage is that it is required to defeat the boss at the end of this castle, so taking your time to practice this skill here is definitely advised on a first playthrough. Depending on the angle that the egg hits the water, it can go varying distances before losing its momentum. The steeper the entry angle, the less speed and distance it will have. This is accomplished by direct contact with the water or by first ricocheting off of an object like a wall, which is again the method needed to defeat the boss, so I hope you have a decent grasp of trigonometry. I'm just saying, there were 3 message blocks in that room that were making sure that the player knows this is important, so there's no excuse to get caught flat-footed in the boss battle. Something I think is really cool about the skipping eggs mechanic is that although there's not very many opportunities or advantages to do so before this level, it's always been a possibility to accidentally stumble upon this. The earliest point in the game that the player could do this would be in World 1, in Bert's Fort. With all of the large stretches of lava there, and the likelihood that the player will attempt to throw an egg at one of the blargs, I would not be surprised to learn that there is a sizable amount of the player base that figured out this mechanic before it was taught to them. I'll soon be approaching the optional area of this castle, which can only be accessed if the player jumps into the water and swims over to an otherwise unreachable path, and this is not the only time in the game that rewards the player with a hidden area for being willing to get a bit wet. With the singular exception of the submarine transformation sequences sprinkled throughout a couple of levels, Yoshi's Island has no underwater swimming at all. The cynical among us would say something like, well, Yoshi could go underwater in Super Mario World, so that must be a sign that the developers cut a corner this time around, as most of the time when a game doesn't allow for swimming mechanics, it's because they didn't bother with creating any of the special animations for it or something. And while that assessment may be true in a lot of cases, and leads to some pretty hilarious or frustrating situations, a la GTA Vice City or Dark Souls, we've already seen that Yoshi has a whole host of unique water animations in this game, so what gives? Well, if you ask me, it goes back to the believability of the world here. Yoshi clearly swims very well and has no issues with the water except being a tad slowed down, so the real issue here is that he's unable to dive. But even then, it's not an issue of being unable, per se. While stationary in the water, if the player holds down on the D-pad, Yoshi submerges the upper half of his body, and the answer to our question becomes apparent. In any circumstance, Yoshi is keeping Baby Mario from becoming submerged in the water, because while he can swim and hold his breath and all that, the baby that he took an oath to protect cannot. And I think that subtle detail of Yoshi's consideration of that is a really well thought out piece of indirect characterization. This level in particular pulls out all the stops when it comes to water, as there's also several sewer pipes along the back wall that cascade water down onto the level's floor, and the direction that the current flows has a considerable amount of power to influence the player's movement. Trying to fight the push of this current is nearly impossible without jumping out to gain some ground, and much of this level taking place within confined pipes pretty much guarantees this to be a futile task. There's a few sections that see the player being forcefully pushed down into a new part of the level by these streams of water, and these might as well be doorways that lock behind you since there's no way to return after being swept away by them. After ensuring that we've snatched up the last few collectibles in this final area, and having gotten all that talk of water and points of no return out of the way, then we're finally ready to enter the boss room and take on this naval piranha. After being flushed down into the arena and then properly trapped inside, 𝐞𝐞𝐫𝐞 appears and then says something deranged as usual. Here he decides to call Yoshi a cutie without a navel, which is just an absolutely insane thing to say to somebody. The relevance here is meant to be that the naval piranha should actually be called the naval piranha, as that's its weak point and 𝐞𝐞𝐫𝐞's dialogue is supposed to be a hint towards that. Okay, what is that supposed to mean? So, to explain it a little more clearly, the naval piranha plant, spelled N-A-V-A-L, is only called such in English, and when spelled that way it means something like pertaining to the Navy, i.e. aquatic warfare piranha plant. But of course, that's only because calling it the naval piranha, spelled N-A-V-E-L, i.e. piranha plant with a belly button, would be weird, and it is. This whole game is weird, and so is the English language, so let's just continue. As discussed, shooting the oddly inflamed and swollen belly button is the way to win this battle, and in order to do this, players got to skip eggs on the surface of the water under the platform, being careful to time it right and not hit the vines instead. Since we've got a pretty clear-cut understanding of that already, I'd like to show another great detail that the devs decided to add in for this fight. I've put a clip in the upper section of the screen here to show it off. At the beginning of this battle, if the player jumps onto the platform but doesn't attempt to approach the dormant piranha plant, the cutscene will not engage, and then they're free to throw any eggs they've got on hand to the defenseless creature, ending the battle right then and there without all the hoopla. 𝐿𝐴 swoops in and says, "Oh my!" because he's an attention hog that needs to take the spotlight at any cost, and this poor little plant disintegrates without ever having had the chance to become a giant monster with an engorged outie belly button. I think this is really cool because although the developers of the game would likely prefer that the player fights against all of the bosses that they've taken the time to create, it also takes a real special kind of dev to implement a purposeful workaround like that. In contrast to a few of the boss battles in Super Mario World having ways to cheese them, those felt like things that were either completely unintentional or otherwise not encouraged, but this was obviously meant to be a perfectly viable way of skipping this boss, and I really like that. Perhaps it could be that this was implemented as a workaround for the players that were having trouble nailing the angles on those egg skipping sections, or perhaps it was simply put there to be another thing that the players could discover independently and have a cool new secret to tell their friends about. Whichever way you choose to take on this battle, success means the giant key is granted all the same, Yoshi destroys the castle, and we've come to the end of World 3. This moment marks the halfway point of the main game, so if by some chance you've been watching this in one sitting up to this point, I'd like to give you an opportunity to take a quick break and stretch, maybe grab a little snack or something, because we've still got a ways to go. Thanks for sticking around up to now, by the way. I hope you're enjoying yourself as much as I am. Alrighty, good to go? Cool, let's go. Go Go Mario is a level that pretty clearly serves a single purpose in my eyes. After all the wacky new stuff that's been thrown at the player so far, and with so much more to come still, it seems that right here at around the halfway point of the game is where the developers decided would be the best place to plop an homage level. This level has all of the hallmarks of a traditional Mario platforming challenge, even going so far as to bring in the most traditional enemy of all back to the spotlight. Goombas only appear in this level, and they don't really stand much of a chance against Yoshi, but it's still nice to see them make an appearance. There's also several wild piranhas placed directly on top of the plethora of pipes here in the first section, which is a cool little nod to the pipe-based piranha plants of old. Coming up here in a little bit is an area of the level that contains a short but intense section that barrages the player with a boatload of paratroopas and bullet bills with a few red coins in the mix just for fun, so thankfully they've also stashed a blue watermelon power-up a little out of the way to help with managing the chaos. The reason I bring this up early is because the developers have been pretty generous up to this point with placing power-ups explicitly within the level that would be useful for the players that may need an additional boost, but that too will be tapering off coming up pretty soon. Assuming the player reaches a section that they've found themselves a bit overwhelmed on in the latter half of the game and there's no help to be found lying around, this would be an ideal time to remember the special item reserve within the start menu. In Yoshi's Island, there are 9 special items that can be gathered from bonus challenges and mini-battles, and with the exception of 2, they can all be found in one way or another within the levels as well, albeit they're only savable to the start menu when earned through a game. Each are all useful in their own way, and it would be foolish to make it through a full playthrough without familiarizing ourselves with them, so let's examine. First up, there's the 10 and 20 point star items, the latter of which I used in the level Jungle Rhythm a bit earlier in this video. These boost the timer stars by their respective numbers upon use, easy peasy. The Anytime Egg is an item that instantly fills up Yoshi's egg capacity with green eggs. The Anywhere POW destroys all enemies on screen and turns them into stars. Winged Cloudmaker is the first whose effect who can only be gained from using this special item, and that effect is to turn all enemies on screen into winged clouds containing either 1 coin, 1 star, or a 1-up. Not as good as the Anywhere POW in my opinion, but both are good in a pinch. The second of the exclusive bunch is arguably the most useful for saving time in levels, the Magnifying Glass. This one reveals all red coins and hidden winged clouds to the player for the remainder of the current level attempt. Finally, we've got the basic projectiles, green, red, and blue watermelon, which shoot seeds, fireballs, and ice respectively. These special items can be used in any level at any time for a power boost, with the only exception being during a boss fight, so don't get any funny ideas about trying to refill the star count right before landing the finishing blow. Bit of a side note, but I noticed there's currently a discrepancy on the Super Mario Wiki about how many items can be held at any given time. The overview page for Yoshi's Island as a whole states that it's 22, while the page for the Game Boy Advance port of the game states that the capacity was changed from 25 to 27, and the page for the special items themselves states that the GBA and the SNES both have a limit of 27. So what's the truth? 27. It's 27. They're both 27 and they always have been. Somebody should fix that. It's not gonna be me though. After being taught about how to use the Superstar for the 4th time, the final stretch of this level both adds to the homage factor as well as showing the progress forward made by this game with a group of adult wigglers that fly by in a pack right before the goal ring. These are the first in the series that have sprouted their wings, and I want to tell you a secret right now. Come here, I'm gonna whisper it. I'm not gonna whisper it. It wasn't until writing this script that I realized that Wiggler, the caterpillar, would obviously and inevitably turn into Flutter, the butterfly. Like, for real, I don't know why it never occurred to me that Wigglers are the immature version and therefore would naturally undergo metamorphosis, but yeah, there's a little peek behind the veil there. As an effort to try and learn and grow as a person, and also because I'm easily distracted, I decided to do a quick little entomology search when I realized that, and I learned that during the developmental stages of most insects before they reach maturity, the various forms they take are called instars, and the final adult version of most winged insects is referred to as the imago, or imago maybe. That's not relevant at all, but if there happens to be an entomologist that watches this video, please be proud of me for learning that. Back on topic, the following level, the Cave of the Lakitus, is one of the somewhat uncommon ones that offers 2 ways to start it off. There's not much difference between the options available here, but the left pipe allows a player a quick 1-up challenge before taking on the cave, while the right pipe throws the player in right away. It's around this time in the playthrough that the player should have amassed quite a healthy sum of lives, assuming they haven't been dying frequently or gambled them all away on the roulette. What this means is that from here on out, just about any 1-up challenge or hidden bubble or the like is going to start feeling less like a reward that's worth seeking out and more like a chore that's slowing the player down. There is absolutely no shortage of ways to naturally amass new lives during a regular run of this game, and even at its peak difficulty, which is still yet to come, the game provides ample leeway to prevent the player from having to see their life total go down. Point being, since lives are never in really any kind of shortage, they don't hold much in the way of extrinsic value. This same sentiment goes for regular coins as well, perhaps more so, since they themselves are one of the ways to work toward gathering a 1-up. This means that they're not completely worthless, and yet being worth 1/100th of something that's already losing its worth is not a very compelling argument for the value of this resource. I say all this knowing full well that I'm about to backpedal the point, and maybe it's the sound effects, perfectly formulated to tap into my brain's happy chemical, but even though I know that there's no real reason to go out of my way and sometimes risk progress in the level in order to gather a coin or something dumb, I'm still gonna do it most of the time. I'm going somewhere with this, I promise. The reason I find this to be a topic worth discussion is that in the olden days, these coins and the like are adding to an on-screen point total for that attempt at the game, and such a thing could be used as bragging rights to display to other players, like a badge of honor, you know, like I beat the game with over 2 million points or whatever. Yoshi's Island, and many of the Mario games going forward, did away with this system in favor of a more collectible-based scoring system, and yet the regular old-school coins remain as more of a relic of past traditions than anything. Arguably, I think the coins serve more of a purpose toward guiding the player, or hinting that there's something worthwhile nearby these days, and that's why I don't think that they should be removed or anything like that. Although the competitive side of me would like to see a total roundup at the end of the game, we've established Yoshi's Island simply isn't that kind of game. I know that's a really long-winded way of saying get the coins if you want and ignore them if you don't care, but I still appreciate that even though I don't have a concrete number to attribute numerical worth toward my efforts, there's also less pressure to engage with the game in any certain way because of that. For all the potential frustration that the collectibles that are scored in each level can end up causing, and believe me, they can, I will be discussing that as well, I think the move towards this new style of scoring was demonstrably the right choice for Yoshi's Island and indeed Mario as a whole with the advent of true 3D gaming close on the horizon. The point of this particular rant should be that all kinds of players can benefit from this new system while the downsides are minimized considerably across the board. Casual whose only interest is having fun? Great, here you go. Completionist mindset, who won't rest until the place is swept clean? That works too, good luck. Competitive type that likes to push themselves and see what kind of challenges they can accomplish based off of what the game throws at them? Everything's been laid out in a way that will entice you as well. How about a first-timer that becomes overwhelmed when too much is asked of them? Take it however you like, no pressure here. All of these people, and certainly more, can pick up Yoshi's Island and have a good time. I think that another big factor in the presentation that allows for this amount of playstyle freedom is the lack of on-screen gamey elements. As I've pointed out, there is no level timer as well as no score counter, but since I've gone this far already, it's worth explicitly stating that there is absolutely nothing permanently fixed on the screen to display any kind of game info. The collectible totals, as well as lives, special items, etc., are all relegated to the start menu should the player need to reference them. The current number of eggs trails behind Yoshi. Whether or not he's currently holding something is represented by a visual change in his mouth shape, and the countdown only briefly shows up on screen when it's relevant, like when stars are currently being collected or if the player drops Mario. Some may have not even noticed this frankly massive streamlining effort because it feels so at home in this game. Everything the player may need to know in the heat of the moment can be quickly surmised based off of Yoshi's current state and the in-world visual cues being offered. Nothing feels like it's missing, and yet on a glance it looks as if there is nothing at all on screen. All of this is in contrast to Super Mario World's arguably bloated UI, and the reworking of the on-screen elements, introduced by Yoshi's Island into only what is necessary and only what makes sense to appear within the world itself, is something that the Yoshi games all demonstrate masterfully, so well, in fact, that even the main man himself took some pointers in trimming the fat going forward. Don't Look Back is the level that I affectionately refer to as the balloon level, because it introduces two separate kinds of balloons for the player to ride on in order to gain or maintain height in the level. The first of which are right at the beginning and steadily rise up from below the screen, and the game pulls a bit of a switcheroo on the first-timers with these. It goes through the trouble of explaining the numbered platforms that disappear after a certain number of presses, and in this case, they're all numbered 1. After the player sprints to the end and realizes there's nowhere left to go, the real solution of riding the balloons upward is the only remaining option, and I like that there's not an explicit message block that spoils that moment. What I don't like is that in order to gather all of the collectibles, the player must then backtrack in the upper section and make sure that they do it quick enough to catch the fly guy with the red coin before he disappears. Worse than that, this fly guy hovers over open air, and if the coin drops, it plummets all the way to the ground, and while it is possible to get down there in time to grab it, it's still a pretty decent inconvenience to have to go back down at all to begin with, all things considered. This is not the only temporary red coin fly guy in this level. There's 3 actually, and they're all in quite inconvenient positions, and on top of that, this is by no means the only level that they appear in. Frankly, I think that including these guys was a mistake. The fact that the player can unwittingly approach an area only for one to fly in just barely off screen and then disappear before that player even knew that they were there is straight up a problem. There's no other way to put it. They only spawn in once per attempt, and making your way all the way to the end of the level only to find out that you've missed a single red coin and you have no idea where it could have been because you thought that you got everything in the level is punishing and discouraging in a way that few games have ever accomplished. This kind of fly guy is the worst culprit of this because they go directly against the message of slow and careful exploration that this game is constantly trying to encourage. If the player sees one of these swoop in, there's only a few seconds before they start to make their way off screen again, so whatever you're doing has to stop instantly in favor of a frantic attempt to snag this coin before it gets away. While they're the worst of the bunch for sure, there are plenty other, lesser ways that the game makes it difficult to finish gathering collectibles in one go. This applies to the Fly Guys that don't leave the screen, and even the red coin bandits as well, because once they drop the coin, then that same pressure is on to get it before it disappears. Some are deliberately placed over gaps, so once the coin falls in, that's it, it's gone. Not to mention flashing red eggs. You forgot about those, huh? I mentioned those can ruin a perfect score way back in the first world, and I'm just now getting to the topic at large. If that wasn't enough for you, there's areas in nearly every single level that prevent the player from backtracking for various reasons, so any level that you don't have memorized ends up causing a bit of anxiety about whether you should continue onward or go back to make sure you got everything. I can't exactly fault the game for this one because I don't really know how often it actually happens, and it's obviously a glitch, but during this recorded playthrough, I had one level straight up not spawn a red coin where it was supposed to be, and the only reason I ended up finding out is by combing through the recording while staring at my visual guide. That's more of a side note, but still, if you're certain you got everything in the level, it is possible that you did and the game simply didn't give you everything it was supposed to. Another pain in the ass that's adjacently related to this topic is the fact that the stars are tied to how well the player is doing in their gameplay. These stars are a finite resource after all, so getting hit too often can deny a player their perfect score. The worst scenario in this regard is the fact that a player going for perfect scores across the board needs to defeat every boss without being hit at all, since there's no way to replenish stars at that point in the level. In any case, I suppose the solution to these problems is get good, so take these complaints with a grain of salt. Since I talked right through it, I want to quickly mention that this previous level is the only one in the game that has 2 goal rings, and therefore 2 possible exit points. Although the one that I utilized is the optional of the 2, they both serve the exact same purpose, and because of that, it's not exactly a secret exit type scenario like in Super Mario World. I think I'd like to use that topic as a jumping off point, as it raises an interesting question regarding the linearity of Yoshi's Island and how it fits in relative to the other Mario games. Once again, I'd like to draw focus to both the games that came before and after to illustrate this point. Super Mario 64 allows the player to enter the worlds in any order that they like, so long as they have the right amount of stars unlocked up to that point. Super Mario World had secret exits riddled throughout its overworld, to the point that the player could skip the vast majority of levels and beat the game inside of half an hour easily, even less with some skill. Let's go further back. Super Mario Bros. 3 had branching paths on its overworld and the flute item that allowed for world skipping. Further back still, to the first Super Mario Bros., and we will see that all the way back there was hidden warp zones to play the game out of the intended order. With such a long-standing tradition in place, why is it that Yoshi's Island chooses to have such a relatively linear approach to the point that there's not a single example that can be offered this time around? Well, I don't have the answer to that, but my speculation is that it has to do with the fact that this game's story was meant to take on a bigger role than in the other games, and while it is still quite bare bones in retrospect, it was a story that the developers wanted to tell nonetheless, so in true storybook fashion, we start at the beginning and we take it page by page in the order that it was meant to be told. All that said, the individual levels of this game offer varying degrees of non-linearity in their own right, with some going as far as having branching paths that end up converging in one way or another, and none more so than this level that I'm currently playing, Marching Mild's Fort. Once the player outruns the chomp outside and makes their way into the fort proper, they're immediately presented with a straight shot to the boss room. However, it's blocked off with 4 consecutive locked doors. In the first room of the fort, the player is implicitly told that they will need to navigate through the 4 initial challenge rooms in order to grab the key for each of the locked doors blocking their path, and this is where we begin to see the way that this game offers that bit of non-linearity. In theory, the player could go through a challenge room, grab a key, go back to the main room, unlock the door, backtrack through back to the main room again, and repeat that process 4 times in a row. But personally, I think that's a bit too tedious, so I always grab all 4 keys and then unlock each door all at once. What that ends up meaning is that the order in which I gather these keys matters quite a bit, because each room in the sequence offers a different challenge, and by the time the player reaches the final one, they are carrying mostly keys, therefore having sacrificed their egg capacity more and more with each consecutive room. Now I realize this isn't the most impressively groundbreaking way to build a level or anything, but in a game that has spent several hours up to this point telling the player that they'll be following a specific path, suddenly being given the option to choose how you'd like to go about navigating the level on your own accord is a welcome addition. I'm not going to spend the entirety of the level praising it for having some semblance of choice in the order that it can be played, but I am certainly going to make sure that I've said my piece about it, because it is my favorite level after all. Something about it is just charming in a way that feels like the developers were really in the zone right about this time. They captured the best of what this game could be here, and even though nearly every level has its own charm, I wish a few more of them had the charm that this level has. Since the player is allowed to make their choice of which order they'd like to take on the challenge rooms, they're also afforded the freedom to decide which ones they like and which ones they don't like, and then they can act accordingly from there, which is not something that every level offers. Furthermore, every area in this level will be passed through without fail, so there's not so much of a question regarding, did I see everything that the level has to offer, or perhaps, phrased a little differently, did I miss anything important? Regarding all aspects of player engagement and fun factor, Marching Mild's fort knocks it out of the park, and we haven't even reached the boss yet. Speaking of, Milds are the small pink little balls with feet that the player has been stomping on since the latter section of the first world, and one of them will finally be getting the proper boss treatment here midway through World 4. But certainly many players will have noticed a striking similarity to another of Nintendo's flagship mascots who was a relative newcomer at the time that Yoshi's Island was released. Kirby's debut game only released in 1992, and Yoshi's Island was already in development by this time, so it's entirely possible that Mild was an intentional reference, but all my attempts to find some kind of specificity on the matter have come up unclear. Perhaps they threw these little guys in to help solidify the connection in the player's mind, like a subtle advertisement from a more established series. The reason I bring this up is I've got a funny little story to tell, of course. So, my wife, love that guy, helpful as always with my video making endeavors, has always been with me every step along the way in this project, and made the point early on that Mild looks like Kirby, to which I kind of just shrugged off at the time as a coincidence. Eventually, though, she comes bursting into the room and tells me that she found out that Marching Mild is in fact Kirby's sister, and that I need to put that in the video. Naturally, I'm like, girl, what the hell are you talking about? So she shows me her phone that's on some random Mario fan wiki page for Marching Mild, and literally the only thing it says on the page is, Marching Mild is Kirby's sister. She's also a boss in Yoshi's Island. That's it. So, I don't know about you guys, but that seems pretty airtight to me. Marching Mild is Kirby's sister, confirmed. In an effort to save my sanity and clear my wife's name, I dug into the edits of this particular page, and I don't want to dox the person that made this page or anything, but it's pretty clear to me that it was a little kid that really likes Kirby because that's all their edits are about. Something about that story was funny enough for me to include it here. Maybe it was how adamant my wife was when she found that page, or maybe it was the page itself, like the random guy just decided to make a page one day to let people know this exclusive information. I don't know, maybe it was the fact that I spent so much of my own time on it that I felt silly at the end. Let's move on. Anyway, we've finally reached the point where this level's gauntlet is conquered and all of the keys are in tow, so all that's left is to unlock each door leading down to the boss door and take on Kirby's sister herself. Mild is probably the easiest boss in the game by my own account, and that's mostly due to the fact that she doesn't have any attacks of her own. The challenge in this battle comes from getting on top of this massive boss in order to deliver a ground pound that will split her into two smaller versions of herself. Repeat this process a few more times and you'll be left with 16 regular-sized Milds, which, if you stop and think about it, how did that happen? Kamek casted his magic on a single Mild and we ended up with 16 in the end. One way or another, the smallest milds are easily stepped on and shouldn't cause too much of an issue in dispatching, with the possible exception from when they appear from the larger one. They seem to have a certain randomness about them that could potentially result in Yoshi taking a hit if the player isn't careful. Cutting this boss down to size and mopping up the remainders is a simple enough task to have this battle coming to an end before it even really gets started, and since the small milds can be eaten and turned into eggs, this is the only boss in the game that allows the player to deliver the finishing blow by pooping out the last one, leaving Yoshi frozen in this hilarious position for a moment if done this way. One way or another, that's a wrap on another fort, and the journey continues on to the next area, which immediately sours my feelings about all of the good things I had to say in the previous level with the worst message block in the game right at the beginning. This level, aptly named Chomp Rock Zone, starts the level off with a message block that reads as follows. This is a Chomp Rock. I'm not even going to bother reading the rest of that because it makes me feel irrationally angry. The reason this digs under my skin so much is obviously because we've seen absolutely no shortage of Chomp Rocks up to this point. It's one of the most commonly used objects in the game. The real kicker is that this is showing up more than halfway through the game, and it's not a reused text box, borrowed from an earlier appearance and placed here, but one that is wholly original to this level. What this indicates to me is that they drafted up all of the text for the message blocks, and then sprinkled them into the levels however they saw fit instead of vice versa. I can't say for sure, but that seems to make the most sense to me on why there's multiple of these messages that feel out of place. It may be a long shot, really I don't know squat, but it seems they sought out spots for the text to be taught as an afterthought, or maybe they forgot, not slotting it in there on the dot when something was ought to be taught to our mascot. It happens more often than not, which is quite a lot, and now they got caught losing the plot. I am so sorry for that. Nah, not really, that was kind of fun. Anyway, in many of the instances early on, this is a potato-potato situation because pretty much everything is brand new to the player anyway. But as we delve deeper into the game, then it starts to feel a little more awkward and off-putting when something that the player has been dealing with repeatedly already is being introduced as a new mechanic. In an effort to try and be as annoying as that message block, and don't worry, I'm not going to start rhyming again, I will now list out all of the levels in which a Chomp Rock has already appeared. Make Eggs Throw Eggs. The very first level has two, one in the hidden area that has a message block right alongside it, and one after the final red coin. The Cave of Chomp Rock. In addition to the name drop in the title, there are 6 in total sprinkled throughout the cave accordingly. Touch Fuzzy Get Dizzy has 1 in the hidden area at the end of the level. What's Gusty Taste Like has 2 in the cave for mowing down enemies in the way. Watch Out for Lakitu has 1 required to reach the doorway to progress. The Cave of Mystery Maze has 1 at the end of the level just for fun. The Cave of Hairy Hedgehog has 1 at the top of the first big hill for squishing hogs. Finally, this level, Chomp Rock Zone, has 2 that spawn normally and a potential third that appears if the player restarts from the middle ring. That's 17 Chomp Rocks up to this point, 14 of which appear before the text box that says, "This is a Chomp Rock." And let me put any lingering questions to rest, there will be several more for the remainder of the game, so don't you worry player, you will have a chance to see another of these things. Whatever they're called. The fancy little trick that I just pulled during that tantrum in order to make it up to some otherwise out-of-reach collectibles doesn't have a name as far as I'm aware, but it is a cheeky workaround that I use from time to time whenever I mess up an opportunity to grab something. In that case, the player was meant to jump up onto the Chomp Rock as it rolled by in order to be able to reach the flower and red coins on a hill overhead. But since the Chomp Rock rolled into a hole and I missed my chance, I had to improvise and grab a Shy Guy from the nearby pipe, bring him over, and then use him as a jumping off point to gather the extra height that I was missing. An important thing to note when performing this is that if a Shy Guy is spit out normally, they will roll off until they collide with the nearest object and then disappear. But if they're spit out while the player is holding up on the D-pad, they only roll a few times before continuing their normal behavior, allowing for this trick. I have no idea whether the developers intended on this being something that the players were supposed to work out, but even if they didn't, I'm glad it's possible because it saved me many retries over the years. The entire gimmick of this level, as the brightest among us will have figured out already, is to push the Chomp Rock as far as possible through the majority of the level in order to be able to gather everything that it has to offer, namely using them to jump up to sections that are otherwise out of reach. There's a few sections that will inhibit this goal, so planning out moves before taking them and careful babysitting of the rock as it makes its journey to the endpoint is a must if you care about catching a perfect score on this one. It's not a bad concept in my opinion when you look at it on paper, but in practice it ends up feeling a little bit too much like an escort mission for my liking, which detracts from the fun that I'm able to have in this level. That, coupled with the message block at the beginning, leaves this one pretty low on my list overall. After Yoshifus manages to complete the impossible task bestowed upon him of pushing the boulder all the way to the endpoint, there is a rather interesting, completely new object that is glossed over with no explanation at all for some odd reason. It took a fair amount of looking to find out what this thing is even called, but wouldn't you know it, it's called a squishy block. These are relatively unimportant in the grand scheme, as there's only a small few in the whole game, never returning for another title after this, but I took special notice of these even as a kid, so I feel obligated to make some kind of mention of them. Basically, they're big square blocks of some kind of jelly or rubber or something, and they can be flattened out by ground pounding, as well as squished up taller by pushing them against a wall. I wish there was more to say about these because I think they're pretty cool, but they only show up a handful of times as a quick way to cross over some spikes or something, and the sad truth is that Yoshi's Island had far too many ideas for its own good. Because of the massive amount of ambition that was brought to the table for this title, many aspects of this game's design ultimately feel like they ended up being deemed as not worth the effort to expand upon, or just straight up forgotten to time. Such is the case for many things in this game that were simply never brought back around for one reason or another and weren't really given the proper time they deserved when they were around. So for such things as the squishy block, I guess I'll have to leave it at that since there's nothing else to say about them, even though I'd personally like to see more. Under that same umbrella of things that I'd like to see more of, there lies an aspect of this game's legacy that I haven't spoken about at all up to now. I don't have much to say about the next few levels, so I'll use this time to go all in on another bit of meta discussion, and this one's a doozy. In my Super Mario World video, I went on a few separate tangents fairly early on about the ins and outs of speedrunning the game, and I haven't made any effort to do so about Yoshi's Island up to now, because I wanted to make sure that I had all my information straight before diving into this topic. See, the thing is, I've run Super Mario World speedruns throughout my days. Not very well, mind you, I don't even know what a leaderboard is, but the reason I was so keen on talking about that game's speedruns is because I am familiar with them personally. When it comes to Yoshi's Island, I have never run it under any category, and frankly I didn't even know what those categories were until I set out to write this section. What I ended up learning about the Yoshi's Island speedrunning community was quite surprising to me actually, and I'd like to spend some time dissecting what I found. So, first and foremost, I'm going to say what my initial gut feeling was about the matter and work my way toward the conclusion that I came to after spending several hours across a few days doing my homework about this topic. My first reaction upon taking a peek into the Yoshi's Island speedruns is that this game is dead. There's basically no activity on speedrun.com, the wiki is horribly outdated, and the link that directs to what is claimed to be the more currently updated website is broken, likely due to the lack of upkeep on whoever was running it. Because of this, a lot of the information about the categories was fractured, and I had a pretty difficult time piecing together the specifics of how the runs developed over time. Even the world records that have laid untouched for quite a while do not have much traction for any of their individual videos. In contrast, Super Mario World, 5 years this game's senior, is still rather active all things considered, with records in its top categories still being incrementally improved upon to this day. To establish a baseline for what I mean for a game to be active, the records that I talked about in my Super Mario World video are outdated now a few times over already, and that was only a few months ago at the time of writing. To get back toward the game I'm supposed to be talking about and compare it to the baseline I've now established, Yoshi's Island has only about 1/5 as many total submissions for all categories, only about 1/6 as many players that have attempted these categories, and only about 1/7 as many that are actively still contributing runs. If I were to stay consistent with my comparisons in this video, I would also have to include the numbers for this game's successor, and if you know anything about Super Mario 64, then you understand that, to be completely honest, I don't feel right dragging Yoshi's Island through such an embarrassing comparison as that. With all that in mind, why such a huge discrepancy in the numbers when it comes to the game that came before it? Well, I think it has to do with the linearity again, and we will see that clearly in the fact that there are only 4 main categories of Yoshi's Island speedrun. 100%, which is a category that every game ever has, and it means do everything that the game has to offer as quickly as possible. Specifically, in Yoshi's Island's case, it means get a perfect score in every level without any funny business, basically what I'm doing in this video, except the pace is far faster and more impressive looking. The world record in this category stands untouched for about 2 years right about now, and that time comes in at 2 hours, 20 minutes, and 52 seconds. And honestly, it's not likely to be beat anytime soon, considering that the only other attempt that has made top 15 anytime recently is nearly 17 minutes slower than this time, which is still incredible, don't get me wrong, but 17 minutes of time difference is an eternity in speedrunning. Next up, there's Warps and Warpless, which are the 2 contrasting categories that don't require the player to gather all collectibles, but simply finish the final boss fight as quickly as possible. Warpless is a stock standard speedrun, front to back, get to the end of each consecutive level as fast as you can. Current record there is 1 hour, 40 minutes, and 53 seconds, and honestly it's possible that this record will get overtaken soon because the record holder of the 100% category seems to be making attempts in Warpless recently, and he's only about 30 seconds behind the record right now. Warps is the more advanced of these two, allowing for some shenanigans and glitches that will confuse the game into kicking the player into the first level several times in the run in order to save time, and essentially skip many of the more difficult late-game levels. As I understand it, this so-called 1-1 warp was the first major glitch that was utilized to speedrun the game, and I've even experienced this one firsthand without ever actively trying to accomplish it or understanding why it happens, so it goes without saying that those who can consistently trigger it would use it to finish the game faster than their peers. The record here is 1 hour, 35 minutes, and 22 seconds, and there seems to be 2 runners having a battle here for first quite recently, so that may change soon as well. Finally, there is Any percent, which is another category that pretty much every game has, meaning make the credits roll as fast as you can, more or less nothing is off limits. Now, I say more or less nothing is off limits because where it gets interesting is the fact that Any percent is split into multiple subcategories, and there are 2 main ones in my eyes. One being the so-called magical journey glitch, and one being the credits warp glitch. When I say credits warp, the most savvy among us will recognize that this method likely involves using a technique called ACE, and it does. I discussed ACE in my Super Mario World video where I explicitly said my brain is too smooth to understand it, and nothing has changed in that regard, but as a quick refresher, it stands for Arbitrary Code Execution, and it essentially means that the player is able to rewrite the code of the game while they play it by performing a very specific set of actions in a very specific order at a very specific time. Using this credits warp ACE method, the record is 2 minutes and 7 seconds, and since I don't claim to understand this method at all, I have no idea how optimized it is, but it seems like over the past few years it's had several fairly significant time cuts, so I guess I can see this time still going lower. Regarding the magical journey method, from what I was able to gather, forgive me if I'm a bit off the mark, because like I said, the information is fractured regarding the progression of categories over time, and I wasn't there when this stuff was happening. But it seems to me that this category was probably a pretty big deal in the grand scheme of Yoshi's Island speedrunning. What makes this a magical journey is the use of a specific glitch, dubbed the Null Egg glitch, that was discovered by some galaxy-brained genius, and it allows the player to collect an egg that can be substituted for any sprite in the game if done correctly. What this means in this run is that if the player is able to gather an egg and switch its function with, the key that the player collects after defeating a boss, then it will instantly finish any level since it essentially is always being carried around by the player, and therefore activating the level end sequence as soon as it spawns at the beginning of every level. This run is bonkers to watch, and although it's now outdated since the discovery of Credits Warp, it's still a big part of this game's history, I think, and therefore it deserves a nice little shout out. Its record is 39 minutes and 10 seconds, and I appreciate the fact that something like this exists for the sheer spectacle of it, even though there's a faster way out there nowadays. Finally, I'd like to make a special mention of one specific novelty category on the basis that I found it so incredibly impressive that I would feel like I haven't made a complete commentary on this game and its history without giving this feat of skill the spotlight it deserves. The category of this run is called Warpless (blindfolded), in which there is one singular completed run from 2018, and this man beats every main level of Yoshi's Island up to the final boss in one sitting, completely blindfolded and wearing headphones for optimal sound tracking. The time on this beast of a run is 9 hours, 22 minutes, and 36 seconds, which I feel inclined to reiterate was done in one sitting. Oh dear viewer of this video of mine, to compare the times of the regular Warpless run against the blindfolded Warpless run would not seem all that impressive on a glance, but to cast a bit of context into these numbers, the blindfolded run beats World 1 in a little over 47 minutes, which is only about 5 minutes more than my time in this video, where I play the game completely sighted across multiple splits in my footage. I watched the entirety of this over 9-hour run with my hands on my temples in disbelief that such a thing was even possible. At one point in the stream, he reveals a method that he used for the bulk of the memorization of each level, explaining that it had to do with tracking what beat the music is on in order to figure out where he is. In other words, using auditory clues to figure out where he is spatially. And that's just some superhero level shit, I don't know what else to call it. Of course, it wasn't a flawless feat of skill, he is still human after all, and there were plenty of mishaps along the way. The biggest setback in the entire run was World 5's castle, in which he got stuck for about an hour and 20 minutes, which I can completely understand. We haven't made it there in this video just yet, but I do already have the footage recorded, and it probably honestly took me about the same amount of time to get through that level. I don't think this guy will ever have competition in this record unless he himself decides to give the run another go someday. I'll tell you right now, there's no way that I'd be able to finish that, that's for sure. To round off this topic and bring it to a close, I'd like to return to my initial impression and offer how that has changed after spending some thoughtful time learning more about the speedrunning community behind this game. First I said I think it's dead, and now I see that there is still indeed a dedicated group of folks that are keeping this title afloat, but unless something changes and it gets a new influx of players involved, then I think that it really does have the potential to die. Such is the fate for many games. If the runs become optimized enough and no major changes are discovered, then the barrier for entry will become far too high for many newcomers to break into the scene, and that will only be solidified by the lack of cohesive information available on the topic, and therefore there will be nowhere left to go. It's not my job to save this community, but as someone who cares for this game deeply, I would like to see it thrive, and I would like to at least offer up my 2 cents on the matter and give a call to arms for anyone involved that may be capable to begin to make the changes that will keep the fun of speedrunning this game alive in the same way that many other Mario games are able to do. Good luck. Sincerest apologies to both Lakeshore Paradise as well as Ride Like the Wind, since I used the entirety of both of those levels' runtimes to talk about something completely unrelated to their gameplay, but the show must go on now, so we are on to the final level of World 4, Hook-Bill the Koopa's Castle. This castle is on the shorter side, especially considering its placement in game, and the reason it's able to get away with this is because it hinges its 2 main rooms on a puzzle in order to proceed. As mentioned previously, I use the word puzzle loosely since Yoshi's Island doesn't make its puzzles too complicated, likely in order to keep from alienating the younger or less experienced players. With that said though, the puzzle of this level is on the more obtuse side of what Yoshi's Island has to offer, throwing multiple moving parts into the mix that the player must keep track of lest they need to exit the room in order to reset and start over. In this sense, its challenge is more so concerned with figuring out the proper order to complete certain tasks, but once the player has it figured out, it's essentially just a checklist of things to do in order to reach the area required to move on. Of course, there's also the matter of gathering collectibles, which can complicate things to a degree, as with any level, but when there's a puzzle involved, the player must triple check that they've scoured every possible point, since the level designers like to sneak in lots of goodies into some rather inconvenient locations from time to time. All things considered, if the player knows what they're doing, then the amount of backtracking or circling laps in the level can be more or less completely avoided, whether it be searching for collectibles or for the correct path forward. This kind of over-optimization of running through a level makes it feel quite short because really it is, but it's worth remembering that a regular run through a level like this won't be nearly as straightforward as it may seem from watching a video. Despite there being a number of things placed in inconvenient locations, there's one singular red coin in this level that rubs me the wrong way. This time it's not being carried around by a fly guy that will disappear with it, but hidden within a room and used as a reward for a simple challenge. In order to access this hidden room, the player must first notice that there is a cracked block in the ceiling, break it, and then ride the nearby arrow ball up to enter it. Within this room is a challenge type that the player has definitely seen several times so far up to this point. It is a single enclosed space with a few enemies that need to be dispatched in order to have a collectible spawn. Most of the time, this collectible ends up being a flower, and I think that's an appropriate reward for such a task, mostly because the game has conditioned me to expect it at this point. This particular room, as the sole example of something different happening, sees the player defeating a couple of the slightly larger than usual milds in order to have a single red coin drop to the floor out of a hole in the ceiling, and for whatever reason this feels really awkward to me. The usual fanfare that plays whenever Yoshi does something significant is triggered, but all the player receives is a single coin dropping to the floor. I don't know, it just feels kinda weird. Maybe the developers thought this particular task wasn't worth a flower because it's quite easy all things considered, but there's other examples of easy challenge rooms that reward a flower, so I'm not really sure what they were thinking for that one. Here is the only instance in this game where the 𝐭𝐴𝐸 appears, and this time he's quite a bit more aggressive than his appearances in Super Mario World. This guy doesn't even bother dangling a 1-up at the player this time around, no doubt because there's no mushrooms at all in this game, but that's kind of beside the point. The final room that contains the boss door is a simple room that contains 2 flowers right next to each other, basically for free, so there goes my theory about that awkward challenge room being too easy to reward a flower. Despite there being a couple questionable choices in this level, the main event that it's been building up to is really worth the wait. Upon entry to the boss door, Yoshi's Island does what it does best and establishes the atmosphere for this battle with the longest and most elaborate boss room in the game. The stage for this battle takes place on a stone bridge in the clouds, so the player must first climb up and out of the castle in order to reach this arena, leaving the background treetops far behind and crossing the lengthy fog barrier before the path that we entered from is destroyed behind us and a solitary Koopa approaches from the front, initiating 𝐤𝐸𝐸's monologue. Chef's kiss. This is the highlight of the game and the prime example of what a boss in Yoshi's Island can be with proper preparation. That being the case, it's a bit of a shame that the battle itself doesn't quite reach the same heights in my opinion. Since the opponent is a standard Koopa, there's not much room for growth aside from literally becoming larger. The goal of this battle is to wait for Hookbill to stand up and initiate a charge, and then place 3 accurately aimed eggs into the upper section of his body in order to topple him backward and land a ground pound on his underside. Do this 3 times consecutively, and this turtle is history. The time window to place a successful hit is fairly large, as is the space that the player needs to hit. Hookbill telegraphs all of his moves very clearly, and the eggs are replenished very quickly by jumping on his back at any point in order to make him cough them up. Something about his facial expression is really unnerving as well. He's got this demented look in his eye that turns into a tearful scream upon being hit by an egg that contributes to the foreboding presentation even further. I won't be giving him any chances to do so, but even the way he charges to attack the player is really intimidating. It doesn't feel like a calculated attack, but more so a wild animal lunging towards a perceived threat, complete with him throwing his whole body at the player and slamming back down to the ground. Even though this battle is rather easy, I still find it to be on the higher end of the enjoyment spectrum, and the spectacle of it all certainly plays a big part in forming that viewpoint. I'm sure I'm not alone in this opinion based off the amount of people that fondly remember this battle, and indeed the lead up to it as well, and I think this stands as one of the greatest examples of how to set the stage for a video game boss battle of all time. Being one of the greats doesn't stop me from steamrolling his sorry ass, and with Hookbill and his crazy eye out of the way, Yoshi is free to lay waste to World 4 at long last, and it's off to the penultimate world and all of the icy shenanigans this game has been missing up to now. If shenanigans is what we want, then shenanigans is what we will have. Yoshi's Island never feels as though it's lacking in the shenanigans department, whether that be in the form of new mechanics being slowly doled out across the course of the game, or enemy types being remixed just as you thought you knew what they were capable of. The opener to World 5, titled Blizzard in all caps with 3, count 'em, 3 exclamation marks, wastes no time throwing the player into danger with both of these things, assaulting them right out of the gate. Here we've got reduced visibility due to the titular snowstorm, coupled with a brand new enemy type. This is the Thunder 𝐿𝐸𝐞𝐬, and at the risk of over-explaining a self-evident concept, he is a 𝐿𝐸𝐞𝐬 that controls the power of thunder. What this means is that these 𝐿𝐸𝐞𝐬s are capable of summoning up an anime energy blast that sends a wave of fire rippling in either direction upon impact with the ground. If that sounds a little familiar, it's because it's basically the same ability that the Sumo Bro from Super Mario World had. Soon after evading the Thunder 𝐿𝐸𝐞𝐬, we've got another new enemy, only this one is completely unique to this level, and actually not new, and I already passed them by, so rewind if you missed them. These Mace Penguins of Yoshi's Island, of which there are only 2 residing right here in this level, first appeared in Super Mario Bros. 3 in actuality, and at this point, we hadn't seen them since because they did not appear in Super Mario World. In their original game, as well as going forward, they're called Spikes on account of their ability to spit up spiked balls to throw at the player, and they are meant to be frog-like Koopas, or perhaps Koopa-like frogs. Here they're referred to as penguins for some reason, and they show up in the same level as the other penguins of this game, so it's a bit confusing of what they're actually supposed to be. Here we've got another one of the many hidden challenge rooms of the game, and this particular one sees the player utilizing a helicopter morph bubble in order to gather some coins. I've got a bit of a bone to pick with these coin collecting rooms, because once again, unless the player has the level memorized, there's usually no way to tell whether there will be red coins involved in the mix. On certain occasions, the game will include a message block that explicitly tells the player, like, hey, there's a few red coins in here, don't miss them, you dumb piece of shit. Yeah, I'm just kidding, but really, there is some in here. Or something to that effect, and if there's a morph bubble involved, then that's also a pretty good giveaway there, but on the whole, I think it's a little bit too unclear for my liking. Even if you're the type of player that doesn't care for regular coins, you'll still have to go through the trouble of getting them to make sure that none of them were red. There's so many of these sections in the game that it's become grating to me personally, and I've actually stopped entering the ones that I know don't have any red coins in them partway through this video because they just take too damn long, and it basically equates to a time waste. Contrary to that point, the game does do quite a lot to prevent the player from completely wasting their time, to be fair. As previously discussed, the magnifying glass item will reveal every red coin in the level to the player to completely remove all ambiguity for the remainder of that level attempt, and these items can feasibly be farmed if the player is dedicated enough, so that's one way to get around having to blindly search. However, there is another way to tell which coins are red that requires nothing more than possessing a rather keen eye. Many of the disguised red coins have a very subtle giveaway in the form of the faintest color difference compared to the regular gold coins. It's really hard to see under normal circumstances if you ask me, as it's incredibly close, so playing this game on a regular old CRT would make the difference basically impossible to notice, but some players did anyway. There's also the fact that the 2 types of coins rotate at very slightly different rates, which is best seen when there's one red coin placed between 2 regular ones. I've put an example on screen here to demonstrate that. While this is a neat little tidbit to know, and it may help in identifying the difference, the truth is I don't think this was an intentional inclusion on the part of the developers in order to give any kind of advantage to the most diligent of players. The reason I say this is because not every one of the red coins that's disguised amongst the regular ones has this color difference, and on top of that, every coin, both red and regular, in the submarine morph sections does have this darker tint due to being underwater. Really, what I think happened is that the developers didn't even notice, due to the fact that they themselves would have been creating and testing the game prior to its release on the old crappy screens of the 90s. This is simply wishful thinking on my part, but I wish they included a way to acquire additional red coins outside of the 20 that are placed in each level. Now, I'm not asking for red coins to become trivial, only 1 or 2 extra per world would be plenty enough, I think. Whether that be a special item gained from bonus challenges, or having flashing eggs sprinkled throughout the game that were extras on top of the total rather than being part of it, I think Yoshi's Island could have benefited from having a little bit of wiggle room there. They had no problem doing that for the stars, and I still think that there's plenty of levels where it feels like those are in danger of coming up short at the end, and that's with there being 2 separate items that give them away for free on top of all the other ways that the player can earn them. The little penguins that are introduced in this level and are seen several more times in the levels to come are worthy of a quick introduction. These are called bumpties, and they're not directly harmful to Yoshi, but rather the way that they are dangerous to the player is by being very, very naughty. They get their name from having the ability to push Yoshi backwards relative to the impact, bumping him away. They're oftentimes found wandering around in fairly high concentrations and are usually near ice, or a gap, or some other treacherous object, so despite them not having the ability to hurt Yoshi directly, they can abruptly put him into a position where the player would really rather not be, such as the bottom of a pit, or directly under a falling icicle. A lesser known bit of their behavior is that if the player drops Baby Mario in their vicinity, they can pick him up and steal him similar to how the bandits or the monkeys do. Being naughty is not necessarily a crime, and that's why my wife is not in jail, so I have a hard time categorizing these little penguin fellas as enemies in the same regard as the more dangerous foes that Yoshi finds himself contending against who directly oppose his goals. Rather, they feel more like the inhabitants of Yoshi's Island. In this way, they're more like the melon bugs, or even 𝐤𝐞𝐫𝐞𝐬. It just so happens that their surroundings are more hostile for Yoshi, so they end up getting a bad rap because of that. Moving right along, Ride the Ski Lifts is another of the levels that I remember most clearly from my childhood. It starts off with a couple distinct features that I wish there were more of overall. The obvious one is the snowball mechanic, which is essentially a chomp rock that gathers up snow as it rolls around, growing larger in order to reach higher locations. It goes without saying that this could have been used to a greater degree within these snow levels for some fun optional challenges or some such, but like with so many other things, we only see it this one time before it fades into memory. Secondly, and perhaps slightly less interestingly, there's 2 hidden eggs at the very beginning of this level, one placed above the screen on a patch of destructible dirt, and 1 yellow egg block that is hidden behind the first tree. I like the idea of eggs being hidden slightly out of view for the player to hunt out and find as a reward, shout out to Easter, and I believe this is the only time in the game where they do this as well. We've already had the discussion on gathering eggs, about how it's preferable to always have a full capacity and such, and I think that discovering eggs on occasion rather than being handed them would have been a nice surprise that the level designers should have been a little more liberal with. Couple that concept with my other bit of wishful thinking regarding the addition of a few flashing eggs as a buffer for the player's red coin count, and I think what we've really got there is a missed opportunity. The majority of the remainder of this level situates the player onto the namesake ski lifts. These are essentially a different flavor of moving platform that don't wait around for the player to make use of them. Sometimes there will be a Dr. Freezegood snowman riding these lifts alongside the player, and these are another enemy where I'm not exactly sure whether I should classify them as such. To me, these seem like obstacles, as they can't move on their own and they don't directly harm Yoshi, and he can physically push them the same way as, say, a crate or a flower pot, but they also turn to face Yoshi if they're stationary on the ground, so that makes me think they're definitely alive. One of the more strange hidden rooms of the game is this one here, a very long vertical hallway with a bunch of Shy Guys frozen into the walls. Upon reaching the bottom, the player comes into contact with a superstar, prompting the Super Baby Mario sequence to begin, only there's nowhere to run. The only thing to do is to gather coins from the temporary block and to take up another of the 4 subsequent superstars to continue doing that. I guess points for originality here, but it seems rather odd that the game would say here's a superstar section where the goal is to do nothing that requires a superstar at all. Yoshi's Island is out here asking the hard questions, such as what if there was a room where the only thing you can do is stand in place and jump until you get tired of doing that and leave? I'm only partly serious about that, as I do appreciate that not every hidden room offers the same thing, and even though that one was a bit lukewarm conceptually, it at least had something unique to bring to the table. I know you remember way back in World 2, the cave section of What's Gusty Taste Like, where I showed the same kind of coin block at the very end of that level. You're such a good listener. There, I mentioned that this type of coin block that's only active while Super Baby Mario is also has a small probability of giving the player a star if their total is below the max of 30 at that time, so that's at least one benefit that it has to offer if coins and only coins don't tickle your fancy. The final section of this level has the player on the ski lifts with little to no safe ground to speak of, and this continues all the way up to the goal ring. The player must avoid flying bumpties, the Dr. Freezegood snowmen that also ride along the same path, and jump from lift to lift, all while still gathering up the last bit of collectibles as the snowstorm rages on, obscuring the screen to a degree. As I fight for my life trying to make it to the goal, I'd like to point out one final thing about this level, and that's the fact that this is the final level in the game that uses the Flower Garden music track. Here, listen. That one. It's the music that was used in the first level, and to many people it's synonymous with Yoshi's Island as a whole, so I figured I'd give it a mention to its final usage. I know this is for sure not that deep, but since it was the first song of the game, excluding the opening cutscenes and tutorial level, it feels like it represents the safety of Yoshi's home, and this is the last point in the journey where that safety can be felt to any degree. Fret not, because although this is the last level that uses this song, we will hear it one more time in this video still, as it is used in World 2's extra level. Danger. Icy conditions ahead illustrates the increased danger by being quite dangerous, as well as having the word danger in the title. Real profound sentence there I just wrote. Very wise. What it also illustrates, and what I'd like to spend a sizable portion of the level talking about, is the amount of reused sound effects in this game. Now, I understand that sound design is rather difficult, and to a degree there's no way of getting around having to use the same sound to represent multiple in-game actions in order to save space on the cartridge or some such, but there's a few in Yoshi's Island that feel like they're not very well thought out, if you ask me. I chose Here and Now to bring up this topic because there's a fairly high concentration of these reused sound effects showing up all within the same level, and it's rather jarring at points. The number one biggest offender in this regard is the squeaking sound. There's no way that any player could go through this game without taking notice of it. This sound is first heard in World 2 being made by the Little Mousers, and several times going forward from there. Me personally, I have this sound permanently associated with those mice. From that point forward, the same sound is also used for the monkeys of World 3, as well as the sound of Yoshi slipping on any icy surface seen prominently here. Furthermore, there are these tiny little bird sprites that are sometimes seen within levels that fly away as soon as the player approaches them, and they too make this very same noise. To offer a counterexample that demonstrates a sound that's reused in a less conspicuous manner, I will use the pop sound that's used for when Yoshi makes an egg. On top of that primary usage, this same sound is also used when the player pops Baby Mario's bubble to retrieve him, when they squish a mild, when they spit out an enemy and it collides with any object, as well as when a winged cloud pops after being hit. And I had a really hard time coming up with that example because when a sound works well and makes sense in the way that it does in those cases, it doesn't stand out and make itself immediately apparent, despite being reused to a greater degree. Now back to another of the more egregious examples, particularly one that shows up in this level, is the sound that's made when a player spits a fireball while using a red watermelon power-up. This same sound is used when the player stands underneath a waterfall, as well as when snow falls off of a tree, and that's just off the top of my head. This is certainly less noticeable than the squeaking, but it still bothers me a bit because what is the correlation between any of those things? Why that sound? It's confusing to our ears to hear a sound that we have associated with one specific thing used elsewhere completely removed from that context. Take for example the squeak again. As I said, I personally associate the little mousers to it, so when I hear it and one of the little tiny birds is flying away, I'm primed to expect a mouse to appear soon, despite the fact that I know that these two things share no common levels among them. I posit that the reason this is confusing to our ears is that it has more or less no analog in real life. Of course, there's similarities, but even when something sounds like something else, we specify, oh, this sounds like that other thing. No exact reusages. The line begins to get blurred to an extent when we watch movies and television. Think that classic scream sound effect from the original Star Wars or any such cartoony sound effect and you'll understand my meaning, but no medium reuses sound effects to the same degree as video games. I think this is particularly an issue worth talking about in the case of diegetic sounds, which is a fancy way to say the sounds that the character within the world of the game could reasonably hear themselves. An example of a non-diegetic sound in Yoshi's Island would be the sound that's made when the player pauses the game, or navigates the pause menu, or even feasibly any such sound from gathering collectibles such as the little tune that plays when the final red coin is picked up. And those can be reused ad infinitum for all I care. Yoshi can't hear those, only we can. And Yoshi can definitely hear mice coming to snatch his eggs, so when it's actually a harmless little bird or the sound of ice underfoot, it ends up causing some problems or confusion, however minor in the grand scheme. The final stretch of this level throws the player into another brand new bit of gameplay in the form of a skiing section. There are two of these sections in the game, and I rather quite like them a lot, actually, once again for the creativity and uniqueness of it all. There's nothing else like it in the game. The closest point of comparison would be a morph bubble sequence, but this feels different from any of those. It's basically an on-rails section where Yoshi dons some skis to get to the end of the level, and the player is at the mercy of the slopes, only able to time their jumps to avoid danger, having no control over speed or direction. Reaching the bottom of the hill after finding some solid footing once more is a massive relief after what no doubt took at least a handful of attempts, and as the player has proved themselves worthy of progression, thus shall end the level and allow entrance into the fort of World 5, which definitively has the grossest sounding name in the entire game. Here's where we enter Sluggy the Unshaven's fort, and even though there's about 100 jokes there, I'll abstain this time and leave it to your imagination. This level kicks off directly inside the fort already, and there's a door placed directly behind where the player's starting point is. This room has the only regular Chain Chomp in the game, tied up and lunging away both at Yoshi and occasionally directly toward the screen as a bit of a fourth wall break. This is another of those really weird rooms. I guess it serves a thematic purpose to set the mood, but Chain Chomp can't be defeated with any of Yoshi's moves, and there's nothing else of interest in here, so we'll move on and leave this enigma behind. As we begin the trek through this level, I'll immediately bring the new enemies that it debuts to the spotlight. The 4 new additions are a new kind of ghost that dangles from the ceiling attempting to snatch Mario if the player gets too close, a new variation of Shy Guy that wields a mace, because why not, as well as 2 brand new appearances in the Georgette Jelly and the Sluggy. Those latter 2 only appear in this level as the fort seems to be themed around the contrast between soft and squishy with hard and rigid, and that's seen clearly with the heavy utilization of the spikes throughout this level that insta-kill the player being seen alongside all of the blob-like enemies and spongy platforms. Despite there being only 6 of the Georgette Jellies in-game, and yes, I did count them, remember that I'll be busting out that enemy distribution spreadsheet sometime soon, they have a considerable amount to say about them. If you think that these enemies resemble pudding more than they do jelly, that's because you're right, and they are. They are named pudding quite plainly in Japanese, so once again the English name drops the ball. I don't usually mention other language names aside from the original and the one that I'm currently speaking, but I wanted to make a point that the German name for these little thingies is quite good. They're called Dingelchen, which is a hilarious sounding word and roughly means little thingy, so basically they nailed it. These enemies can't be defeated by Yoshi normally, meaning they can't be swallowed, and spitting one out only sees them ball up and bounce around for a while, somewhat similar to how the melon bugs behave, and upon stomping on a jelly, they splatter onto the wall and then reassemble soon afterward, in a manner that's rather reminiscent of dry bones from games prior. One more mildly interesting note that I made about these guys is that each time the player stomps this enemy, the resulting wall splatter is in a randomized pattern. I don't know exactly how it's determined or how many possible arrangements there are, but in the footage I took of this level, I have 7 separate instances of splattering, and none of them were repeated patterns, so I think that's pretty neat. The end of the first long hallway presents the player with 2 winged clouds that spawn stairs, the very same that have been seen several times up to now in forts and castles, and this is one of the few times that Yoshi's Island will actively lock the player out of getting all collectibles if they choose to spawn these stairs incorrectly. Hitting the left cloud, as I do here, takes the player up diagonally to the right where an eggplant is situated, and they can then jump the gap across to access an optional area, but if they hit the right cloud, then the stairway blocks off this optional path, only allowing for the regular path forward. The end of the optional path has a pipe that leads to a rather complex room that the level designers took the time to construct, and then decided that the only red coins within it will be held by 2 fly guys right at the damn start. I don't get that. Collectibles aside, there's 2 paths to choose from in here, and I'm taking the far less dangerous of them, as the other one was riddled with spikes. The reasoning that that area had such a difference between the danger of the 2 options was not to have a right and wrong choice, but as a way to show off the Muddy Buddy, which is a purple blob guy that sticks to Yoshi's feet and allows for safe passage across the otherwise deadly spikes. Would you believe me if I said that was the only one in the game? So let me get this straight. They made a new helper mechanic that would have been really useful to throw in from time to time and would have injected a rather welcome degree of complexity if used for certain challenges, or a way to lessen the punishment of spikes for less experienced players, and then they relegated it to a single appearance inside of an optional hidden room that could potentially be blocked off, and topped it all off by making sure that there was no reason at all for anyone to use it by placing no collectibles in its path and offering a different, easier way out. I really don't get that at all. What it looks like to me was that it was supposed to be cut entirely from the game, but they had no choice but to leave that one single one in that one single room because the path that it was placed on would have been too harsh and demanding otherwise. Despite the difficulty and complexity of the level up to this point, the game throws in the following room as a bit of a freebie. This is a long hallway in which the player rides a support ghost from one end to the other, stopping periodically to grab up whatever is nearby. If you're not a player that cares for collectibles, then you're essentially going to be standing in place waiting around until the ride is over. How long, you ask? Well, about 2.5 minutes. This is entirely too long in my opinion, and it rivals the amount of time that's required and the gripe that I have for the insanely long moving corridor section in the level Valley of Bowser 2 in Super Mario World that I complained about at length already in that video. The difference with this one is that the challenge involved is not a trial and error mad dash to discover the correct time to move forward, but in gathering the collectibles placed at each stop in time to reboard the ghost before it leaves you behind. As I said already, if you don't care about that and only want to get to the end of the level, then the challenge falls apart entirely and ends up being a relatively boring section of an otherwise tense and challenging level. There's still over a minute to go in here, so I'll use this time to discuss the origin of the name of our friendly dinosaur species known as Yoshi. I don't know how common of a misconception this is, but I certainly lived my whole life up until very recently being under the impression that this name was a straightforward usage of the Japanese exclamatory word Yosh, which is a word that has many slight variations in pronunciation and essentially serves the purpose of expressing enthusiasm or excitement. In this way, it's hard to give a translation of it directly, but it means anywhere in the ballpark of, alright, let's go, yay, woohoo, nice, hell yeah, bring it on, etc. And I always thought this was a great name for this character on those grounds alone. The real origin of this name came to light in February of 2016 at the 19th Japan Media Arts Festival, and according to an interview with former Nintendo employee Kotabe Yoichi, Yoshi's name comes from a fellow employee's nickname combined with the Loch Ness Monster's nickname, Nessie. This is presumably why Yoshi's name is sometimes romanized as Yossi in earlier titles. The person that has the bragging rights to say that Yoshi is named after her, Yoshimura Mie, as well as 𝐭𝐻𝐸, were both credited in the special thanks section of the Super Mario World credits and served Nintendo as a character designer and illustrator respectively. Bust that one out on your next Mario Trivia Night. What do you mean you don't have Mario Trivia Night? As per usual, entering the boss room allows the player a bit of time to soak in the atmosphere of this narrow corridor with a massive bottomless pit placed directly behind, as well as stock up on some eggs if need be before they move forward and initiate the battle. Similarly to the naval piranha fight, the player can see Sluggy hanging overhead before engaging the cutscene, although this time around hitting the boss in this moment before transformation does nothing and doesn't allow the player to bypass the battle. Perhaps this was an oversight, or perhaps it was an indication that the gloves are all the way off now as we've officially made it into the less forgiving endgame. This battle is incredibly straightforward, although that doesn't mean it's easy by any stretch. The player is tasked with hitting Sluggy's unshaven heart, and yes, it really does have hair on it, and no, I'm not gonna say what else it looks like because of this. 4 direct hits ends the battle, but the challenge is in the fact that these hits must be aimed perfectly many times consecutively in the same spot in order to dent Sluggy's body inward enough to hit the heart. Missing this mark, even by a little, will dent the body in a different spot, causing some of the progress made in the other spot to be lost. The pressure of him sliding ever forward with the knowledge that eventually there will be no more safe ground to stand on makes this fight probably the most stressful and nerve-wracking of them all. A player with a cool head and a solid grasp on egg throwing should have no issue with this battle and scoot right into the next level. Goonie Rides gives a rather rude awakening that the ice levels are over and done with before the player even had a chance to realize, but in their place the remainder of World 5 has an adequate replacement ready to go: cloud levels. The first section of this level contains an onslaught of various enemies, and I spend this time, intentionally showing off what happens when Yoshi drops Baby Mario. Yeah, that sounds good. In all seriousness though, the discussion of Baby Mario's cry sound effect is incredibly overdue at this point. For those who self-identify as Yoshi's Island haters, it's often that this sound is the biggest thing that they point to as a reason for why, as it is admittedly very, very annoying to hear this abrasive crying whenever I drop the baby. What a sentence. This is not without good reason though, as it's been reported that during the playtesting of the game before this was implemented that there were many cases of players losing their levels after dropping Baby Mario and not realizing that they needed to pick him up again. This child neglect was apparently such a common issue that the devs felt the need to swing the pendulum all the way to the other end and include a whistle noise followed by a persistent alarm and a remarkably realistic incessant crying for the duration that the baby is away from Yoshi to be absolutely certain that the player knows they need to get him back. I think it is annoying to be sure, but I think it at least makes narrative sense within the world, and really it's only as annoying as you are bad at the game. So if you know someone who hates on this fantastic game for that reason alone, ask them first to look inward and get good. By bringing such a focus onto Baby Mario, I feel obligated to acknowledge the fact that Baby Mario was not originally going to be in this game at all, and indeed the proof of this still exists within the code and even certain lingering in-game elements. An earlier build of the game, and subsequently an earlier draft of the story that played a massive role and shaped a huge part of the mechanical and narrative aspects of this game as a finished product, included an entirely different baby as the supporting role. This unnamed baby was a little blonde wizard boy, and that revelation alone brings a lot of light to the narrative stretches that are present in the final version. This other baby's sprite is still present in the code in both the in-game graphics as well as the pre-rendered CG style of the opening cutscene. Most of these sprite sheets are dated around spring 1994 up until mid-April, and it's said that the baby was mostly replaced with Mario by December of the same year, so this is a relatively last-minute change, all things considered. What I mean by narrative stretches is that this story was clearly thought up early on and was centered around the fact that a baby wizard would have some kind of innate magical inclinations, and that would be the vehicle to explain some of the more fantastical elements of the game. But when regular old Mario took his place so late into development, some of those things ended up not having a proper reason to support them and never got smoothed over. To me, there's two things that stand out as prime examples of this. The first is in the opening cutscene, which explains away the reason that Baby Mario knows where to go because of, quote, "the bond between the twins informs each of them where the other one is," end quote. Which I made a joke about at the beginning of this video because it's such a weird sounding reason to kick a story off with. The second that stands out to me is the morph bubble sequences, where Yoshi transforms into any number of real-world vehicles, which you're only just now realizing is a weird thing with no context. The initial reason given for this was that the baby was casting a spell to transform Yoshi, and that's not my own presumption. The sprites of this are in the code. I do have a presumption to offer though, and that's that I think somewhere along the line, someone decided that the game would likely not sell as well without Mario involved. Really, as much as I wish this weren't true, whoever made that call was probably right, as there are concrete sales numbers and the benefit of hindsight to back this kind of thing up, and even with the right baby on his back, Yoshi doesn't make as much money as Mustache Boy himself. This is the nature of business after all, and with Yoshi's Island already going out on several limbs with the unorthodox choices that it made, conceding to a little brand recognition is far from the worst thing that could have happened. Now that there's some semblance of what the player should be expecting going forward, a name like Welcome to Cloud World, after only being teased with a few cloud platforms in the previous level, primes to expect a triumphant burst into a fabulously fluffy and ethereal world, and visually it does not disappoint. However, this is the first level that contains an actual auto-scrolling section that we've encountered in a long time, so that takes the wind out of the sails a bit. I suppose it does allow for some additional time to take in the scenery, but I find it hard to not think about how it's slowing Yoshi's journey down to a crawl as it tends to do. Luckily enough, the auto-scroll is only for the first half of the level, which I'm not sure if I prefer or if I would have liked them to commit entirely to the mechanic, but for better or for worse, it's only this first section that grinds us to a snail's pace. Since this level takes place as we're nearing the end of the game, it's only natural that they were much more comfortable pulling out all of the stops for this one, and thus this first half is not only taking a long time, but also assaulting the player with danger and keeping them on their toes the entire time. As the player of the game, it's rather easy to get caught up in everything that goes on in the foreground and forget to admire the details, but since you're currently not the player of the game and a viewer of a video, I'd like to invite you to shift your focus to the background for this moment. One of the most sincerely beautiful aspects of this game that it has on offer is the absolutely breathtaking background art that each level sports. I want it to be explicitly clear that although not every single level has wholly individual backgrounds, there are over 160 unique backgrounds used in this game, and the amount of care and skill that's required to create 160 highly detailed and strikingly picturesque pieces of art is no small feat and should be appropriately praised as such. This level showcases my personal favorite, and I don't know what it is about this one, but it really leaves me taken aback anytime I stare at it for a while. Something about it elicits this feeling of vastness that is really impressive considering that there's not really all that much going on compared to the more dense and detailed backgrounds that this game has. As we have climbed progressively higher and higher on Yoshi's Island, eventually reaching the snow-capped mountaintops and now breaking above even the cloud line itself, we can now stare out at the ever-expansive ocean as far as the eye can see in any direction. The horizon is clearly visible and the darkness of night threatens to take over the sky at any moment, but for the time being the sun is still illuminating everything underneath, casting shadows below each cloud and refracting across the surface of the water, causing a shimmering effect atop the waves. Other islands off in the distance are visible, but only just, as these entire other landmasses of the world appear as nothing more than small splotches dotted across the sea from where we stand. As we move ever upward, further and further, this beautiful sea disappears below and only the sky remains. Even distant Goonies can be seen soaring around way out there, and this coupled with the colors chosen to capture this one moment in time and give the feeling of a brief calm in the midst of an increasingly aggressive and demanding journey is just great. This is just really good. I'm no art buff, so I don't really have words to describe it in any further detail than that, but I think anyone can appreciate a magnificent landscape, whether it be in real life, photographed, sketched, painted, imagined, or in this case, digital sprite work created with a 16-bit color palette. Not to move on so quickly after that topic, but that's another thing that people don't really talk about anymore that was a big point of discussion during this game's heyday. Bits. Now, in order to drive home another aspect of the exponential increases in computing power during this time once more, and understand to the very most foundational degree why video games don't seem to make such impressive leaps forward anymore to the layman's eye, I will use bits as a point of comparison. In order to speak about bits in relation to computer terminology, one must first understand their meaning. So in the most simple terms, a bit is the smallest unit of measurement that a computer can use to process or store information. The name comes from a portmanteau of the words binary and digit, which may help with that mental image further. If you're still scratching your head, it's what they mean when they say computers are all ones and zeros. Each individual bit can be in the 1 position, sometimes referred to as the on position, or the 0, sometimes called off. Reading off and interpreting the meaning of these ones and zeros is how a computer knows what to do at any given time. In relation to a video game showing pictures on a screen, the console's graphical processor handles all that information, and in the case of Super Nintendo, that processor had a 16-bit capability. At the risk of getting into the weeds and revealing my overall lack of experience with this topic, I'd like to more or less cap the complexity of it there, but it is somewhat important to note that despite the widely used 16-bit moniker, the Super Nintendo actually used 15 of those bits to display its RGB color range. 5 bits for red, 5 for green, and 5 for blue. As I understand it, some 16-bit machines use the remaining 16th bit for an additional green, but Super Nintendo is not one of them, so I presume that the leftover bit is used for transparency or measuring some other kind of color depth. Please do not quote me on any of this. To make sense of this all, let's remember that the NES was part of the 8-bit generation of gaming. So that sounds on the surface like it's half as good, right? 8 to 16. Well, first we must clarify that the color output in the NES was 6-bit really, red, green, and blue each receiving 2 bits. So now it sounds like the Super Nintendo is more in the range of about 3 times as good as the NES. Great, that's really impressive. But wrong. In a nutshell, the upper limit of the NES's technical capabilities allowed for outputting on screen 64 colors at once, and it chose those colors from a palette of 256 possible shades. The Super Nintendo, however, could output 256 colors at once, and it chose these from a palette of 32,768 unique choices. Not 3 times more, but a few orders of magnitude more. That's why the graphics of a NES game look so old and plain these days, if not outright ugly in some cases, while most of the Super Nintendo's library is able to maintain the impression that these games are very pretty to look at even now. It's all about that range, baby. Finally, to blow your mind further and answer the question of why we don't see improvements of this scale anymore, the next Nintendo console had a 64 in its name, so we already know where to start there. To save you from having to listen to me flounder through the explanation of an even more complex machine and still get it wrong, this new console chooses colors from a palette of nearly 17 million choices. This thing was released a year after Yoshi's Island. In broad strokes, the human eye can perceive somewhere in the ballpark of 10 million colors, so at that point we had reached and exceeded the maximum possible range of human sight. Graphical fidelity and technical capabilities obviously continued to improve since Nintendo 64, but the ability to output a color range more or less reached its zenith back in 1996. Even though video games are obviously much more realistic and impressive both on a technical level as well as visually these days, I personally think that the Super Nintendo era will forever hold the crown for best looking video games of all time. The quintessential image of a video game looks a little bit like Yoshi's Island, if you ask me. Smooth slide back into talking about the levels. This area of shifting platforms ahead is one of the examples that I point to as the reason to keep your eggs at capacity as often as possible. The platform that the players drop down onto circles endlessly on a track here in front of a wild piranha that's shooting needle noses at the player and completely obstructing the only path forward, and really killing the vibe. These things take 3 hits to dispatch, but even if you've run out of eggs, that's not a problem because they provide you with all the projectiles you could want. So what's the big deal? Well, the big deal is behind this guy there lies 3 red coins and a flower locked away behind a whole bunch of destructible dirt, so if the player becomes impatient and gets tired of going round and round catching needle noses, and only gets as many as are strictly required, then the game immediately punishes their hubris by leaving no way to reach the collectibles. There's actually enough dirt there that the player wouldn't even know that it was collectibles that they missed out on for certain until it was too late, and the final nail in the coffin is that the middle ring comes directly after this section, so attempting to retry once they've realized their mistake won't even help. All the way back to the beginning of the level to do everything again, all for letting the eggs run dry, and that's just a damn preventable shame. Whether they came prepared and got their collectibles, had to double back and do it again, or of course are the kind of player that isn't chasing a perfect score, the final run of the level has nothing but the cascading stone platforms to touch down on. This final sprint to the end of the level is one of the more entertaining in the game, as well as one of the more challenging, especially if you are going for the collectibles. Speaking of challenging, it's time to contend with the Castle of World 5 now. We have seen the Raven enemies a couple times leading up to Raphael the Raven's castle, and I think this might be the best foreshadowed enemy to receive a boss level in the game. We first saw the Ravens back in the Castle of World 3, where there was a handful of these little rascals running around the level in pairs as little baby chicks. In this form, they could be eaten, but are immediately swallowed with no chance to turn into an egg, which is an important detail to notice, although I can't say for sure if it was intended to be a significant inclusion. Then, in the level directly before this one, we finally get to see the adult versions of this enemy, each circling their own floating rocks, which is certainly an intentional inclusion, and they could not be eaten. The final form of this enemy type is the boss of this castle, and well, we'll get there. In the meantime, this is the only location in the game where the golden variant of the bullet bill is located. In addition to the launcher having the ability to track Yoshi's location in order to shoot directly at him, the bullet bill itself bounces off the walls. These things make the enemy a little more difficult to deal with than a standard bullet bill, but since there's just the one, it shouldn't cause too much of an issue. The goal here is to use these things to your advantage and lure the bill over to a couple spots in order to gain some additional jump height to gather a few more collectibles. This is also true of the standard bullet bills located right above that area, and I really would have liked to see a few more of this style of active collectible gathering included throughout the game, but I'll take what I can get. Next up, we've got another message block, yay! This one explains that the player can put the spinning aerolifts in Yoshi's mouth in order to move them to more useful locations, which is a great bit of information, and I appreciate being taught about it because it's not an immediately obvious concept. Is what I would say if this was taught in, like, World 2. It's entirely possible that the player has not figured this out up to this point, but it is equally possible that they have, and this is literally the last level in the game where these are included. Also, super small note, but the translation in that message needed some fine-tuning because the end bit just says "way" in all caps with 3 exclamation marks, which I'm not sure what that means. Way useful? Way to go? Way what? I don't know how that ended up in the finished game. This level, above all others in the game, has the biggest focus on vertical ascension. There are plenty of other levels in the game that have vertical sections, to be sure, and many even have taller individual rooms, but this castle is the only level in the game where there is more vertical climbing than there is typical horizontal platforming. Been a little while since I brought up morphs in any detail, so I wanted to knock out the last of that talk right now, since the final train sequence is coming up and I wanted to shit on it. I mentioned during the train's introduction that its main usage is to shrink down and traverse the chalk drawings on the wall, and that it's never helpful to drive around as the full-size train. That was my bad, and this one requires changing between the two forms several times. I actually completely forgot about this final one when I wrote and recorded that, but I'm not going to go back and change it though, because I maintain that it is not helpful to do this. Every time the train transforms, it takes time to do so, and I don't understand how or why a train would move around without the track anyway, so this just feels like a half-baked sequence to me. And once again, it feels out of place in the context of a castle level. Stop doing that. At least this is the last one, and although there's still a handful of morphs remaining, don't expect anything spectacular, as the sad truth is they never really get any more complex from their introductory sequences. Also, while I'm at it, the developers clearly put the most time and thought into the helicopter, as it frequently takes place within the actual progression, where most of the others are tacked onto challenge rooms that are removed from the main level. To put some numbers behind that statement, the train comes up 3 times, the submarine 3 as well, the mole tank got 5, the car got a single instance, and the helicopter got 11 total appearances. Cut from the game entirely, but still remaining in the code, are 4 additional morphs: a plane, a giant mushroom, a tree, and what appears to be something similar to a bomb. Kind of a shame we didn't get to see what they had in mind for those, if you ask me. At the tippy top of the castle is the boss door, of course, and here 𝐸𝐞𝐫 finally says something intimidating and sinister rather than mildly uncomfortable sounding. Dude says, "I banish you to forever twinkle in the heavens, be gone." And I didn't even do the weird voice for that one, because that was tough as hell. He transforms Raphael, who subsequently uses his newfound power to send us blasting up to the surface of the god-dang moon. Every time you think Yoshi has reached as high as he can possibly go, the game exceeds these expectations, and this is the climax of that. Now we've made it to the boss, and I can finish off why I think ravens do the best job of foreshadowing their eventual boss fight. The obvious one is the World 5 ravens, who all circle their own little rocks, and of course a larger raven will need a larger rock, so here we are. Also, I know this is a bit of a reach, but the chicks in the castle of World 3 do not give eggs when eaten, nor can Yoshi eat the adult virgins, and thus this is the only boss battle in the game where eggs do not play any role and are not the method to defeat the boss. Do with that information what you will. With this revelation and a little playing around with the arena, here it becomes obvious that ground pounding the stumps to push them out of the side directly opposite is the way to damage Raphael. It's a little tricky to time, especially since he becomes faster and more aggressive with every successful hit, but 3 cleanly executed ground pounds is all that's required for this one. Defeat of this boss fulfills 𝐸𝐞𝐫's words, but it's not Yoshi who will be the one who twinkles forever in the heavens. That honor is bestowed upon Raphael, who flies off into space and joins the constellations of the night sky. In real-world astronomy, the constellation Corvus the Raven is one of a few constellations that are grouped together, first recognized by ancient Mesopotamian culture, and theorized to represent the gate to the underworld. I won't go anywhere near as far as to say that Yoshi's Island has that kind of depth in its symbolism, but it sure does make for a nice transition to the final world. After the game has spent 5 full worlds leading its players to believe that Yoshi will be doing nothing more than making a simple lap around his home island by showing the same cutscene every time we finish a castle, we are finally treated to a proper world transition. For the first and only time in the game, Yoshi ascends the overworld mountain in the center of the titular island, destroys the castle, and with this land having been wholly conquered by he, it is then abruptly that he is risen into the sky and magically transported to the Koopa Kingdom. This is a pitch-dark landscape that stands in stark contrast to Yoshi's Island, containing one final isolated castle nestled in the center of all this darkness. This is clearly the inverse of the main overworld, and the other side of the coin, if you will. The updated overworld will persist as the title screen the next time the player turns their game on, starting from this point forward. Really strong way to open up the final world. Very spooky. As a means for maintaining this masterfully set mood, I will keep this final world as the culmination of Yoshi and Mario's expedition, and I've decided that now is when I will be backtracking through the extra levels before tackling the finale. What that means is that we'll be trekking all the way back to the comfortability of World 1 for this moment, but don't let that fool you into thinking that we're taking on an easy level because of that. These extra levels are the hardest ones in the game, somewhat similar to the special world of Super Mario World in that way, and World 1's is a strong contender for hardest of them all. 𝐭𝐡𝐴 is an auto-scrolling level where the gimmick is that the player must ride this unruly dog monster across an incredibly hostile terrain teeming with lava. 𝐭𝐡𝐴 can cross it, Yoshi cannot. Screen moves really slow, 𝐭𝐡𝐴 moves really fast. Capiche? This one leads to a lot of headaches for the completionists because nearly all of the collectibles are located above the lava, and even if you end up saying, forget that flower, I just want to be done with this nightmare of a level, there's no guarantee that 𝐭𝐡𝐴's gonna agree with you there. This is the #1 example that 𝐭𝐡𝐴 haters will point to in order to justify that he was a badly thought out mechanic, or whatever they say. And you know what? In the heat of the moment, on my 74th attempt at this level where 𝐭𝐡𝐴 stands idly by as I plummet into the molten rock like Obi-Wan watching Anakin from the fucking high ground, I think I might agree with those 𝐭𝐡𝐴 haters in that instant. In the Yoshi games that followed Yoshi's Island, 𝐭𝐡𝐴 was toned down overall, and I truly do believe that a big portion of that reasoning is this level right here. All that said, I might become frustrated with 𝐭𝐡𝐴 not behaving the way that I as the player might want him to at all times, but the fact of the matter is he ain't stupid. He's a wild animal, and I think that it would feel really weird if the controls were tightened up to the point where he essentially felt like an extension of Yoshi. At that point, why even bother with a dog at all? It's definitely a learning curve to figure out how to successfully maneuver 𝐭𝐡𝐴 to any reasonable amount of consistency, but the unfortunate truth is that there's simply not enough time to get acclimated with the mechanic across the course of the game. Really, this could potentially be the first time that a player encounters 𝐭𝐡𝐴, as his debut in a regular area comes in the first level of World 2, so I can totally see a thorough first-time player getting excited to try this new extra level they unlocked when they beat the first castle, and getting a ridiculously harsh smack on the mouth for doing such a thing. That doesn't mean it was badly made, that means it was badly implemented, and that is as far as I'm willing to concede with the 𝐭𝐡𝐴 slander. World 2's extra level is called Hit That Switch, and it continues the precedent set by the first extra level by being far more demanding than anything the game has asked up to this point. This time the challenge comes from the reaction-based nature of keeping a red exclamation mark switch active throughout the entire level's duration. First and foremost, though, the completionists have it strictest of all as usual because the only way to amass enough stars for a perfect score on this one is if they enter the room right at the start to gather them all up first. The pipe to enter this room is slightly off-screen behind the starting point of this level, so if the player blindly follows the arrows, then they will certainly miss out on this and feel really dumb later. This level feels remarkably similar to a lot of the levels that someone could happen across in Super Mario Maker, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised if this was the inspiration for a lot of level creators there. The red switch must remain active throughout the level as stated, and the player is being sped around at Mach 3 on the world's most efficient flatbed ferry platform. This thing hauls ass and leaves little time to react to what's happening on screen, so what this level really amounts to is figuring out the proper timing for a specific moment, dying at the following one, figuring out the timing for that one, dying at the following one, and so on until you have the whole thing memorized. Imagine if Yoshi's Island met something like Celeste. It takes away from the fun of Yoshi's Island and spits in the face of the slow, careful exploration, but as an optional one-off example of the polar opposite of the game's core theme, I think it serves its purpose and gets out of the way without too much drama. It's also remarkably short to the point that I had to speed through my description of it because the damn thing's already over, and that's how fast the level goes every single time, no variation. Pretty fun, would not recommend. At long last, we've reached the most sadistic level. More monkey madness brings back the monkeys for one final time to get revenge because these little bastards are not playing around this time. Tutorial level aside, this is the shortest level in the game lengthwise, and it is a straight shot across a lengthy bottomless pit. Every platform in this level feels like it was purposely placed in the most unfavorable position possible for the player, and the monkey's relentlessly putting pressure on the situation shoots this straight up to the top as not only the hardest level of the extra levels, but also the hardest level in the game by my own account. The fact that 2 games in a row they've had their hardest level both take place within a forest is rather outrageous. The joke there is that I said outrageous is the hardest level in Super Mario World. That one was just for me. This level has a quirk that no other in the game does, and this is once again not an intentional inclusion. This is the only level in the game that contains 21 red coins, and it looks as though I got my wish after all. And in all honesty, this was actually what I was thinking of when I suggested the addition of an occasional extra red coin because it really does help. Placed directly underneath a jumping tap-tap right in the center of an uncommonly tight rotating paddle wheel is a stump that, if the player manages to land a successful ground pound on, will be driven downward, revealing a red coin. This is the 21st red coin, or at least that's what they say because this is very clearly the hardest one to acquire, so I guess you could say whichever one you dislike getting the most is the 21st, because as long as you get this one, then you're free to leave another behind and still get a perfect score. Getting all 21 doesn't give you extra credit or anything like that, but it does mean that the player gets to hear the final red coin jingle play twice if they chose to go out of their way. Personally, I think what happened there is the level designers put that one in and then realized it was too hard to get later, made a replacement, and then forgot to take out the original afterward. This is all but confirmed with the Game Boy Advance port of Yoshi's Island, where this one coin is removed. I want it to be understood by those who are unfamiliar with playing this game that I've done everything in my power to make the footage I captured a smooth and clear representation of the actual experience as often as I could while still showcasing the level to the best of my own ability. However, this one pissed me off so much that I eventually switched into immediately dispatching all enemies as soon as they appeared on screen in order to make it to the goal ring in one piece, so I apologize if this one doesn't seem to be visually living up to that hardest level title that I gave it. Also, upon reviewing the footage, there was supposed to be 4 Shy Guys on that final paddle wheel, and I don't know why they weren't there. They just didn't spawn. Weird. These are definitively not the hardest challenges that any game has ever conceived, and probably not even the hardest challenges that a Mario game has to offer, but if you know someone that says that this is a baby game that's too easy for their time, point them to any of the extra levels. Even this late into the game, I still haven't yet had an opportunity to finish showing off all of the bonus challenges, which can be a good or bad thing depending on how you look at it. Personally, I like the idea of being surprised by a brand new one after thinking you've seen them all, but this also shows that there's a possibility that someone could play the entirety of the game and never happen across a riveting game of match cards. Usually I'm pretty bad at this kind of minigame, but I pulled out all the stops here to show a clean wipe of the board. This is pretty clearly the best bonus challenge to play to gather special items because matching the full board will net a player 6 unique items from one game, and the final match will be a 10-up. There's also no stupid 𝐤𝐞𝐫𝐞 face or any element of randomness inhibiting the challenge. It's all memory, and even offers a second chance if you mess up, which can be used to the player's advantage by revealing 2 cards that they may have forgotten, refreshing their memory by doing so. Kinda makes flip cards look a little weak side by side like that. Really, the only other one that comes even close is roulette, which could potentially reward a maximum of 297 lives at once, but that's entirely luck-based, and there's a chance that the player can lose their bet, so it has some pretty big drawbacks. Against roulette and match cards, the remaining 4 games don't even tread water. My only gripe is that a full round of this bonus challenge takes quite a long time to complete, and that's not helped by the fact that the 10-up is granted 1 life at a time. Jeez Louise, hurry up, I'm trying to show the rest of the game. Alrighty, finally stocked all the way up from that escapade and on to the next one, which is much less demanding in the platforming sense and much more about the mental ability to keep track of a level's layout. This level is the impossible maze, which is a somewhat strange usage of grammar to include in a title, but it gets the point across, I suppose. The entirety of this level takes place within a sewer system, and the player will be navigating between two parallel rooms via some pipes. These pipes are the only ones in the game that are oriented front to back like a doorway rather than sideways or up and down, and I think that contributes to the slight disorientation that a player can feel while playing this level. There are 10 of these pipes connecting the two main rooms, and several of them are slightly elevated off the ground, making them only accessible if the player pushes a crate in front of them. Memorizing the layout through repeated attempts of crossing through these pipes and slowly piecing together how everything lines up is where most of the challenge comes from here. The remaining bit is successfully navigating the crates that the player will eventually happen across through the memorized layout and over to where they will be most useful. What all of this amounts to is a whole lot of trial and error, but with no time limit, the player is free to ram their head against the puzzle for as long as they like. This time I actually do use the word puzzle in the sense that you would imagine, because compared to every other level in the game, this one strains the old brain far beyond anything else offered. It's still not quite as complex as most of the Temples of Zelda or any of its other dungeon-crawling contemporaries, nor is it as lengthy, but it is certainly a step above the typical one-note puzzles of the rest of Yoshi's Island. For those that haven't yet committed this one to their memory, it certainly can feel like it is impossible, but once you learn and remember how to get through it efficiently, the challenge kind of falls apart. The moment that you enter this level and you know what to do, it's no longer any harder than putting a square block into a square hole, only with a few extra steps along the way. This is true of puzzles in general, so I can't really fault the design in that way, but this is a prime example of why Yoshi's Island didn't lean into its puzzle-solving elements any more than it did, because it wasn't made to be that kind of game, and it's not all that fun as a result. Circling the level with no good idea of what to do to progress quickly gets old, and the problem is that the solution isn't immediately obvious, so you can expect to be stuck on this level for quite a while on a first playthrough. One thing that I am willing to praise about the extra levels as a whole is that if the player finds themselves hard stuck against the challenge offered, they can exit the level by pressing select in the pause menu at any time. That feature is usually reserved only for levels that have been previously completed, but in the extra levels you can back out whether or not you've finished it before, which is a touch of kindness in these mean-ass levels. This is the only independent level to use the music that's played when a player enters a boss room but has not yet initiated the fight. This music works really well as a way to create tension and fill a space with some foreboding energy, but with the caveat that it is typically only being heard for a couple seconds before kicking the boss fight off. Here it's playing throughout the entirety of the level, and the tune itself is rather short, so hearing it loop on and on and on and on while you try and figure out where that crate for the pipe is hiding, you get rather annoyed of it over time. There's two morph sequences in this level, and they both feel pretty shoehorned in if you ask me. The mole tank feels thematically like it could have made sense in this sewer system, navigating through tight spaces and whatnot, but the way they utilized it here is far too simplistic. The exact same sentiment goes the same for the helicopter in a little while, and the additional bit of gripe that I have for that one is that it doesn't even make sense in a sewer level. In both cases, these morphs are clearly being used as a flimsy excuse for the player to cover a lot of vertical ground quickly in a somewhat inconspicuous way, but I wish they would have at least bothered to make them a little more engaging, and instead we end up going straight up and calling it a day. In the totality of Yoshi's Island, there are 3 levels that have the flashing eggs that produce red coins upon impacting an enemy, and we've finally reached the 3rd and final of those. The unique aspect not seen anywhere else in the game that this level offers is that they're gathered from flashing egg blocks placed in the level, which is really rubbing in the fact that they already did 95% of the work to include these as an optional extra red coin, but I just wanted to say that one last time. I'm done now, I promise. One thing this level includes that I really like is the Grim Leecher enemy. Pretend to be surprised when I tell you that these little guys only appear in this level and there's only 2 of them. Should they make contact with one another, Baby Mario will be booted off Yoshi's back and the Grim Leecher will take his place. This is not the only enemy in the game to do that, but these guys have the added ability to reverse the player's input while they ride on Yoshi's back. The only way to remove them is by doing a ground pound, so it's not too punishing, but like with every other single appearance enemy in the game, I think I would have liked to have seen these a few more times. In order to cut down on the amount of times that I needed to backtrack and do additional laps around the level, I skipped out on some stars, so naturally I've got to use a special item to top that off right before the goal ring. The stars in this level come from breaking the crates, which is something that the player should know how to do by this point in the game, but the problem is that means that the player is being asked to choose whether they want to use the crates for their intended purpose in the level, reaching entryways, or to bolster their point total. Good riddance to that one. What do you say we get back into the snow one more time? As far as extra levels go, 𝐤𝐞𝐫𝐞's Revenge is fine, I guess. It's hard, but not in a challenging way, more like a that felt like it was out of my control, what was I supposed to do there kind of way. This is one of only 2 levels where 𝐤𝐞𝐫𝐞 shows up outside of a boss cutscene, the other being Bowser's Castle, and he is one of the very few enemies that cannot be defeated or harmed by any means, including entering the middle ring or using a special item, so the only choice is to move out of his way when he comes flying through. This is also another of the levels that requires the player to grab a key to progress, and this time it's used to unlock a shack that initiates the final ski section in the next area. This ski section is more or less the same as the previous one, and it leads directly into a helicopter sequence, which naturally is more or less the same as all of those previous ones, so I've chosen now to take up screen space showing my enemy distribution spreadsheet. There's only 2 as of yet unseen enemies, and they'll both be appearing in the very next level, so now's my best chance. This is going to be a breakdown of each enemy's appearances in-game, both by number of levels appeared in and total individual count, and I've also included a link to it in the description for those that are more interested. As I said in my Super Mario World video, I don't like when I'm being asked to take in visual information while someone speaks over it, so I'll go into detail after the graphic is done showing. Alrighty, that's a lot of information, so let's break it down. First of all, the hardest part of quantifying enemies in Yoshi's Island was definitely the varied spawns. What I mean by varied is that there's not a specific number loaded into the level that's the same for every player. For example, Shy Guy generators only spawn Shy Guys when the egg count is below capacity, so it's impossible to say how many there will be across a playthrough. For such enemies, I counted up their guaranteed spawns and indicated uncountable variation with a V alongside that number. Furthermore, there were a few instances of something like a Shy Guy generator being the only appearance of that enemy in the level, so I had to ask myself questions like, if a player runs through this level with full eggs, does this count towards the level appearances for that enemy? In such a case, I decided the answer was yes because it is possible, although it's not guaranteed, and it was making my head hurt. There were also certain enemy types that seemed a bit too similar to others to have their own spot, so I grouped them together. For example, the Spear Shy Guy can be spit out to become a regular Shy Guy, so I counted such instances as their more common variant. Because of the ambiguity in the numbers and my own personal bias, and allowing for possibility of any mistakes I made, I'm not 100% certain of my counts, but more like 95%. In Yoshi's Island, there's a total of 83 enemy types including all variations, 19 of which, nearly 23%, only show up in a single level. To absolutely no one's surprise, Shy Guys are the most plentiful both in appearances and quantity by several country miles in both categories, but to see exactly how far in the dust they left every other enemy in the game was surprising even to me. There were a few enemy types that only had a singular appearance in the entire game, and while we're here in World 5, let's revisit one of them, shall we? The single regular Chain Chomp in Sluggy's Fort is in fact not locked up there for the purpose of setting the mood. I have lied to you once again, viewer. Using a special item such as a winged cloud maker to dispatch of this Chain Chomp reveals an otherwise hidden door leading to a brand new room. In this room is another instance of the developers speaking to the player, and this one isn't meant to be a heartfelt message, but the only cheat code that's built into the game. Maybe I shouldn't say cheat code, more like hidden menu Easter egg code or something. I just really miss cheat codes, honestly. That's entirely unrelated, but I still wanted to say it. Anyway, the message block tells the player to try inputting the code �XXYBA while holding the select button on the level select screen to see what happens. This code opens up a new menu that allows the player to take on any of the Shack mini-battles in the same way that they can play the bonus challenges after unlocking them, even going so far as to include a couple that they went through the trouble to program a 2-player mode for so you can take on a friend. This is a really cool addition. I loved the energy, but I really didn't get much use out of this hidden feature as a kid. Since I've not yet unlocked the final extra level, I've got no choice but to begin the oppressive trek through World 6. After managing through the hardest levels of the game back to back, returning to the regular difficulty curve ends up leaving the first couple levels of the final world feeling a little disproportionately easy by comparison. What 𝐭𝐴𝐬𝐞𝐫𝐞𝐬 misses out on in difficulty it makes up for with the visual presentation of the level. Now we can finally see what the Koopa Kingdom is like firsthand. A barren, unruly wasteland devoid of any of the familiar elements from past worlds. To bring back a metaphor I made a few hours ago likening the progression of the game to a road trip, here we finally made it to the place we were intending to go, only to find out it's been hit with a natural disaster, taken over by a corrupt government, and driven to anarchy as a result. Well, that's no good, but we've come all this way, so let's get the baby and get the hell out of here. There's also an aspect of this introduction to the final world that kind of blew it, in my opinion, and that's the so-called scary skeleton Goonies themselves. In my opinion, this is a fantastic spin on the Goonie enemies, since these happy-go-lucky bird fellows have had a large presence in the back half of World 5 and even played a role as makeshift platforms. In their skeletal form, they lose that ability on account of being just bones, lose their innocent appearance on account of being just bones, and sometimes even drop bombs on the player on account of being assholes. This thematic switch fits the final world perfectly, so why do I say they blew it? Well, these guys showed up once already in the first ski section placed on the second level of World 5. Anyone who saw them there, and they were not hidden by any means, would have all of the surprise and awe of seeing them for the first time taken away and attributed to that level instead, and there they didn't even fit, so I'm not sure why they blew such a good opportunity to wow the player. Meanwhile, this level taking place within the Koopa Kingdom means that we can now see more of Kamek and Bowser's minions roaming freely, including the Toadies. These are the very same creatures seen following Kamek around in the opening cutscene and are the in-game reason that dropping Baby Mario for too long results in a game over. Up to this point, we've seen 2 variations of them, and this level reveals the third and final. Red Toadies, otherwise called Kamek's Toadies, are a group of 4 that appear quickly to snatch Baby Mario upon the countdown timer reaching 0. Solo Toadies are a pink variation that are seen sparingly across many levels, and they only show up in specific sections. Should a player drop their baby within one of these specific sections, a solo Toadie will immediately fly in and cart Baby Mario around overhead. Green Toadies only appear in World 6, and they are essentially the same as Solo Toadies, only they roam the level freely rather than needing to be called upon by dropping the baby. The latter 2 can be defeated, and it's not too much of a hassle to do so under any circumstance, so it's really just the Red Toadies that carry this enemy's foreboding presence, as by this point in the game the player has almost certainly ran their countdown timer down to 0 and seen these menaces ruin that level attempt. Final note I'd like to make here is that there was a rather tense section in the middle of the level that showed off the incoming chomps once again. These enemies are a great example of something that doesn't show its face very often, but likewise does not feel underused either. I think they struck a pretty good balance with this enemy. They first appeared in the second proper level of the game, and as an introduction to the enemy type it felt relatively safe while still having a level-appropriate amount of difficulty behind it. Fast forward to this level where it feels much more punishing, much less easy to read where they will drop down to, and includes challenges centered around their inclusion. As I enter this bonus round and see that I've been gifted another round of the blessing known as match cards, it occurs to me that I am ungrateful and would like to bite the hand that feeds, so I'll be shooting to get out of here as soon as possible without making any matches. Ain't nobody got time for this, I'm telling you. Even then, the damn game takes its sweet time showing all of the cards, and then flipping them over, then I gotta shoot my eggs and hear the wrong choice sound, blah blah. Okay, now do it again, blah, blah, and then watch as the screen fades out. I just wish that they put a way to exit out if the player didn't want to try for items. Suddenly, flip cards is looking a little better side by side after all. Funny how something like that works out. We've seen a few come and go already, but with this being the last world and all, there's going to be a lot of lasts coming up. That is to say, the last time a specific thing shows up in-game, and the last chance that I get to talk about any such topic. The last that I'd like to quickly mention in the front half of the Cave of the Bandits is the question mark buckets that we've been seeing ever since the first fort. These have been an innocuous object placed on a wall that the player could hit with an egg in order to tip it over and gather whatever's inside, usually just a few coins. Occasionally, they are used for something like a makeshift boat to cross water or lava, but other than that, they've been quietly sitting back there playing the long con for the entire game's duration. Now that the player has been lulled into an unassuming state, the one single sinister bucket in this level that contains a bandit enemy is sure to catch them off guard. I realize I set that up for what amounted to be a really lukewarm payoff, but I think this concept could have been expanded upon to mix up interactions within certain levels. There sure is a lot of bandits in here, so many that the bastards are pouring out of buckets, and I think that's a clever way to get that point across. Point is, we need more surprise buckets, and perhaps a few less bandits. The previous level was basically a long-ass straight line, and not much more can be said for this one. Slight spoiler here, but the next level is just about the same as well. I don't exactly know why they went this route, but the first half of World 6 is basically straight shots from start to finish with little in the way of defining level geometry. Speaking of which, there's been a constant across the whole game that I've been meaning to mention, and wouldn't you know it, this is the last chance that I'm gonna get on this one too, so it's now or never. I noticed that the level designers for Yoshi's Island seem to have some kind of fascination with trapping enemies inside of walls. This inclination can be noticed countless times across the game's duration, where there's an enemy or two kinda just doing their thing, locked securely away inside of a little hole in the wall, completely separated from the level and the player's wrath. I don't know what the intention was here for doing this so many times, or why they felt the need to do it in so many different contexts, but it's definitely something that I think nearly everyone has noticed at one moment or another. Another non-offensive bit of level design that's rather curious is the abundance of little nooks and crannies that contain nothing at all. There's also instances of like a cliffside or any other such piece of the level jutting out, or a concaved-in section that looks awfully suspicious, but once the player makes their way up to it, alas, it's just an empty space. To be sure, there's far, far more that do contain some sort of hidden goodie, but the ones that don't end up feeling a little more suspicious because of that. The likely reason for these existing is to throw the player off, which, if that's the case, then good show because it worked. However, I think a secondary reason is to help make the levels appear a little more like natural landscapes instead of video game levels. In a way, they do, I can see that, but on the other hand, they end up drawing a little bit too much attention to themselves and kind of backfiring that sentiment to an extent. Coming up in the next section is not the last of the Super Baby Mario sequences, but it is the last one that gives me enough time to talk about it. I ended up spending a lot of time trash-talking the message blocks or talking about some other topic during these sections, and despite the fact that I spoke a good amount of my feelings about this way back in its introduction, I've got a bit more to say still. Out of all the transformations and special sequences in the game, Superstar Mario's my favorite because it feels like it slots the most naturally into what a player expects from a Mario game. It tethers down the wild nature of the departures from the established formula that Yoshi's Island was willing to take, and it keeps a semblance of the tried and true while still holding firm with the fresh and new philosophy that's so prevalent this time around. They even managed to put the cape on him, which was only a power-up that was introduced in Super Mario World, but it played such a large role in that game that they knew sticking it on the baby would be an instant hit. That said, since there was a long portion of this game's early development that didn't include Mario in the story at all, I can't help but wonder what would have taken the place of these sections. Maybe it was just a cut-and-dry replacement with the wizard baby running instead of Mario, but that would have felt wrong, if you ask me. Another thing that would have felt wrong would be if there was suddenly a fully grown Mario running through the levels only during these sections, as if Yoshi didn't have enough new traumas to unpack after this whole escapade. That exact thing was not only a possibility, but it looks as though there was a good chance that it was fully implemented into an earlier build of the game before the rest of the devs sat Miyamoto down and told him that would be weird as hell. Here's a sprite ripped from the code to prove it. As I understand it, Mr. Miyamoto was a bit of an eccentric guy back in the day, and that of course is a prerequisite to become known by many as the father of modern video games, or the Spielberg of video games, or any other such moniker that he holds. So too does a man of this reputation deserve awards to go alongside the spoken praise, and I hope things such as the 2007 Lifetime Achievement Award given by the Game Developers' Choice Awards, or the 2019 Person of Cultural Merit Award given by the official Japanese government will suffice. The latter of those is the highest honor that a person can receive in the fields of academia, arts, science, or sports for their contribution to the advancement of Japanese culture. He was the first person in video game development to receive such an award, and to this day still the only video game man that holds that title. However, he has said publicly several times that despite people telling him that it would be strange to do so, he still thinks that it was a good idea to have the baby on Yoshi's back spontaneously grow into a middle-aged man and run around for a while before reverting back to a diaper-wearing infant, as well as Yoshi originally being conceived because he wanted Mario to ride a horse. So it's really anyone's guess whether this guy actually knows what he's talking about or not. Hey champ, are you still awake? Sorry I took so long, I had a lot of work to do, but I'm getting real close to finishing now, so if you want, I can still tell you that bedtime story I promised. You know, your favorite one, about the Super FX2 chip. See, there's a lot of these spinning logs and chomp rocks in the latter half of this level, and I figured that's a good time to jump back into that topic. I got the gist of this taken care of when I was in Touch Fuzzy Get Dizzy, but I wanted to go into the nitty-gritty and touch on some history behind it. So, from the top. The Super FX2 chip was created by a company called Argonaut Games, and the 2 in the name may suggest that this was not the first iteration of this chip. What I was able to find says that there was 8 revisions across its lifespan, and the first of which was created specifically to develop the first Star Fox game. They dubbed this new co-processing chip the Mathematical Argonaut Rotation Input/Output, or, if you please, the Mario chip. As the technology behind this progressed, they were able to upgrade the chip further, and eventually we ended up with the more familiarly titled Super FX-𝐺SU. Super meaning super, FX being spelled with the letters F and X to mean effects, of course, and GSU meaning Graphical Support Unit. Further still, the most advanced version of this chip, called the Super FX-𝐺SU-2-SP1, would be created, and the shorthand name of Super FX2 would soon follow. This Super FX2 was only ever used in 3 completed games, Yoshi's Island being the first, followed by the SNES port of Doom, and a European-only game called Winter Gold. A quote from an interview with Argonaut founder Jez San, I hope I pronounced that right, says, "We used to joke, internally of course, that the SNES box was the power supply for the Super FX chip because the entire game code, including all 3D graphics, physics, gameplay, and so on, ran on the Super FX and the SNES simply displayed the results on screen." End quote. Now that is a bold thing to claim, but as we've made clear before, the advancements being made in video game technology during this period were enormous, so it's not really all that far-fetched to imagine a chip inside the cartridge being able to handle a load equal or greater to the power of a then nearly 5-year-old piece of hardware. It seems to me in my research on this topic that a lot of the visuals that Yoshi's Island had to offer were definitely within the realm of possibility to run on the base SNES hardware, but the Super FX2 was there to take the load off these processes. Yes, things like Mode 7 and HDMA could pull all of the effects seen in theory, and there's always magic tricks that devs can pull to make it seem like the hardware was capable of more advanced things than it really was, but without Super FX 2, Yoshi's Island would have run like molasses. There's no way to say for sure unless someone were to physically remove the chip from the cartridge and successfully repair all of its points of contact how bad it would really be, but let's keep it simple and say that I trust Mr. San in his claim. Also, if anyone's willing to actually try to remove a Super FX chip from a game cartridge to see how it plays, I would totally be interested in that kind of content, just saying. The long and short of this topic basically boils down to there's a lot of ambiguity about exactly what Super FX is doing exclusively and what it's simply there to supplement in regards to the other aspects of the techno-wizardry at play here. Yoshi's Island was far more concerned with the goal of implementing its specific art style in a successful manner rather than going for cutting-edge graphical power, and if that's all that the Super FX chip ended up being used for in that regard was boosting stability for these impressive visuals, then so be it. It is called a co-processor after all. That's a wrap on that one, and not a moment too soon because if it went on for too much longer I would have missed my chance to talk about the last fort level of the game. Tap Tap the Red Nose's Fort. Everyone knows that the castle at the end of this world is going to be Bowser's, so this fort's got a lot of pressure on it to be an adequate warm-up for the final fight. Luckily they did a good job with that, as both the level itself and the boss fight here are pretty well executed, never feeling like either one of them were undersold, nor did they linger too long. The room that the player will be spending most of the time in is this dark, multi-leveled room that will see the player navigating through pipes to traverse the different tiers in order to search out the exit. Most of the pipes leading out of this area are optional challenge rooms that house collectibles, and with 7 of those in this one area, this is the highest concentration of these challenge rooms in the game. The way to progress past this area is not immediately obvious, but the previous room offered a hint, and with a little searching around, the answer becomes clear. In that previous room, we saw a staple of game design at work in that one of the previous bosses showed up as a regular enemy later into the game, and defeating this giant slime that was initially disguised as a block gives the player a key required to progress. It's the same deal here, only the player needs to find where the slime is hiding this time around, and I think that I like that there's a little bump in the complexity of it, but having the same exact thing happen 2 rooms in a row makes this repeat boss encounter feel a little overcrowded. Furthermore, since this enemy doesn't have the ability to harm Yoshi physically, the challenge comes from being well acquainted enough with the egg-throwing mechanics to defeat this giant blob before running out of eggs. I don't know the exact minimum number of eggs required to take this guy down if every single hit gets maximum efficiency because I'm not that precise with my throws, but I like to come into these encounters with my eggs at capacity because I end up needing all of them most of the time. Should the player run out without having defeated the slime, then they'll have no choice but to turn tail, go back to the main room, and collect up all their eggs again before returning to try from the top, so this can definitely turn into a decent time sink if you're somehow still inaccurate with the throws this late into the game. The level provides a fair amount of eggs for free sat within a couple of the challenge rooms, and there's always the little mousers scurrying around nearby, so it balances out nicely, I think. There's also the fact that the player can utilize the anytime egg if they have one stashed away in their pause menu, and that leads nicely into another note on the special items. I mentioned back during my talk about these items that the game gets a little more stingy with providing additional help later into the game, and now we've reached the point where that's more or less fully on display. This area, with all of its challenges, asks quite a lot of the player, and therefore this is a good time to demonstrate how nicely the special items smooth out the bumps in difficulty or tedium. Becoming familiar with the ins and outs of using each item and identifying times where it would be more effective to turn all the enemies in the way into clouds is one of Yoshi's Island's more advanced bits of gameplay in a roundabout way. On the surface, it seems that such a thing would be indicative of less experience with the mechanics, but I propose that it is a sign of an advanced player to know when chipping away at a line of tap-taps is worth the time and resources or not. Or maybe that's just my own rationalization to get through this area in a reasonable amount of time. The way out of here is to find the pipe that's locked up with a cork in it, which is just straight up not how a cork works. It would have been pretty easy to have this make sense, just put a chain on it or something as well, but the fact is there's a cork with a keyhole in this pipe, and that's a goofy-ass way to do that. This is the only cork in the game, and I may be grasping at something that isn't there once again, but I think it's at least worth mentioning that the only other time that a cork was used in a Mario game up to this point was Super Mario Bros. 2. Interesting. After making it out of the pipe room, the player is sent into a long, straight corridor that's mostly a river of lava, and they'll be spending a considerable amount of time riding a log down to the end, which I think is supposed to be building suspense, but it ends up feeling rather boring. There's no indication that this is the last room before the boss, but it is. If only they had some kind of musical cue to indicate that. Another reason that there's no way for a player to know that this is the last room is that there's no boss door at the end, only a pipe leading out. What I mean to say is that this is the only boss fight in the game that's not initiated by entering a boss door. I think the goal for this was to catch the player off guard like a FromSoft boss, but the problem is there's always a cutscene where Kamek has to say his little monologue first, so although I think I understand what they were going for in the design of that last room, it ends up feeling rather unpolished and sloppy instead. For the boss fight itself, I have no complaints. This area is great both visually and conceptually, and Tap Tap himself is worthy of being the last obstacle in the way of the final boss. This battle is fairly tough, and it seems to me that it's a callback of the Bowser fight in Super Mario Bros. 3, at least in spirit. The battles are very different mechanically, but the arena layout and the feeling of being on the back foot during the battle is all the same. Oh, it's over? Whoops. Yeah, alrighty. Tap Tap is a formidable boss, but the problem is there is a more or less foolproof way to guarantee a win in this battle. Standing under these solid stones in the center of the stage and throwing an egg directly up will make the egg essentially drill straight down into the lava, and once the boss navigates over to this newly created hole, a single tap with an egg will be more than enough to take down the double tap. Transitioning into the back half of World 6 and the most complex levels in the game, the very long cave is our first point of contact in the home stretch. This is the last full auto-scroller, and that's what really makes it feel so long. I know I took my shots at auto-scrollers throughout this video, but this particular one wins some grace from me for its execution. It's still not really my favorite, to be clear, but it at least is giving the impression that it has a reason to be an auto-scrolling level and hinges a lot of the challenge around that concept. This level feels like it was designed specifically with this gameplay in mind, and I appreciate when an auto-scroll level switches speed and direction frequently and demands full concentration from the player instead of being an exercise in passivity. Another thing that this level has going for it is that taking place in a cave gives it the opportunity for some degree on branching paths, and since the auto-scroll dictates where the player goes and which path is the correct one, they're pretty much locked into this ride and have to take it at the pace the level gives it to them rather than wandering the corridors like in most cave levels. This makes me think that auto-scrollers are more suitable for harder levels, and the more dynamic the auto-scroll is, the better. With some room for exceptions on either end, I think that wraps up my feelings on that. Truthfully, there is one more required auto-scrolling section in Bowser's Castle, and one more optional one within the same level, but I'll have my plate full with discussing other things at that time surely, so just know that this is the best that auto-scrolling has to offer in Yoshi's Island. Since the first level of World 6, we've been seeing this variant of Shy Guy that's literally in the middle of being burned alive, and as morbid as that sounds, I can't help but feel like these poor bastards are the most hilarious enemy in the game. They aren't so much concerned with the player as they are running for their lives, and sometimes they stop in their tracks to catch their breath, and there's like a little animation to go along with it, and that's just the funniest thing in the game to me. Mechanically, they serve as a level hazard, of course, as well as another way for the player to pick up the ability to spit fireballs, and there's been quite a few methods to do that throughout the game. I like a lot that there's not one single way to acquire power-ups in this game, and I like more that the enemies placed within the individual levels feel that they were so carefully considered for their environments. This can be seen clearly with many of the variants of Shy Guys, as in World 6, since the environment is so hostile and dangerous, we see more of the spear-wielding Shy Guys, as well as the Flamers and Boo Guys. This gives us the implicit impression that the normally mild-mannered Shy Guys are forced to take up weapons in order to survive around these parts, and the ones that weren't able to adapt to these brutal conditions were, let's say less fortunate. Likewise, I made the connection to the Shy Guys on stilts navigating their way through the shallow waters of World 3, and I know this is kind of a self-explanatory concept, but I just wanted to spend one last moment drawing attention to the little details that make this game feel believable from the beginning all the way to the end. I think it's important to note that despite the amount of love that Yoshi's Island receives and the fondness of discussion online, that there's also a sizable amount of people in the online discourse that adamantly dislike Yoshi's Island as well. I always attributed this to the bitter coldness deep within the hearts of men because this game has been a part of my life for nearly 3 decades and I didn't understand how anyone could look back and see anything but a wonderful memory of days gone past. In order to make this video, I had to take off my nostalgia goggles and put on my big ol' fucking nerd goggles, and now I see pretty clearly how we ended up with such a dichotomy. Let's talk sales numbers. The economy. Yeah, I know. The amount of people that don't care for Yoshi's Island likely stems from the fact that this game didn't sell very well, and therefore many people didn't have the opportunity to love this title from an early age. To be specific, for the original version, Yoshi's Island sold 4.12 million copies. That sounds like a lot, but give me a second. I'd also like to add in the sales for the Game Boy Advance port of the game because I know a lot of people were first introduced to it there, and those numbers add in another 2.83 million. Combining those two and not accounting for any overlap, which there certainly was, but brevity, we've got 6.95 million people. Safely assume that most of them were children, and that they all liked it, and that's a sizable audience. However, the next natural place to look at to start to see this number for what it really is of course, Super Mario World. That game's original version sits at 20.61 million, and for fairness' sake, the Game Boy Advance port of that one adds on another 5.69 million. There were more releases beyond that, but I'll stop there since the number of 26.3 million humbles Yoshi's Island's 6.95 considerably. The next mainline game that came after, Super Mario 64, sold 11.91 million originally, and the DS port sold another cool 11.06 million. Again, more numbers involved with that title, but for fairness' sake, 22.97 million there. I could sit here and crunch numbers all day, like, this didn't even account for emulation, which I'm sure nobody's done that, actually. Yeah, that doesn't matter, nobody would do that. Oh, and these days you can play all 3 of those games on your Switch, so there's no telling how many more people have been given the opportunity to play this classic for the first time all these years later. Yoshi's Island put up some numbers for sure, but compared to its contemporaries, it's no contest. And on the graph of every game that could be considered a mainline title, it sits surprisingly low. So what happened there? Of course, we've discussed the wild changes that this game made and the inherent risks involved with that, and those things certainly played a role, I think, but the answer here is kind of obvious when you stop and think about it. Let me tell you a story of a game that was doomed to fail and still somehow managed to win the hearts of millions. I'll paint a mental image with my good words. Yoshi's Island came out in August of 1995 in Japan, October 95 in the US. Super Mario 64 released as a launch title for the next generation Nintendo 64 in June of 1996, September 96 in the US. That means in Nintendo's 2 biggest markets, this new Yoshi-focused Mario game only held the spotlight for less than a year before the next big mustache came along. Or did it? Certainly the Nintendo 64 didn't appear out of thin air, and with that realization comes a bleak fate for this game. The raging battle for supremacy in the console market during the 90s meant that each company trying to stake their claim had to market their asses off, and in between throwing shade at the other companies, they even sometimes talked about their products. Cue up May of 1994, where the president of Nintendo declares that they will be jumping straight to 64 bits with their new console that's currently in development. June 1994, at the Consumer Electronics Show, Nintendo and their new partner Silicon Graphics unveil a technical demonstration of the graphical capabilities on this new console, codenamed Project Reality. Summer 94, Nintendo reveals the first visual prototype of their Ultra 64 machine and its proposed release of Christmas 1995. In May 1995, at the very first E3, Nintendo presented a nearly complete Nintendo 64 with some bad news that it will be receiving a delay to April of 1996. The hype is in full swing now. People have seen the ads, people have seen the physical model of this new console, people have seen what it's capable of, seen the specs, seen the games, and seen it taken away from them for a few more months than they were expecting. Now, at this point, Yoshi's Island releases. You see my meaning, hopefully. I had it originally written that Yoshi's Island got the short end of the stick because it received less than a year in the spotlight, but the unfortunate truth is that it never once had the chance to hold the spotlight at all. I truly believe that if this game came out much later than it did, then its reception would have been even less favorable because it seems to me this game showed up a little bit late to the party. Conversely, I'd also like to cast a little more positive light on this game's legacy. Since it was so different from its predecessors, there was a real chance that it would have straight up flopped, and Nintendo certainly must have been aware of the risk involved. A ravenous crowd of people that have just been told that the fancy piece of equipment they've been waiting for is going to be delayed is gonna need something to do in the meantime. So in a way, I think it's possible that the Nintendo 64 both killed this game on arrival and somehow simultaneously saved it from instant failure. How poetic. Indeed, all of this talk about the external factors leaves the topic of Yoshi's Island feeling like a poor little abandoned puppy in the rain, or a damsel in distress waiting to be saved, but there's something that needs to be addressed about this game, and I'm not talking about the nearly 5 hours of shit that I've already addressed. This game won people's hearts not because it was something to do while they waited for the next thing, but because it's a damn good game and it stands on its own 2 feet. Money definitely talks, and the sales spell their case out loud and clear, but the louder voice here is those who still say this game is one of their favorite of all time, despite any sales graph, poorly timed release, or risky business move, because what really matters is how you feel when you play the game. If it's fun, and it makes you happy, then you're liable to want to spend some of your finite time in this realm of existence enjoying it. Simple as that. Yeah, I don't really like this level though. That being the case, I suppose it's a good thing that I managed to wax lyrical about all that stuff for the whole duration of the deep underground maze. The only thing I'll comment on about this one is that it feels a lot like the 4th extra level, but not executed as well, and I didn't really like that one all that much either. My gratitude for this game runs deep, but there is definitely still the occasional stinker in here, so let's just sweep that on under the rug and move along. Before we do that though, I wanted to throw in one final note about the legacy that Yoshi's Island has carved for itself, and that's that it spawned an entire new series based around this new style of gameplay, including several direct Yoshi's Island reboots, as well as games like Yoshi's Story, Crafted World, and the like, and even had a manga that briefly ran covering the story of this game in a bit more detail. The last of the regular levels, appropriately named Keep Moving, gives us the last appearance of the Shark Chomps, and these enemies, as intimidating as they may be visually, do not hold up as well as the incoming chomps mechanically in my eyes. Without a doubt, it's a great idea to have a giant level-terrain devouring monster giving the player chase, but these feel like they needed to be tuned a little bit more. They certainly do pursue Yoshi at incredible speed to begin with, but if the player doesn't evade at maximum speed, then the chomp slows down to a very noticeable degree, and that makes it feel like it's going easy. It seems as though he's more so programmed to keep pace with the player and keep them under pressure rather than actually pursuing them, and only actually take them out if they come to a full stop. Also, the hitbox is rather generous on these fellas. I've often noticed that I definitely come into contact with them and nothing will happen, so these things in conjunction make the Shark Chomps feel like one of the enemies that I think should have had their behavior tweaked a little bit more before release. Another last here is the countdown platforms. These are the numbered semi-solid platforms that we've been seeing sparingly across the game, and these two are something that I felt was a skosh underbaked. They are the natural next iteration of Super Mario World's count lifts, which were platforms that had a number listed on the side, and once the player stood atop it, it would move in a straight line to the right for the amount of seconds that it had listed. The countdown platforms of Yoshi's Island work in a fundamentally similar way, but do not move, and their number decreases each time Yoshi releases the pressure switch on top. Once it runs down to 0, the platform disappears, and I think these could have been used a little more liberally and be involved in a few more challenges than they ultimately were. Woolly World expanded on these and allowed for a thrown shell to decrease the number as well, and also raised the highest number up to 9, whereas in Yoshi's Island the highest we ever get to see is 4. The first thing a player will notice upon entering the second area of this level is the background. This is the only section of the only level that this image is used, and it shows a very familiar looking impressionistic take on the night sky. This is an obvious allusion to The Starry Night, painted by Vincent van Gogh. Gogh? Van Gogh? Gogh? I don't know. Here is where I had intended on forcing some kind of connection to the feeling in this precursor to the final level with the symbolism of The Starry Night in an attempt to make this a significant feeling moment, but everything I read about that subject was rather depressing, so I'm actually content with conceding that they just put it here because it looks really pretty. This level, being the one right before the finale, throws most everything at the player as a way to put their skills to the test. It's not the hardest necessarily, but it does have a lot going on, and it feels like a proper culmination of most things that came up to this point, but it's during this point that there is a lull in the action. Most of the movement right here is being done while atop the flatbed ferries, dodging a handful of enemies and scooping up collectibles along the way, so I've got another goofy bit of Yoshi trivia regarding his name. Or should I say their names. In my Super Mario World video, I made a joke that there is only one true Yoshi and that every other one is just his unnamed friend, and I found some hard evidence that flatly disproves this, at least in Germany. According to the German version of the Club Nintendo magazine, each Yoshi in this game has its own name. The green one is called Yoshi, of course, sharing its name with the species as a whole. The light blue one is called Johnny, the yellow one is Sunny, the pink one is Cloudy, the brown one is Eddie, the red one is Neddy, the dark blue one is Tommy, and the purple one is Marcy. This information was never stated outside of the context of Yoshi's Island, nor was it released outside of Europe, and thus these are not officially recognized or even known to most of the world. I definitely had no idea about this till I found it recently online. I'm curious to know if German kids grew up knowing these names by heart, or if it was just a one-off thing that got printed to fill space in the magazine. Drop a comment if you grew up with these names, please, I am dying to know. It's here that we finally reach the actual last Superstar Mario section, and this one doesn't serve much of a purpose in the way that the previous one did. It's a straight shot to the right with no additional stars to pick up and nothing else to do except for smashing some bandits until the timer runs out. As far as gameplay goes, I'm not wildly interested in this, but I think the point here was supposed to be Mario getting his revenge on the bandits that have been grabbing him up for most of the game's duration. Noticing the silhouetted castle in the background indicates that this is right on Bowser's doorstep now, and giving Mario one last boost to his power to knock out a row of the Koopa Kingdom's guards as we storm the location that his twin brother is locked away in is a nicely executed way to progress the story without the need for any kind of cutscene or dialogue. Now, I can't say for sure that what I just described is the way the game expects its players to interpret it, but even though the story that the game is explicitly telling is quite bare bones, there's many examples of subtle segments of implicit storytelling that pick up some of the slack if the player takes notice of them. I've spent a lot of time gesturing towards the believability of the world and the small details and whatnot, and although I didn't mention every single time that I noticed them, nor did I notice every single time, my intent was always to encourage the viewers of this video to notice these things themselves and form their own interpretations on the underlying components that the game uses to further the narrative. The final room of this level contains nothing but a few more bandits and the goal ring, so this is the last chance for the Yoshis to get cold feet before taking on King Bowser himself. Steadfast in their convictions, the vow they made to rescue their infant friend's brother steals their nerves, and the red Yoshi passes the baby off not to the dark blue Yoshi as one would expect, but to the original green Yoshi that found him in the first place. Green Yoshi is usually the one that is in the first level of the world, and also the one that takes on all of the extra levels, so in a funny turn of events, upon completing an extra level, we see Green Yoshi pass the baby off to Green Yoshi, which has to be something that slipped through the cracks at the end of development. At the very last possible moment, the game has decided to bless me with the final bonus game, Slot Machine. Love when it works out like that. I've got nothing special to say here. Press the button to get lives, who cares, gambling's bad, unless you win, but I didn't, so let's go. At last, it's all come to this, King Bowser's Castle. This level starts with the last of the helicopter sequences, and if you ask me, the fact that this is how they chose to open the finale to their game is all the information I need to know that the helicopter was the devs' favorite transformation. That said, there is hardly any challenge in this sequence, and the line of coins that literally directs the player through the safest path to the end gives that away, so by comparison to even the very first helicopter sequence in the second level of the game, this one is far simpler. Really, the only thing that threatens the player here is 𝐿𝐸𝐿's appearance, and anyone that played the World 5 extra level should know how to deal with this because it's the very same thing. The first proper room of the castle gives the player a short hallway with 4 numbered doors violently flying around in a circle overhead. Okay, you know what? Whatever, I've seen weirder stuff by this point. Shoot an egg up there to have one drop down at random. This looks to me like a Yoshi's Island flavored remix of the numbered doors found in Bowser's Castle of Super Mario World, but here there's no choice in the door that the player can take. Or at least, I don't know how to make it give a specific door, and I spent a while trying to see if there was some way to cheese it. Here I got door 3, which is the longest of these in sheer length, and it is the optional auto-scroller that I mentioned before. The reason I chose not to try again for a different one to show is that this is the room that gives me the most time to describe the others, and it contains a unique enemy encounter, 𝐸𝐸𝐸 the Golden. I'm not sure if this is official canon or not, but I've commonly heard people say that this is the very same 𝐸𝐸𝐸 that was the boss in World 6's fort and has been lying in wait down here under Bowser's Castle since his defeat. It seems rather plausible and adds merit to that implicit storytelling sentiment I put forth, so I'm gonna go along with it. 𝐸𝐸𝐸's appearance here is more or less the same mechanically as it was in its boss fight, but the stage is very different this time. I wonder if this was originally meant to be the boss fight, or if they had trouble deciding between the two, as there's nothing else like this in the game. Moving from right to left across the terrain, avoiding the pits and the lava while keeping 𝐸𝐸𝐸 at bay makes this probably the most difficult and tense out of all of the possible rooms. Not all doors are created equal, and this can be demonstrated by showing what door number 4 had to offer, so I'll put that up on screen now. That room is essentially the freebie out of the bunch because it's incredibly short and has a boatload of coins to gather, and nothing dangerous other than a few gusties blowing through. This gives the player several 1-ups at the end if they want them as well. I won't show the other doors, but door 1 is a relatively difficult lava and spike ball based platforming challenge, and door 2 is a series of rooms sporting a light puzzle that shows off a wide variety of the variants of Shy Guy. Back to the 𝐸𝐸𝐸 chase here, it's certainly possible to make it through this room without tossing any eggs and subsequently letting him jump all around the screen and be a hindrance to the player, but it's much easier to wind back a well-timed toss to make him fall into a pit. This does not permanently defeat him and he will return rather quickly, but it does buy the player a few moments of peace from having to hear his loud-ass footsteps. Since each room has a more or less equal likelihood of being the one that the player gets pushed into, they all have the same amount of collectibles within them to varying degrees of successful implementation. For example, both before and after the auto-scroll section within this room 3, there's a disconnected single-screen room that gives the player all the red coins that they'll need, whereas the other rooms have them a little more cleverly placed. Whichever room that the player had to complete, they all lead up to one final hallway. Approaching King Bowser's room is the last auto-scroll section of the game, and the last-ditch effort of 𝐿𝐸𝐸𝐸 to try and stop Yoshi from coming face-to-face with his boss. I said that the numbered doors seemed like a callback to Super Mario World's iteration of the final level, but this room is 100% pulled directly from the 𝐿𝐸𝐸𝐸 sequences within that game. Here we see 𝐿𝐸𝐸𝐸 not riding his broom, but teleporting around the room and casting magic spells in the player's general direction. Should a spell come into contact with any of the striped blocks placed in the room, then they will be replaced with one of several possible enemies or a star, whereas in the previous game it was several enemies, a coin, or very rarely a 1-up, so this seems like he's a little stingier here. This time around he can't be defeated, but throwing an egg or running up to where he is will cause him to teleport away, so as per usual making him leave is the safest way to navigate this room. Alrighty, I am only a few moments away from the boss door here, so I'm going to get this thing wrapped up now. As with my previous video, I will not be commentating over the final boss fight out of respect for the battle, but it is a 2-phase fight, and the second phase is widely considered to be one of the greatest and most iconic video game bosses ever made. The reveal that King Bowser himself is also still a baby is another one of the most memorable moments and best plot twists that Mario has to offer. 𝐤𝐸𝐞 has just been the babysitter this whole time. I love that. If it hasn't been clear, I'm not a big fan of this character, so seeing him knock down a peg is immensely satisfying to me. Well, here we are, so I just wanted to say once again, this has been an absolute blast. I had a great time making this, I hope you had a great time watching it, and I will have some stuff to say during the closing section of this video, both regarding the game as well as a few words from me personally, but this is pretty much it right here. The baby's about to be saved, so if you won't be sticking around for the credits, thank you for watching, my friend. With the giant baby Bowser felled, a triumphant theme picks up while Yoshi and Mario approach a tied-up stork and a small sack on the ground containing a baby that's wearing a little green hat. Upon rescuing these two, I feel it's worthy of noting that baby Luigi is never once referred to by name, and I'm not sure what the deal with that is. As Yoshi says goodbye to his new best friends so he and his brother can go off to be delivered to their parents at long last, the game offers its final closing notes, just as I am about to do myself, and we see one final time the cutscene of Yoshi navigating the overworld to destroy the castle. This time the stork flies off afterward, and then the credits begin to roll. Someone's gotta be saying, "Wait, 𝐞𝐞𝐫, you forgot World 6's extra level." And yeah, it's true, I haven't shown it yet, but I have put it in the lower section of the screen right now for those who really want to see it or would feel wrong having skipped it after all this time. Frankly, I don't really have anything nice to say about it, nor do I have anything that I'd like to criticize very strongly. I just don't really care too much for it in either way, honestly. Since the player is required to get a perfect score in every level of the world to unlock the extra level of that world, that means that Castle's Masterpiece set must follow the King Bowser fight, and it straight up doesn't have anything within it that's worth being the center focus after the credits roll. I get what they were going for, but in my opinion it's an incredibly plain way to put a ribbon on the game after all the stuff we've been through. There's no reward, no message block congratulating the player, it's not particularly hard, there's nothing really special about it at all. At the end of Super Mario World, and yes, that's the last time I'm mentioning it, the final count is 54 times. Kinda thought there would be more, honestly. Anyway, in that game, at the end of the Special World, it had a rather easy level, but it could be accessed before the final boss, and it concluded with an arrangement of coins that spelled out, "You are a super player," which wasn't anything amazing, but it was a nice touch that I know I appreciated. Yoshi's Island is generally speaking a much more difficult to master game, and it has no such reward to speak of, and that feels like the biggest blunder in the entire game, honestly. And leaves the whole thing going out on a relatively low note if that's how you finish it off, unfortunately. That being said, my preferred video format is to show everything consecutively, no jump cuts, nothing fancy with the editing, just a couple of spliced in clips or photos to show something off, but it's never overshadowing the natural progression of the game. In short, it's playing the game front to back just as a player would be, so I realized early on that I was going to have to choose whether I wanted to have a really poor ending sequence where I show the conclusion and then go back to a lame level, or edit around it and break my front to back style of video. I chose to do something a little bit in the middle, compromise that kinda, and I still feel a little bit salty about it, but it is what it is. I think most players will have beaten the game first before even unlocking the extra levels, and I really think that that's what the devs intended. Yoshi's Island is built for replayability, and the way I played through this game is what happens when the player optimizes a lot of the fun out of the experience, honestly. There's a lot to take in with this game, and this is where the grind is supposed to begin, so I suppose going through the journey all over again and being rewarded with every extra level is the real reward, and with that in mind I can't complain too much. Further still, the Game Boy Advance port of the game included 6 more secret levels on top of the extra levels upon defeating Bowser, compounding that previous sentiment and also bringing the total level count up to an even 60. The credits of this game haven't got very much to look at until the end at least. The stork flies until all the names have been shown, and then he lands in a quaint little village and delivers some ugly little pre-rendered CG babies. At that point, we get the final message, "Heroes are born," to cap off the adventure, and the end card that persists until the player turns their game off. That's a wrap on Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island, and for those who don't care to hear my unrelated personal closing thoughts, you may click off now as I'm going to do the same that I did in my previous video and go off on an unscripted personal rant to conclude. So, as far as unscripted stuff goes, I'm not very good on coming up with things to say on the fly. It's also rather late at night right now, so I'm kind of tired. Brain's running a little slow. I don't really have too many things to say this time. I finished doing this entire video. This is freaking over 5 hours long, this one. When I realized that it was going to be so much longer than my first video, I was a little intimidated at first, but I went for it and I had an absolutely fantastic time. This one was really fun to make. I learned a lot of stuff about editing and how to make stuff flow. I learned about like my writing style and got a little more comfortable with making jokes in there and stuff. It was really great. And then I mean, I already really wanted to make this video, but this is going to be super personal here, but I'm kind of just doing like verbal diary at this point. After a certain point, my cat, my best friend Yoshi, was diagnosed with some really serious cancer in his sinuses. So he's not got long left. There's nothing we can do for it, and we're kind of just waiting time out at this point. All of the treatments have been stalls at best. So one of my biggest goals was to get this video done before he went, because once that happens, it pretty much would have gone on hiatus, I think. I don't think I would have been able to finish this for quite a long time. So yeah, I'm really glad he's still here at the moment. I don't know for how much longer, but this video is dedicated to my best friend Yoshi, in addition to all of the other little guys out there, little guys and girls, little animals, little friends that are going through rough times, not going to make it. It is a really unfortunate thing, but it is just the way that it is. It's just one of those things that you have to accept as someone who exists in this life. I don't want this to go out on a super low note. I really did just want to give that dedication to him, because he likely will not be around for the next video in order to have that dedicated to him. But transitioning into a lighter topic, I do have another thing that I am already beginning to push into the the planning stages. I still don't quite know the terms. I'm a noob with this shit, but yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with this video making endeavor that I've picked up over the past year, and I'm going to continue it. So look forward to that. Once again, the goal of this video was to bring a smile to somebody's face and show off some love, share some love, and if this touched anybody at all, I consider it a success. Had a great time making it. I hope you had a great time watching it, and if you did, all the way to the very end, even with this ramble of nothingness, 4 minutes of nothing at the very end, especially if you did all the way to the very end, I really appreciate that, and I think that's about it. Thank you for watching, and I will see y'all on the next one.